Hunting Hollywood. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 875, Boiling Frog in Warm Water. In the afternoon after Chen Qing left, Simon's work was still related to China. Charlotte Brienne had concealed some of her thoughts, and Chen Qing could not be completely honest with Charlotte Brienne. This time when she returned from China, Chen Qing also brought back to Simon the latest batch of research reports on major Chinese companies by the Courteney Capital Economic Research Team. Simon arranged this after his first trip to China last year. At first, he only sent a team of 15 analysts. After a year of continuous additional dispatches and local recruitment, this research team established in Shanghai has expanded to more than 100 people. The Courteney Capital China Economic Research Institute was also officially established. For a year, Simon invested more than $20 million. The team traveled around China and investigated a total of more than 2,000 companies in various industries on the other side of the ocean. The data sent back was enough to fill a personal computer with dozens of GB capacity. Although Chen Qing was responsible for bringing back these materials, the laptop loaded with files was not even qualified to be viewed by Chen Qing without Simon's permission. Even though the internet at this stage can connect the world, the manual transmission of many data files is still a tradition of the work team around Simon. Mainly for confidentiality. Of course, this does not mean that this team is involved in illegal operations such as commercial espionage. Courteney Capital China Economic Research Institute, Shanghai, is a very formal registered enterprise. At present, there is no shortage of such institutions and enterprises in China. The difference lies in the professionalism and research objectives. At present, China's official economic research institutions basically focus on macroeconomic research. Simon is too lazy to comment on the details. As for the private research team serving enterprises, the so-called research reports that sell for a few thousand yuan by piecing together various public data are even more unsatisfactory. If you want to invest in a market, the first thing to do is to have a full understanding of this market. The larger the company, the more attention it pays to such basic research. If a super jebel like the Westeros system ignores this point, the result will be even more disastrous. China does not have a mature consulting research industry like the West for the time being, so it can only do it itself. In fact, many international giants with a little ambition want to develop a layout in China, and they do the same. Unlike the castles in the air of Chinese official institutions and the patchwork of the private sector, the team of Courteney Capital China Economic Research Institute is very professional, and focuses on the layout of the Westeros system in China, with a strong purpose. The Westeros system focuses on entertainment, fashion, technology, finance and other fields. This team has very in-depth research in China, and focuses on micro-fields with strong reference, directly targeting actual enterprises in related industries, whether positive or negative. Therefore, the team actually also serves as a subsidiary function of headhunting. Simon wants to make extensive layouts in China, and the most lacking is actually talent. Therefore, while studying a large number of companies in various fields, Courteney Capital China Economic Research Institute has quietly established many executive files of companies and conducted follow-up evaluations. In the past few years, especially in the past year, Simon's investment in China has actually far exceeded the several projects in Chen Qing's hands. After returning from China last year, Simon required all core companies in the Westeros system to send teams to China to conduct business, including Deaneries Entertainment, Courteney Capital, Igret, Melisandre, Cisco, AOL, Alia, Tinkerbell, Verizon Telecom, etc., as well as the even larger number of subsidiaries directly or indirectly controlled by these core companies. Even for the model economy giant elite that was just one a few months ago, Simon did not forget to remind Grace to carry out related business. When Simon first assigned this task, he did not make clear requirements. However, half a year later, Simon personally reviewed the business results of these corporate teams one by one, rewarded those who did a good job, warned those who hesitated, and directly took action against those who responded passively, and fired hundreds of people. In general, most of the core subsidiaries have established a firm foothold in China. Some companies that have started to lay out their business early, such as Deaneries Entertainment, Cersei Capital, Cisco, and Melisandre, have developed rapidly in China and have occupied a considerable market share in the fields involved. Recently, the Leveson Group, controlled by the Westeros system, also successfully bid for a plot of land on the bank of the Huangpu River in Pudongnu District, Shanghai, and began to plan the first large-scale real estate project of the Westeros system in China. This is closely supported by the Cersei Capital China Economic Research Institute, including the Chinese local partners selected by the Leveson Group, the voting price of the plot, the market positioning of the development of real estate, etc. Without a series of accurate and reliable industry information support, even Simon, an outsider, would not rashly get involved in China's real estate industry. The water is too deep. There are too many pits. If you are not careful, you may lose all your money. The accurate analysis of the development potential of Shanghai Pudongnu area in the relevant materials of Cersei Capital China Economic Research Institute made Simon, a latecomer, have to admire it. Although China has started the development of Shanghai Pudongnu area for 5 years, there are still many people who are pessimistic about this plan. After all, most people are focusing on the Pearl River Delta, not the Yangtze River Delta at this stage. Simon is clear that more than a decade later, for various reasons, the economic scale of the Yangtze River Delta has far surpassed the Pearl River Delta, which has various favorable conditions at this time. The Cersei Capital China Economic Research Institute team does not have Simon's foresight advantage, but only made similar judgments based on various investigation information. This alone makes Simon firmly believe that the more than $20 million he burned in the past year is worth it. Therefore, Simon has decided to continue to increase the budget of this team. Because there will be no external commercial services, the research team cannot obtain direct revenue, and Simon will not allow the relevant research results to be shared with outsiders. However, according to the information provided by the Institute, the potential benefits of investing in various fields in China will definitely far exceed the expenses of this department. That afternoon, Simon also issued another instruction to Cersei Capital China Research Institute based on Charlotte Brinita's proposal to research the overview of China's private education industry. The overseas students business initiated by Charlotte Brinita was secondary. Simon mainly thought of the vocational training schools that began to rise in China in the 1990s. The advertisements of those vocational schools in his memory were all brainwashing. Looking back now, he could actually get a glimpse of the huge market size in China's vocational training field. There is absolutely no reason not to enter the market to share a piece of the pie. With a background of foreign capital, the Westeros system has considerable advantages in participating in this field. Moreover, as the subsidiaries of the Westeros system have set up product factories in China, Simon is also planning to support a group of professional OEM manufacturers in the near future, leaving professional matters to professionals, and outsourcing the low-end and complicated production links, so as to optimize the asset structure of companies such as Nokia and Tinkerbell. On the other hand, Simon also knows the importance of the production link. Even if Nokia and other companies let go of outsourcing, he does not intend to let others do it. It is the wisest choice to support outsourcing manufacturers directly controlled by the Westeros system. This plan can be combined with investment in vocational training. After all, after vocational training, you always need to work, and outsourcing companies happen to have a large-scale labor demand, which is completely complementary. After a week's work, after the weekend, the new week is already December 11, 1995 is gradually coming to an end. On December 11, Monday, an SEC filing information quickly spread to major newspapers, television networks and online media platforms in North America. Westeros announced that due to investment needs, it will reduce its holdings of 20 million shares of Deaneries Entertainment Group in the near future. On the opening day of Monday, Deaneries Entertainment stock price was $97.25, with a total market value of $252.7 billion. A large number of Wall Street analysts and major North American financial media are generally optimistic that Deaneries Entertainment Group's market value will break through the $300 billion mark within a quarter at most, so Deaneries Entertainment stock trading has been very active recently. Unexpectedly, A major shareholder who least wanted to see suddenly reduced his holdings 20 million shares. According to the opening price on Monday, the total value is actually only $1.975 billion US. This part of the stock is only equivalent to 0.6% of the total share capital of Deaneries Entertainment's 2.599 billion shares. If other institutional holders reduce their holdings, as long as the operation is proper, it will not cause market fluctuations. But it happened that Simon Westeros reduced his holdings this time. So, did a super tycoon also realize that the market has peaked and may turn at any time, so he couldn't help cashing out? If you can know some inside information about the Westeros system, you will find that 3 months ago, Cersei Capital's Cersei Fund Management team, which focuses on hedging business, has reduced its long positions in the U.S. stock market to less than $5 billion US, and generally has only 2 to 3 times ultra-low leverage. In the past 3 months, the Cersei Fund Management Company team has been prohibited from establishing any short positions in the U.S. stock market. The two measures are to minimize their own possible losses on the one hand and to avoid potential legal risks on the other. Because of the strict confidentiality of Cersei Fund Management, not many people really know the inside story. Even if some information leaks inevitably occur, those who get the inside story will not be stupid enough to spread it around. Of course, they will make a fortune in silence. So when the news was announced, the entire market was basically caught off guard. Simon's own phone and the phone of his team did not stop ringing on Monday. The market feedback was even more direct. On Monday, due to the announcement of Westeros's reduction of holdings, Deaneries Entertainment stock price fell by 5.1%, and the market value evaporated by $12.8 billion US in a single day, which is more than 6 times the amount of Simon's announcement of reduction. The chain reaction caused by this is even stronger. All Westeros concept stocks fell across the board that day, and the stock prices of several leading technology stocks such as Igrit, Cisco, and AOL fell by more than 5%. Affected by this, the Nasdaq index also fell from a high of 2,796 points to 2,687 points, a drop of 3.9%. According to the current total market value of the entire Nasdaq market of $3.6 trillion, the market value of the Nasdaq stock market evaporated by $140 billion US in just one day. More than 2 months after Igrit went public, the continued strong trend of the Nasdaq market has made many short sellers return with nothing, and most hedge funds have to start turning to long positions in order to make up for their losses. No one expected that Simon Westeros would suddenly play this trick. Is this going to kill everyone? However, the few short sellers who are still struggling in the market are ecstatic. When the news that Westeros announced the reduction of Deaneries Entertainment shares was released, these people immediately mobilized all the forces they could to maximize the impact of this reduction. The effect is very significant. On the other hand, that afternoon, the president also called Simon here and asked him what he wanted to do. What did Simon want to do? It's very simple. Suppress the overheating of the capital market and cash out. Although the heat of the new technology industry has reached the level that can burn people, in Simon's memory, 3,000 points of Nasdaq is a turning point. After 3,000 points, the market completely lost its mind, doubling in less than a year to reach its peak of 6,000 points. Then it collapsed. Seeing that the Nasdaq market was getting closer and closer to 3,000 points, Simon had to slightly advance the reduction plan that would only be launched next year. After all, we can't wait until 3,000 points to make a move, otherwise the risk will definitely increase significantly. Therefore, the reduction of Deaneries Entertainment's shares is just the beginning. Deaneries Entertainment is listed on the New York Stock Exchange. It should not affect the Nasdaq market. Of course, everyone knows the actual situation. Simon chose Deaneries Entertainment first, which was also intentional. Deaneries Entertainment Group is the most valuable enterprise in the Westeros system at this stage. Whether it is market position, revenue volume or profitability, it is very stable. Even if the market value is high, the bubble component is very small. First, the reduction of the company's shares will theoretically cause the least market fluctuations. Of course, it is only in theory. Although Simon has made a lot of arrangements in advance, the risks are inevitable, and it is not impossible to cause a black swan event such as the collapse of the market. However, some things have to be done. As long as it succeeds, This action is expected to delay the peak of the Nasdaq market by 1 to 2 years, so it can also give the new technology industry in the United States and even the world 1 to 2 more years to develop. This is actually to buy time for the Westeros system itself. Because once the Nasdaq new technology bubble bursts, the market will inevitably enter a period of cold winter. In memory, this period of cold winter is about 2 to 3 years. It seems not long, but it will hit many new technology companies that originally had the hope of rapid development. The Westeros system will undoubtedly be the one that is most affected. Now, actively suppressing the overheating of the market and buying more time, companies such as Ygritte, Cisco, and AOL will be able to have a deeper foundation and stronger risk resistance. This is also Simon's explanation to the president. Of course, there are also factors for the president. Simon has always been a good person. If the overheating of the Nasdaq market is not suppressed at this time, and the 1996 election year is approaching, the Nasdaq may suddenly collapse in the middle of Clinton's re-election campaign. In that case, the main achievements of the president's first 4 years in office will be wiped out. Now, the Westeros system has taken the initiative to suppress the Nasdaq market within a controllable range. At least next year, the results of the information superhighway plan will still exist, the U.S. economy will not decline, the unemployment rate will continue to decline, and the president's re-election will be a foregone conclusion. Clinton obviously did not completely listen to Simon's deception, but only asked a very sharp question: what if it fails? What if it fails? Simon's reply also left the president speechless. Do you want to see the Nasdaq market collapse immediately and spend a year to recover as much as possible, or do nothing about it when you see the Nasdaq market collapse at the critical note of your re-election campaign, such as next November? Moreover, if Simon did not have a certain degree of confidence, he would not have launched it rashly. Over the years, Simon has a deeper understanding of Soros's reflexivity theory that market participants will also have an impact on market trends. In the first few years, Simon was just a participant in a chess piece. Now, Simon is a participant who can influence the market trend, a chess player. The market fluctuations on the first day of the announcement of the reduction were actually within Simon's expectations. Starting at noon that day, due to the proper arrangements in advance, the entire Westeros system began to mobilize. Analysts from financial giants such as Goldman Sachs, Morgan, and First Boston have expressed their views on maintaining stability. A series of newspapers closely related to the Westeros system have also begun to publish various press releases that are either maintaining stability or confusing. Some core members of the Westeros system have also personally contacted the heads of major mutual funds and insurance funds to lobby them not to follow suit and sell. The effect is remarkable. Early the next morning, after many people trembled all night, what they welcomed was a 2.1% rebound in the Nasdaq market within just 1 hour after the morning opening. The stock price of Rivalries Entertainment, listed on the New York Stock Exchange, also rebounded by 3.6%. Next, it is the plan of boiling frogs in warm water. Starting with Rivalries Entertainment, the company continuously reduces the holdings of stocks of core enterprises in the Westeros system. On the one hand, it will extract a large amount of cash for investment in other aspects of the Westeros system, and on the other hand, it will prevent the Nasdaq technology stocks from going crazy as late as possible. This plan actually requires close cooperation from all parties, including the Washington authorities. In a call with the president that lasted for more than an hour on Monday afternoon, Simon roughly revealed his plan and asked the president to put pressure on the Federal Reserve. Since the market is overheated, the Federal Reserve should increase the intensity of interest rate hikes. The U.S. economy has begun to recover since the Gulf War and has now reached a high point. Before this, Washington was mainly worried about the collapse of technology stocks, so it was negative about the Federal Reserve's interest rate hike. After all, politicians often do not make the most favorable choice for the national economy for their own interests. After Simon's lobbying, even if he did not say it explicitly, Clinton probably understood Simon's views on the new technology market and realized that 3,000 points was not the peak of the Nasdaq. Now taking some interest rate hikes to delay the overheating of the Nasdaq market and avoid the premature decline of the new technology bubble is actually beneficial to his re-election next year. As for whether the president will implement it, it is not entirely up to the White House to decide. The Boiling Frog plan also includes lobbying the Federal Reserve and other departments. Chapter 876 Telecommunications Act. In the week before the Christmas season, which will start on December 15th, in addition to the turmoil caused by Westeros' sudden announcement of reducing its holdings of Deanery's entertainment shares, there is actually another major event. This is the official passage of the new U.S. Telecommunications Act by the Congress. In the past, the Telecommunications Act promoted by the Clinton administration was not finally passed until 1996. This time, with the joint efforts of multiple forces including the Westeros system, the bill was launched ahead of schedule, which is also the most important bill of the year 1995 that is about to pass. Compared with other small bills that are only aimed at specific matters, this Telecommunications Act is actually a brand new law, a major revision of the U.S. Communications Act of 1934. The Communications Act of 1934 is a law that emerged in the anti-monopoly tide in the United States. Therefore, the core of the bill is to prevent monopoly, and it is very strict to prevent monopoly. Some related bills that have been announced in the following decades are basically centered on the Communications Act of 1934, such as strictly restricting cross-holdings between different media platforms, strictly restricting business cross-borders between different communication companies, and strictly restricting the merger of national telecommunications giants with regional communication companies. The Clinton administration's Telecommunications Act was a comprehensive relaxation. Of course, it certainly can't be said on the surface. Therefore, the publicly announced revision goal of this bill is to open up the competitive market by eliminating regulatory barriers, promote the application of advanced technology by private enterprises, and promote resource integration between different types of telecommunications operators, so as to provide the American people with better quality and cheaper information technology and services. A benchmark was set high, followed by a thick new bill involving 7 major items, including telecommunication services, broadcasting services, cable services, and communication ethics. Although the Washington authorities uploaded the complete contents of the bill to the government website as soon as possible for the principle of openness and transparency, it is obvious that there are very few people who are willing to study the entire bill and can see what impact the provisions will have. This is the result we want. As for the media, of course, there is no shortage of discerning people. Many media people criticized it immediately after the Congress voted to pass it, believing that this bill would not promote competition at all, but would only bring about another merger and monopoly. However, because the telecommunications and media giants who control most of the core media in the United States have been looking forward to this bill for a long time, most of the criticisms did not make much waves. Instead, various media from newspapers to the internet began to promote the convenience that the 3 networks in one would bring to the American people. In Simon's memory, neither better telecommunications services nor cheaper expenses were realized. Even many years later, there was still the embarrassing situation that Steve Jobs could not find the signal on the spot at the Apple mobile phone launch conference. You have to know that it was in the bustling downtown San Francisco, not in the wilderness. In fact, the Telecommunications Act introduced by the Clinton administration ultimately resulted in the major telecommunications giants quickly completing the merger and integration of telecommunications resources across the country, and reforming a de facto telecommunications monopoly. As for better services and cheaper rates, they do not exist. If a company wants to maximize profits, it must charge the most fees with the least capital investment. In any case, since Washington has opened the door, Simon will certainly not be polite and start to accelerate the IPO process of Verizon Telecom in order to merge with America Online in the future. After a crazy expansion in recent years, AOL, which already has a large number of its own line networks, has also begun to plan to develop fixed-line and cable TV businesses in addition to internet access services, officially moving towards the path of 3 networks in one. Simon had long foreshadowed this. The line networks laid by AOL in recent years have left a considerable amount of vacant capacity, which happened to be used this time. In addition, with the Telecommunications Act passed by Congress, the stock prices of General Electric and Time Warner, which are undergoing merger review by the U.S. Department of Justice, both rose. Time Warner owns Warner Communications, which is engaged in cable TV operations. With the promulgation of the Wire Act, this company can also break through the previous legal barriers and engage in internet services and traditional fixed-line telephone businesses that have become increasingly popular in recent years. December 15th. The North American Christmas season officially begins. Knowing that Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice is about to crush it next week, 3 commercial movies with more than 1,000 screens opened this week, and they are all considered highlights. The first is Paramount's remake of the Humphrey Bogart and Audrey Hepburn film of the same name, Sabrina, starring Harrison Ford and Sidney Pollack, Billy Wilder, Fanny Ardant and other big-name filmmakers. The production cost has reached the level of a blockbuster of $50 million, and the number of screens opened is 1,821. The second is Fox's Waiting for the Dream, which is a black drama adapted from a novel directed by Forest Whitaker, the black actor of Can, and also stars two famous black actresses, Whitney Houston and Angela Bassett. The production cost of the film is $16 million, and the number of screens opened is 1,253. Finally, Sony Pictures' spoof comedy Dracula starring Leslie Nielsen, the white-headed detective, has a production cost of $30 million and opened on 1,425 screens. The three films, even though they all received good reviews after their release, were released on a conservative scale. Moreover, on December 15th, the most popular day was when the American Idol team officially launched a theme song, Dream It Possible, written by Simon himself for the reality show. The song was released on ABC TV, ABC Radio and YouTube at the same time, and the broadcast website under Tinkerbell also simultaneously put the single on the shelves for iPlayer players to download for a fee. The song obviously did not disappoint the fans who initiated the petition vote some time ago. At 8 o'clock that night, less than 20 minutes after Dream It Possible was released on YouTube, the clicks exceeded 10 million. The single sales on the broadcast website also reached 1 million within 2 hours that night, and the brainwashing smooth tune quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys of North America in the following weekend. After passing the votes of both houses of Congress last week, the Telecommunications Act was signed by Clinton on December 18 and took effect. Simon has been closely following the dynamics of all parties since Westeros announced the reduction of its holdings in Deaneries Entertainment last week. Then there was the vote on the Telecommunications Act. When the president signed the bill and the new week opened, the impact of the news of the reduction on the U.S. stock market seemed to gradually disappear. Simon quietly flew to the East Coast to arrange some things in person. The manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich. There have been several snowfalls on the East Coast. Although it is sunny today, the manor is surrounded by a silver scene. The daytime temperature is below zero, and the manor villa is naturally warm like spring. This is Tuesday afternoon, December 19th. Joseph Scrapp, one of the heads of political lobbying affairs of the Westeros family, has just arrived at the villa. Before that, Simon also met with another head of political affairs of the family, Paul Spates, mainly to arrange for next year's election. In 1996, in addition to the presidential election, there will also be a change of parliamentarians. Chapter 877 Premiere. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the meeting with Joseph Sclapp ended. The winter sunset began to sink into the horizon. After seeing Sclapp off, Simon was considering returning to Manhattan to spend the night with one of his women there. Girl A came over with a cell phone. It was Elizabeth, the daughter of Jerry Hall, calling. Because of Simon's relationship with Hall, a shameless little girl who called Simon Daddy was pestering Simon on the phone. Simon finally agreed to let the girl bring a few friends to have dinner together. According to the words of the pestering girl. After all, he is the de facto stepfather. The daughter has already made a promise to someone else. If she can't fulfill it, she will be embarrassed and will never be able to see anyone again. Blah blah blah. About half an hour later, the customized Black Hawk helicopter of the Way family landed on the helipad of the northern suburbs manor. Simon, wearing a black windbreaker, walked forward after the helicopter landed steadily. The cabin door opened. He first saw Elizabeth Jagger, who was wearing a furry mink jacket but still showing two flesh-colored long legs, poking her head out, whispering to her companions with a giggle, and then opened her hand to Simon, asking for it. Then, he jumped on Simon like a koala. Looking at the girls who jumped down one after another, it was obvious that they were not just a few friends, but a large group of friends, including Paris Hilton and Nikki Hilton, who he knew, and Kim Kardashian, who seemed to be a follower, and more than a dozen little girls. He suddenly felt that his manor had become a duck farm. If it weren't for the fact that Daniela and Gemma, the brother and sister next door, returned to Europe for the winter vacation to spend Christmas with Sophia, he would have planned to introduce them to each other. Seeing the situation, Simon immediately gave up a certain idea. Obviously, they were not a group. If things continued like this, the girls in front of him would become the it girls of Manhattan in a few years. Sophia would definitely not want her good daughter to mix with these little girls. On the contrary, a little fairy in Ukraine who also liked to dress herself up furry and was about to debut should be able to play with a group in front of him. Simon didn't feel anything about this. Simon's view on the education of future generations is to try his best to take on his own responsibilities, and at the same time tell the children what they should and shouldn't do in the future. If the result is not satisfactory, we will just let it go. When the girls got off the helicopter, we saw many girls hugging their thin and long legs in the cold wind. They were typical of those who valued elegance over temperature. They didn't say hello, but just indicated to go into the villa first. It's not good to get frozen. After a while of clinging to Simon, Elizabeth finally got off him. She still held his arm affectionately and deliberately called him Dad in front of the other girls, which made the other girls envious and rolled their eyes. Paris Hilton, who came with him but obviously didn't have a good relationship with Elizabeth, grabbed Simon's other side. At first, her little hand quietly rested on the man's arm. Seeing that Simon didn't object, she also clung to him. Hearing Elizabeth calling him Dad again, she finally couldn't help but teasing, "Liz, if I become Simon's girlfriend, shouldn't you call me Mom?" Elizabeth immediately rolled her eyes. "Dad has thousands of girlfriends. Even if you want to cut in line, you have to line up from here to the Hudson River. Besides, you don't suit Dad's taste. You're like a little hairtail." "Tisk tisk," the girl said, and looked up at Simon again. "Right, Dad." Simon put his hands in his windbreaker pockets, one on each side, and did not answer such a boring question. He just stepped onto the steps and entered the villa. He gestured to the housekeeper and said, "The kitchen has started preparing. You can tell Ange what you want to eat. It can be delivered now." Elizabeth was already very familiar with Ingrid Davis, because the housekeeper was responsible for arranging every time she wanted to borrow a private jet in the past few months. Hearing Simon say this, she explained it bluntly, and did not forget the little sisters around her, and took the initiative to remind so-and-so that they were allergic to so-and-so and should pay attention to it. It was not difficult to find out from just looking at the girls. Simon knew that these girls were all from the upper class in Manhattan, either rich or noble, and they were not shy about ordering servants to ask for their preferences. After a chattering, they entered the villa, and took off their thick coats and handed them to the maids who came forward, and soon they all showed their outstanding figures that had begun to take shape. Yet, except for a little follower with a poor foundation, dinner would have to wait for some time, and after some explanation, Elizabeth asked Simon what fun things there were here. In fact, some of the girls had come here for the New Year's Eve party last year, but it was Elizabeth's first time. Simon seriously suggested that they go to the study to read, as he had hidden a lot of books here. After being given a cold stare, they finally rushed to the entertainment room on one side of the villa. There was a small bar, a pool table, a large game console and an indoor dance floor. It was obviously to the girls' taste. They all looked very skilled. However, they were mainly interested in the small bar and the indoor dance floor. Some girls went to mix drinks, and some girls were responsible for playing DJs. Music soon sounded all around. Thinking about the age of these little fairies, most of them were not even 14 years old. Simon had to personally say that each person could only drink one glass at most. Otherwise, there seemed to be no other way. Anyway, they would all be driven away after dinner, so they didn't bother to care too much. The strict drinking laws in the United States are only suitable for public occasions. In private, there are many little drunkards of this age around, and most parents don't really take them seriously. The girls were a little restrained in front of Simon at first. After all, even if their family backgrounds were good, they were not good enough in front of Simon Westeros. In their hearts, this man was completely equal to the most majestic elder in the family. However, when they saw that Simon had a good temper from beginning to end, and that he came to the entertainment room and was pulled by Elizabeth to accompany the girls on the dance floor with the guitar, they gradually relaxed. Moreover, looking at a man's handsome appearance, and thinking of the countless halos on him, the precocious girls could not help but have all kinds of little thoughts. If it really could be like Paris said, to become Elizabeth's nominal mother, it would be a very exciting and satisfying thing to think about. Because of her relationship with Simon, Elizabeth is now the big sister of the girls. Just like this time, although she was not on good terms with Elizabeth, she still came up eagerly when she heard that she was coming to the manor in Westeros. In fact, the social circle in Manhattan is a food chain where the strong prey on the weak. Girls have been influenced by adults since they were young, And they have unknowingly understood the rules and follow them. First of all, you have to have money. This difference will not be too obvious in the younger generation. However, others are wearing Chanel, Gucci and LV. Even if they don't wear them on a daily basis, they should at least have them. If you can't even afford these, then you are not qualified to play with them. Then there is the family's qualifications and connections. Qualifications are often innate. Hilton is a standard upper-class old money. Even though the Hilton family is not even on the list of the 400 richest people in the United States, it is still the aristocratic class in the United States. With its foundation, the new money family is naturally inferior. New money is equal to celebrities. Elizabeth is a celebrity. Her father is Mick Jagger of the Rolling Stones, and her mother is a supermodel and a famous TV producer. This also gives her the qualifications to play with new money and old money, just like there is always a lack of various singers, movie stars and artists in the circle of adult new money and old money. Then there are connections. This is a process of carrying each other in a sedan chair. Many biographies or interviews of Western celebrities often mention that their family has hosted a certain noble, a certain congressman, a certain rich man, a certain star in a certain style mansion built at a certain time. This is a kind of network. Of course, it is not the kind of network that can be used in career, but the network that can add luster to the family or personal qualifications. All of these, accumulated enough, go out, and everyone will see, oh, this is so-and-so. Then a series of qualifications and titles under the name of the other party will emerge in the mind. This is the descendant of the family of so-and-so who created a certain company. The godfather is so-and-so, and she has been in love with so-and-so. So-and-so has attended her birthday party. There are paintings of so-and-so hanging in the house. It seems that she knows a more powerful so-and-so. Suddenly, it is tall and noble. Maupassant wrote an article, My Uncle Jules. Because of a letter from Uncle Jules who made a fortune in a distant place, Philip's family gained a rich relative, and immediately began to flourish in their own small circle, and even went all the way up. This is a very intuitive example of the formation of Western interpersonal networks. Just like now. Being able to visit Simon Westeros' villa and have dinner with him tonight will immediately become a kind of qualification for the girls, enough to brag about it to people around them for a long time. This is why even Paris, who is not on good terms with Elizabeth, came along, and some people would rather be followers and carry bags and smile to get closer. In short, Simon, who was quietly watching all this, just thought it was quite interesting. After personally accompanying the girls who were having fun on the dance floor for a while, and singing a song under Elizabeth's coquetry, Simon finally got away and went back to the sofa in the corner of the dance floor to rest. Elizabeth soon chased after him with another glass of wine, and stuffed the blue drink that she had mixed herself into Simon's hand. She came forward and hugged Simon's arm and said, "Dad, I want to go to Los Angeles to attend the premiere of Batman v. Dawn of Justice tomorrow. Can you help me arrange it?" Simon took a sip of the wine brought by the girl and shook his head. "Your mother has to agree to this." "My mother has already agreed. Or I'll call your mother now. If she doesn't know yet, then forget it." Some of her little thoughts were exposed, and Elizabeth began to act coquettishly. She hugged Simon's arm and swayed it, and rubbed her little body against him, saying, "Please, Dad, I heard that the premiere this time is still the same, IMAX, I want to see it, Dad, okay? Convince your mother to agree first. If you agree, Mom will definitely agree. She knows you will take good care of me. It's too troublesome. I don't really want to take care of you at all. It's better to abandon you halfway." So you agree, don't go back on your word. Let Ange arrange it for you. I don't care. The girl immediately became more demanding. "Dad, I want to ride your Boeing 767 this time, okay? You lied to me last time when I went to Florida to learn surfing. We agreed to take a Boeing 767, but it turned out to be a Gulfstream V. I was so embarrassed. Well, and after arriving in Los Angeles and attending the premiere, I want to play there for a few days. You don't want to see me sleeping on the street, do you?" "I really want to." "Bad, Dad." The girl scolded, and leaned her head over to taste the wine in Simon's hand. She probably thought it was not bad, so she bit the rim of the cup and would not let go. She drank it all in one breath, and her face became red. Simon waited for the girl to finish drinking, and said, "Tell Ange later if you need a few tickets, so that you can arrange them by then." The girl immediately hummed an "eh." Simon ordered again, "Also, I will leave tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. If you oversleep, I won't take care of you. Then I will sleep here tonight. No. Why? The girl blinked innocently, then showed a very disgusted expression. Dad, you are so evil. I am your daughter. Paris Hilton happened to come over with her sister Nikki, followed by a little follower who had no sense of existence. Sitting down on the other side of Simon without any hesitation, the girl asked, "What are you talking about?" Elizabeth immediately changed her expression and began to show her treasure. "I am going to Los Angeles to attend the premiere of Batman v Superman tomorrow," the girl said, humming twice, and said proudly, "I won't take you." Then she added, "I will take Nikki, not you." Obviously, she has a good relationship with Nikki Hilton. Paris was not to be outdone. "What's the big deal? We went to the premiere of Jurassic Park 2 during the summer vacation, but you were not there. Then can you go this time?" Paris glanced at Simon and saw that the man looked satisfied watching a cat fight. She thought of her sister next to her and said to Elizabeth, "My parents won't let you take Nikki out for a walk." "No, I'm going to the premiere." "Of course, we can play in Los Angeles for a few days after the premiere. If your parents don't let Nikki go, forget it," she said, hugging Simon's arm and raising her eyebrows at Paris proudly. "Dad is paying for it." Simon raised his hand and tapped the girl on the head. Elizabeth didn't pretend to be hurt this time, and still demonstrated to Paris proudly. Nikki Hilton, who had been very ladylike beside her sister, could not help but say, "Liz, I'll go." Paris was very dissatisfied with her sister's betrayal. "You can't go, you're my sister. Why can't you go just because you say no?" Elizabeth began to speak up for Nikki, jumped up and walked over to pull Nikki Hilton to her side. "Don't listen to her, from today on, you are mine." Paris was angry but had no place to vent. She noticed that a little follower carefully sat down in the seat just vacated by her sister, and immediately pushed to the side. "Get out of here, you're annoying." Kim Kardashian, who always had little presence, looked aggrieved. Who did she offend? Although Kris Jenner has been doing well in the Manhattan circle in recent years with the Real Housewives of New York, she is still too inexperienced. Even if she is able to handle the situation well, it is difficult for her to take care of her daughters. Kim Kardashian, who happens to be not pretty, has no status in the Manhattan girl circle. After Paris Hilton's mother Kathy Hilton joined the Real Housewives of New York, the two families had their intersections. Since they were of similar age, Kim Kardashian thus became Paris's follower. Chapter 878 Premiere 2. Simon's movements quickly attracted the attention of other girls, who came over one after another. Of course, they all hoped to go to Los Angeles tomorrow to attend the premiere of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. It would be even better if they could stay in Los Angeles for a few more days. After a lot of chattering, the last thing they looked at was Simon. The girls knew very well that it was Simon Westeros who could decide this matter. Simon watched the cats fighting and bickering for a while, and when he saw that the little girls had all stopped and looked at him, he nodded and said, "You can go if you want, but you must get your parents' consent first." There was a burst of cheers. Elizabeth was a little depressed when she saw Paris protesting against her, but the girl was not stupid and did not question Simon's decision in public. After letting the girls continue to play for a while, dinner was ready and everyone began to move to the dining room. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when they finished dinner. Simon did not allow the girls to stay in the manor any longer. After all, he was known as a playboy and did not want to be thought to be interested in underage girls. He also had no interest in a group of young girls. Therefore, he insisted on sending them to the helicopter back to Manhattan and asked the housekeeper to arrange for the Manhattan side to pick them up and ensure that every girl was sent home. After Elizabeth acted like a spoiled child, she finally stayed. Simon did not force her. After sending the girls away, he picked up Jerry Hall from Manhattan to spend the night together. The next day was Wednesday, December 20th. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the group of girls who visited Simon's villa last night all appeared on the Westeros System's special apron at Kennedy International Airport, along with a large group of parents who came to send their children. Although it was Elizabeth who proposed the matter, it seemed that Simon was going to take a group of girls to Los Angeles. It is always inevitable that you will be in trouble. Simon simply sent an invitation to the girls' parents. After all, a private Boeing 767 is a medium-sized passenger plane that can carry hundreds of people. Even if the number of 16 girls is multiplied by 3, and each of them brings their parents, there are less than 50 people. What's more, there are actually less than 20 families present. Being able to contact Simon Westeros is something that even the upper class in Manhattan would be eager to do. In fact, these people understand the value of establishing a connection with Westeros. Therefore, some parents even really hope that a young tycoon will be interested in their daughters. So, those who were originally here to send people off ended up boarding the plane temporarily. American students have entered winter vacation, but adults have not, and basically still need to work. However, it's nothing more than missing work for one day. At worst, you can fly back tomorrow. Compared with connecting with Westeros, this is completely worth it. Jerry Hall, who stayed at the manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich last night, also planned to do so, and intentionally or unintentionally played the role of hostess on Simon's private plane. After the plane took off, Simon was also very enthusiastic. He also organized a temporary cocktail party in the cabin and chatted with a group of parents all the way. However, the girls who were supposed to be the protagonists were driven to the front cabin of the plane. This place was not open to outsiders in the past, but a group of little girls was nothing. Although it was a temporary social event and most of the time was spent chatting, Simon did gain a lot along the way. After all, although the girls' parents are not lacking in old money children who lack ambition and just enjoy life, most of them are Manhattan elites, involving all walks of life in this country. Unconsciously, he has stood too high. What Simon lacks most now is contact with the various circles of the relatively lower class. Otherwise, maybe one day he will become the kind of person who does not eat meat. Since they are the guests invited by himself, even if there are a large number of parents who are not planned, perhaps these people will not lack apartments on the West Coast. After arriving in Los Angeles, Simon still generously arranged several properties under his name for these people to choose to live freely. Not only did he provide a service team, but he also did not give any time limit. Of course, next Monday is Christmas, and the slightly discerning guests will basically leave before Christmas Eve. The premiere of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice in the evening was nominally organized by Warner Brothers Pictures, and basically referred to the publicity and promotion model of Jurassic Park 2 in the summer. This time, the Los Angeles Sacred Civic Auditorium was still chosen as the premiere venue, and an IMAX screen was also temporarily installed. After the summer test was sought after, it continued to promote it for half a year. This time, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice opened on 3,417 regular movie screens and a total of 26 IMAX screens in North America at the same time, of which 15 belonged to IMAX theaters invested and built by Odeon Cinema Line under Deanery's Entertainment Group, and the other 11 were from museums, science and technology museums and other places that met the screening conditions. In the past, the first IMAX film to be screened at a normal movie length was Disney's 2D animated film Fantasia 2000 in 1999. Now, although there are only 26 screens in the United States, there is no doubt that the title of Fantasia 2000 has been won by Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. The IMAX premiere of Jurassic Park 2 in the previous summer was just a test screening. Simon did not want the film that Deanery's Entertainment invested and released completely independently to occupy this title, but it was a pity that Jurassic Park 2 was not fully ready. Choosing the highly anticipated Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice can also maximize the publicity effect of IMAX technology. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the red carpet ceremony of the premiere of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice officially began. Because of the popularity of Superman and Batman, the fans surrounding the Sacred Civic Auditorium in downtown Los Angeles are several times more than the premiere of Jurassic Park 2 in the summer. It can be described as a sea of people. The number of stars participating in the red carpet ceremony to support the film is no less than that of Jurassic Park 2 in the summer. Although they were guests invited by Simon, the girls and their parents who had just arrived from New York in the morning did not have the treatment of walking the red carpet. Even Jerry Hall did not join in the fun. Compared with the red carpet, women are still more willing to play the role of a temporary hostess. Simon also gave her the task of entertaining these guests. In the past, even though many people knew that she was Westeros's lover, there was always a feeling of being unjustified. After this time, Jerry Hall was completely confirmed to have a certain identity. Unlike other wealthy lovers who are often looked down upon, Simon Westeros's genuine lover is very valuable. After all, a certain man's current status is too high, so high that even the women around him can only be looked up to by most people. For such a man, having more women is completely natural in the subconscious of many people, and it would be abnormal if there were none. A total of 16 girls, including the accompanying family, a total of 39 people, soon found their own pretty good seats in the auditorium. This was originally a seat reserved by the organizer for some temporary needs. When the sacred civic auditorium is used to host the Oscars, the audience can only follow the camera to focus on the big stars in the front row, so they can't have a very intuitive understanding of the auditorium. In fact, the Sacred Civic Auditorium, which opened in 1926, has a full capacity of more than 6,000 people, and more than 30 extra seats are nothing. 6 o'clock. The red carpet ceremony is over, and all the audience are seated in the auditorium. It is already dusk, and a large number of fans are still noisy outdoors. Inside the Sacred Civic Auditorium, after a short speech by the host, the lights dim and the screening begins. On the stunning IMAX screen, the movie opens with an urgent crisis. In Metropolis, the brake system of a city train full of passengers suddenly loses control for some reason. If it cannot be effectively rescued, it will rush into the sea at the end of the track. Simon referred to the Tobey Maguire version of Spider-Man 2 in his memory for this plot. On the big screen, the stunning IMAX effect and the oppressive picture after the train lost control made all the audience hold their breath. Many people's first reaction was that Superman would inevitably come to save the crisis. This is a common opening routine for many movies. It is often used because it is effective. It can catch the audience's attention at the first time. As everyone expected, in the live helicopter footage of the TV station, when many people were helpless about the out-of-control train, Superman appeared in the sky. Then, Clark Kent adopted the rescue method similar to Spider-Man in Simon's memory in the expectation of everyone, intending to stop the train by his own strength. With Superman's power, this should have been an easy task. Whether it was the onlookers in the movie or the audience outside the screening room, they all took it for granted that this would be an opening prologue for Superman to show his power. However, this time the plot did not develop as many people expected. When Superman used his body to block the front of the train and slowly exerted force to try to stop the train, when the effect was initially shown, 2 fully armed soldiers suddenly appeared in the train cab. Even though he clearly felt the hostility, Clark Kent did not think that these human soldiers could hurt him, so he continued his mission. In the cab, 2 soldiers methodically took out the special bullets they carried at any time, loaded them, aimed, and then shot at Superman. Although he looked serious, Clark Kent had no intention of dodging, because the train was getting closer and closer to the end of the track. Bang! The explosive special bullet hit Clark Kent's chest, and did not even damage Superman's special battle suit, but a puff of green smoke spread out from the exploding bullet. In the auditorium, whether they were DC comic fans or not, many people reacted immediately when they saw the green smoke exploding on Superman. Kryptonite. Superman's nemesis. This is a conspiracy. The 2 soldiers finished shooting and left without looking back. At the front of the train, even if you hold your breath, the green smoke seems to have life and begins to quickly penetrate Superman's body. After a microscopic special effect of kryptonite powder invading Superman's body and causing Superman's heartbeat to slow down, the screen is again focused on the confrontation between Superman and the train. The audience found that Superman's face, neck and hands exposed outside the battlesuit suddenly turned gray. The train, which had already started to slow down, suddenly seemed to lose control again and accelerated suddenly. Amid the exclamations on and off the screen, even after making the last effort, the train finally rushed out of the end of the track with a roar, and rushed into the deep sea with Superman and the passengers. From Superman's perspective, the screen suddenly went black. When it lit up again, there were various reports about Superman's failed rescue and Superman's glorious experience since the Battle of Metropolis in Man of Steel, such as saving a runaway plane and stopping the war in Africa. Although Superman slowed down the train to buy time for the rescue, and Superman personally participated in the subsequent rescue after waking up in the water, 12 people still lost their lives in this disaster. Controversy ensued. And people also thought again about the pain brought to everyone by the Battle of Metropolis. The topic of discussion turned to whether Superman should be restricted, whether Superman should obey the dispatch of the human government, and even, whether Superman should exist? Exclamation mark. These disturbing media and public discussion shots, accompanied by the opening subtitles, finally focus on a mysterious large underground laboratory. Just seeing the Luthor logo everywhere in the laboratory, people can think that this is the territory of the villain Lex Luthor. Not to mention the portrayal of this Superman's nemesis in various comic and film works for decades, it is just the DC movie universe series controlled by Simon. From the opening Superman, Man of Steel to the latest Suicide Squad, although Lex Luthor's role has always been very small, it has also been very well paved. This time, the play finally began to be added. Even without the background introduction, all the audience knew Luthor's identity, and it would not seem abrupt at all. Including the conflict between Lex Luthor and Superman, it has been mentioned in the first film. Luthor's father died in the Battle of Metropolis. Therefore, the plot of this movie is not only Luthor's revenge, but also caused by the villain's jealousy and desire for Superman's power. This is also the biggest advantage of the movie universe, including the kryptonite at the beginning. Many background details can be presented and introduced through different movies, so there is no need to waste too much time and effort to tell the origin. On the big screen, Lex Luthor soon appeared, and there was also a scene of extracting kryptonite from the fragments of the Kryptonian spacecraft in the laboratory, and Luthor told his beautiful assistant that the place where venomous snakes are infested can often find herbs that restrain snake venom. In Luthor's eyes, Superman is a venomous snake, and kryptonite is the herb that restrains snake venom. The train out of control disaster at the beginning was an experiment of Lex Luthor. When the female assistant asked Luthor if he planned to kill Superman, Luthor shook his head. Killing Superman was not his goal. He wanted to make those gods admired by the public lose their reputation and completely destroy them from soul to body. At the end of this plot, Lex Luthor took the female assistant out of the underground laboratory and came to the top of the Luthor building. Across the bay, they could see another city across the bay from a distance. Under the reflection of the large searchlight, a huge bat pattern appeared faintly. There was Gotham. Standing on the top of the building and looking around for a while, Lex Luthor showed an evil smile on his face and muttered, "There should be a party, let those guys get together." Chapter 879 Premiere 3. In a place with a great view in the center of the sacred civic auditorium, Elizabeth Jagger sat not next to her mother, but with Nikki Hilton, because they were the same age and had a good relationship. On the other side was Kim Kardashian, the little follower she stole from Paris. To be more precise, she should be considered a big follower. Elizabeth and Nikki were only 11 years old, but Kim Kardashian was already 14 years old. After taking a seat in the theater, the girl had all kinds of little thoughts. She regretted that she could not walk the red carpet like those big stars, and thought about where to go in Los Angeles in the next few days, and whether she could ask her cheap dad to sponsor her little purse. After all, it costs money to have fun. Her mother was not strict with her on weekdays, but the pocket money she gave was always not enough. However, after the movie started, the girl, like other audiences in the theater, was quickly attracted by the wonderful plot and hot pictures of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. She watched the upright and kind Superman being led into a trap step by step by the hateful Lex Luthor, and finally fighting with another superhero Batman. Fortunately, he did not succeed. The girl's favorite Wonder Woman appeared in time and exposed Luthor's conspiracy. Then, Lex Luthor used the power of the Mother Box to make himself Superman, but unexpectedly became an ugly alien. In the end, Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman fought against Lex Luthor, which was so exciting that the heart was about to jump out. However, when she saw Superman being pierced through the chest by the alien incarnation of Lex Luthor and died, the girl's tears almost fell again. Finally, I remembered my cheap dad again. How did he write the script? Exclamation mark. How could Superman die? Exclamation mark. It's so hateful. In any case, next time I see him, I must ask him to resurrect Superman as soon as possible. On the big screen in the auditorium, the story came to an end. Humans held the most grand funeral for Superman, but the hero was gone. After this disaster, even Batman Bruce Wayne was tired and old. However, in the last conversation with Wonder Woman, Bruce Wayne did not lose his fighting spirit. Instead, he planned to inherit Superman's will and summon some like-minded people to protect mankind together. At the same time, Diana Prince also took back the last Mother Box from Lex Luthor and brought it back to Paradise Island. There will naturally be no lack of Easter eggs at the end of the film. At the end of the subtitles, the secret room where the 3 Mother Boxes were stored on Paradise Island suddenly began to tremble one day, as if it sensed something, and seemed to be responding to some calls. This tremor made the entire secret room begin to shake, dust and stone chips splash everywhere, and a light spot appeared in the center of the secret room, gradually expanding, and finally forming a time and space portal. When a tall figure got closer and closer to the shining portal, the picture was completely dark. The movie ends. In the Sacred Citizen Auditorium, unlike an 11-year-old girl who had no deep feelings about Superman and Batman, many audiences were still immersed in this epic superhero blockbuster that lasted 149 minutes until the lights came on. Simon initially positioned the DC Movie Universe series as a standard commercial film. No depth, no connotation, just neat and tidy. The same is true for the current Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. Simon will never allow some so-called connotations to affect the rhythm of the movie plot and the overall fluency of the story. However, it is precisely this kind of smooth and seamless, when the film ends, the audience who have been tightly controlled by the film for 2.5 hours calm down, but can't help but start to think about it. Many classic films are actually produced in this way. The creators tell a story seriously and leave the interpretation of the story to the audience. For example, Hollywood's Pulp Fiction and A Chinese Odyssey that have influenced many people. These movies don't have much connotation, but when more people deconstruct them, they have connotation. Simon, who personally controlled the film that just ended, wanted to get rid of the shortcomings of the film of the same name in his memory and tell a story as smoothly as possible. Therefore, there is no Martha in this film, no superfluous doomsday, no Batman's many dreams, and no Lex Luthor, who was criticized for imitating the Joker in the original version. The plot of the film is actually very simple. After the Battle of Metropolis, Lex Luthor, a super-rich man who lost his father and began to take charge of the family business, created a series of conspiracies because of jealousy, hatred and desire for power. Not only did he make Superman lose his reputation and be criticized, but he also made the Dark Knight of Gotham think that Superman, an alien, should not exist in this world. Eventually, it triggered a life and death struggle between the two giants. Wonder Woman, who had been playing a supporting role in the early part of the original film, did not make a stunning appearance in the final battle this time. Diana Prince played a key role from the first appearance at the Luthor Mansion party in the opening. While tracking down the whereabouts of the third Mother Box, Wonder Woman accidentally discovered Lex Luthor's conspiracy and stopped the Super Batman from killing each other in time. Lex Luthor, whose plan failed, used the genes of Kryptonians and the power of the Mother Box to try to achieve self-transformation, but ended up becoming an alien species that completely lost its mind. Then, the Big Three versus the alien species. A miserable victory. At the same time, it created the most tragic scene since the opening of the DC movie universe, the death of Superman. The ending of the movie, sadness and hope coexist. In addition, through the setting of the Bat armor, Simon also balanced the power comparison between Superman and Batman, making the Super Bat battle scene no longer like a child who couldn't walk steadily provoking a 200-pound strong man like in the original version. Even before Bruce Wayne used the kryptonite weapon, the confrontation between the two superheroes with the Bat armor was almost equal, and the fighting effect was therefore the best. The three major action scenes in the movie, the first car chase encounter of Super Bat, the decisive battle of Super Bat under the instigation of Luthor, and the joint fight of the three giants against the alien species evolved by Lex Luthor, all reach the highest level of Deanery's special effects. Whether it is the plot, action or special effects, this super blockbuster that ultimately cost $135 million is perfect. Therefore, it also created the longest applause that lasted more than 3 minutes after the premiere since the creation of the DC movie universe. The reputation of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice was directly released on a large scale. Dozens of mainstream media in North America gave Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice a comprehensive media rating of 9.7 points, which is higher than the ratings of most movies that are expected to hit the Oscars this year. Hollywood's Variety magazine praised the film as a perfect answer to the first phase of the DC movie universe. Another Hollywood reporter, in addition to a detailed analysis of the film's story and special effects, also published a very emotional text. Whether it is the Son of Light or the Dark Knight, they all hope that the world will become a better place. They also know that the world is not perfect. They only seek change because of their inner persistence and can stand side by side when there are differences in their beliefs. The light will not die, just like the sunset, there will be a time to come. Because of the public relations in advance and the unspoken rules that have been formed for a long time, the North American media basically will not spoil the film before it is released. However, when the premiere ended, the death of Superman event could no longer be covered up. This text of The Hollywood Reporter obviously gave the most obvious hint to readers, and even looked forward to it, confirming that Superman will be reborn. This is, of course, as the media interprets more and more about Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. Many film critics have said that this film is fully qualified for Oscar nominations in terms of plot, special effects, and even subsequent commercial performance. Some people have called on the Oscars to abandon their prejudice against superhero movies in their film reviews. After watching the overwhelming media reports on Thursday, even Terry Semel couldn't help but call Simon to discuss the feasibility of applying for an Oscar for Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. Simon is not enthusiastic about this. After last year's Forrest Gump, if you want to apply for an Oscar, of course, James Cameron's next Hollywood commercial film is the most suitable. However, Simon did not stop Warner Brothers from operating this, and promised that Deaneries Entertainment could cooperate. The main reason is that this year is a relatively small year for Oscars, at least compared with last year's Forrest Gump and other films. In the past, the big winner of the Oscars next year was Braveheart, directed and acted by Mel Gibson. Because of the cultural gap in his bones, Simon has never been interested in Hollywood's costume movies, and it is also difficult for him to appreciate the classic of Braveheart. Deaneries Entertainment's performance in Hollywood this year has been enough to crush the withered and rotten, so Simon has no more intentions for the Oscars. He always has to give others some thoughts. Therefore, this year, he still focuses on nominations, and he does not force it. After all, there was a Forrest Gump last year. If the public relations of the team under Deaneries Entertainment is too excessive, Simon will have to suppress it. After the premiere on Wednesday, after a day of word-of-mouth fermentation on Thursday, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice officially opened on a large scale in North America on a total of 3,443 screens on December 22, of which 3,417 are traditional movie screens and 26 are large IMAX screens. After the summer movie Jurassic Park 2 attracted people's attention to IMAX, in the past 6 months, movie fans who wanted to see the IMAX version could only choose the Universal Theater in Universal Studios Burbank, Los Angeles. This time, tickets can finally be bought in a public range. In addition, the IMAX screening of Super Batman vs. Superman became the focus of all film critics who attended the premiere of the film. Under the continued hype, the pre-sale movie tickets of 26 IMAX theaters in North America immediately became in short supply. Even the IMAX movie tickets on Christmas Eve on Sunday were sold out, and soon gave birth to ticket scalpers. With the release of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, the biggest impact is undoubtedly the number of movies that have been released at the end of this year. In the past box office week, the 3 new films Sabrina, When I Wake Up and Vampire Diaries, released on December 15, did not perform well in the first week of the box office. The 3D animated film Beauty and the Beast in the Thanksgiving period once again won the weekly box office championship. In the 5th week of its release, Beauty and the Beast dropped 17% in a single week, and continued to earn $21.15 million. The cumulative box office just exceeded the $200 million threshold, reaching $200.54 million. If it weren't for the crush of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, Beauty and the Beast would still have a great chance of continuing to hit the domestic $300 million box office club with a single-week box office volume of more than $20 million. Now, with the release of the Super Batman War, it is difficult for Beauty and the Beast not to be quickly eliminated by the market. Fortunately, the box office performance of Beauty and the Beast is already very good. In comparison, the 3 new films last week are much bleak. The second-place movie on the list surprised many people. It turned out to be the black drama Waiting for the Dream, directed by black movie star Forest Whitaker. In the first week of its release, this first big screen work directed by the Cannes black actor earned $18.96 million in 7 days, directly exceeding the production cost of $15 million. The problem is still Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. If there is no giant monster blocking the second week, with a reputation and opening of Waiting for You, the subsequent cumulative box office can at least be more than $50 million. Now, the future is unpredictable. Harrison Ford's $50 million budgeted Sabrina ranked 3rd on the list. Compared with the cost, the box office performance of this movie is simply making the producer Paramount cry. In the first 7 days, the opening box office of Sabrina was only $12.79 million. Apart from the two major series of Star Wars and Indiana Jones where the roles have been established, Harrison Ford is more suitable for the type of The Fugitive. This actor really does not have the characteristics of starring in a romantic movie. This is a lesson. With $12.79 million in the first week, even if it could withstand the crushing of the Super Bat War, the cumulative box office of the film in China will probably only be around $30 million. Leslie Nielsen's Dracula had the most disappointing opening box office performance. Although he got the fourth place on the list, the Hollywood actor did not replicate the achievements of his famous The Grey Gun series. With a production cost of $30 million, Vampire Diaries only earned $5.03 million in the first 7 days of the week. Next, facing the crushing of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, it will obviously be the same fate as Cutthroat Island some time ago. The fourth place on the list has only $5.03 million in box office. It is not difficult to feel the sluggish market from December 15th to December 21st. Most of the public is obviously waiting for the arrival of the Super Batman War. December 22nd. It is a week dominated by Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. Because the popularity of this movie is so high and its influence is so great, even some small-scale previews of award-winning movies did not choose to be released at the same time as this DC movie universe super blockbuster. Based on the extremely high media reputation and the enthusiastic public response after the premiere, both the publicity team of Warner Bros. Pictures and the media generally predicted that this blockbuster would easily create another eye-catching box office record. With the release of the film, many people are waiting to see how the film will perform in the market. Chapter 880 New Investment Direction. Even though we were prepared, many people were still stunned when the box office data of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice was released. On December 22nd, the first day of the large-scale opening, including the midnight show, it earned $35.27 million. On December 23rd, Saturday, it earned $37.69 million. On December 24th, Sunday, because of Christmas Eve, the box office shrank significantly, but it still reached $23.91 million per day. In the first 3 days of the weekend, the cumulative box office reached $96.87 million. Almost broke $100 million. On December 25th, Christmas Day, although it was a Monday, the box office rebounded again because it was a statutory holiday, earning $31.78 million per day. On December 26th, Tuesday, it returned to the working day and earned $16.69 million. On December 27th, Wednesday, it earned $16.31 million. On December 28th, Thursday, it earned $15.51 million. According to the final statistics, from December 22nd to December 28th, the cumulative box office of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice reached $177.16 million in the first week of its release. The first week of $177.16 million has raised the first week box office record of $129.13 million just created by Jurassic Park 2 in this summer by nearly $50 million. On average, the first week average of 3,443 screens also reached $51,400. Among them, the highly anticipated IMAX theaters, with a total of 26 screens, also contributed $5.73 million to the box office of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice in the first 7 days. Compared with the total box office of $177 million in the first week of this movie, it seems not much. However, the average box office of IMAX screens is as high as $220,000. For a week, a total of 26 IMAX theaters across North America were completely full and in short supply. Therefore, it is not difficult to imagine that if the number of IMAX screens for Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice increases to an objective number, even if it is 100, only these theaters can achieve a box office of $20 million for a movie in a single week. Many blockbuster films may not be able to reach $20 million in the first week. Even Dean Rees and Time Warner did not expect that the first week box office of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice would be so high. Before that, the best prediction given by the publicity and distribution teams of the two companies was probably only about $150 million in the first week. As long as this number can be reached, the total North American box office of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice is very likely to hit the $500 million mark. Now, with $177 million in the first week, it is hard to imagine where the total North American box office of this DC movie universe super blockbuster will eventually go. Perhaps $600 million in the local market is not impossible. Moreover, it is just a phased gathering of the DC superhero universe, and the box office can be so high. How grand will the future Justice League be? Affected by the strong impact of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, other films in the Christmas week are in mourning. Beauty and the Beast, a 3D animated film that has been at the top of the weekly box office since its release during the Thanksgiving period, saw its weekly box office plummet by 46% in its sixth week, creating the largest weekly drop since its release, and its weekly box office was halved from $21.15 million last week to $11.43 million. After 6 weeks of release, Beauty and the Beast has a cumulative box office of $211.97 million. Considering that the weekly box office of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice exceeded expectations and may continue to be strong, Beauty and the Beast may not even reach the $250 million expected by Deaneries Entertainment if its weekly box office is almost halved. This is the case with Beauty and the Beast, which ranks second. When We Wake, directed by Forrest Whitaker, which ranks third on the list, also saw its box office drop by 43% in the second week, earning $10.81 million. This black-themed drama originally had obvious dark horse potential, but unfortunately it was unlucky. With a production cost of $15 million, the cumulative box office reached $29.77 million after 2 weeks of release. Whether it can reach the $50 million mark is still a big suspense. Later, films such as Sabrina starring Harrison Ford and Dracula starring Leslie Nielsen are completely unworthy of mention. December 29th. A new box office week begins. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the various publicity and promotion investments, many films would have the urge to temporarily withdraw from the schedule. However, a total of 9 movies were still released on time on December 29th, 4 of which were commercial films with an opening scale of more than 1,000 screens, and 5 were small-scale movies during the award season. The first is Oliver Stone's new film Nixon. This Disney-produced biographical film cost $44 million. It is obviously intended for this year's awards season. The opening scale of the screen is 1,310 screens, trying to adopt a long-term distribution strategy. Warner Bros. Pictures released the independent comedy film The Old Guard 2 this week after Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. This is a sequel starring Hollywood veterans such as Jack Lemmon and Sophia Loren. The first part was released 2 years ago and achieved a box office of more than $70 million. The number of screens of the film was 1995. After the hit Street Fighter at the end of last year, MGM once again cooperated with Jean-Claude Van Damme to launch another B-level action film Sudden Death, which opened on 1,681 screens. The last large-scale commercial film was The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, adapted from Mark Twain's novel by Fox, which opened on 1,609 screens. In addition to the 4 films that opened on more than 1,000 screens, there are another 5 small-scale films. Deaneries Entertainment accounted for 2 of them. The first is Kathryn Bigelow's new film Detroit. This film about the Detroit riots in late 1967 was completed last year. It cost $30 million in the end and was of medium production standard. Because of the personal relationship, Simon started to participate from the script stage and personally looked after the post-editing. He also put the film on the end of this year to try to win some nominations for Kathryn. However, although the film's final effect is good, it is undeniable that the subject matter of this film is not really pleasing. Every country has its own past that it doesn't like to be revealed, not to mention the very sensitive black riots. In any case, the film was released smoothly. As a small-scale preview film, the number of screens opened was 63. Another true story, Dead Man Walking, was made by the tentatively named film team that produced 4 Weddings and a Funeral and Bloody Romeo. Simon took over this film company 2 years ago. The team had previously produced 3 films, including 4 Weddings and a Funeral and Bloody Romeo directed by Quentin, which both achieved excellent box office results. This Dead Man Walking was directed by Tim Robbins, starring Sean Penn and Susan Sarandon, and was screened on 27 screens. In Simon's memory, Dead Man Walking was a double harvest of box office and awards. Hollywood actress Susan Sarandon also won her first Oscar for Best Actress with this film. In addition to the two award-winning films of Deanery's Entertainment, there are three other films, namely Georgia, The Legend of the Condor Heroes and Richard III. Except for The Legend of the Condor Heroes directed by Michael Hoffman, who came out of Sundance, the other two are not worth mentioning. 9 new films were released during the New Year's Day week, but they did not stop the overwhelming success of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. With the attention of a large number of media and fans, on December 29th, the first day of the second week, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice still earned $26.86 million, a 24% drop from the same period last week. Then, over the next 3 days of the weekend, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice continued to earn $71.33 million, a year-on-year drop of only 26%. The new Monday was also January 1st, 1991, New Year's Day. A statutory holiday in North America, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice once again earned $23.17 million at the box office. It was not until January 2nd, the first working day of the new year, that the box office data of this DC movie universe super blockbuster began to decline significantly. However, from January 2nd to January 4th, the 3-day revenue still reached $31.39 million. In the end, after the super high opening of $177 million, the second week box office of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice still reached an astonishing $128.89 million. In the second week of its release, unlike many media predictions that the box office would be cut in half or even fall further in the second week after the super high opening, the actual box office of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice fell by only 27% in the second week. In 2 weeks, the cumulative box office of this DC movie universe super blockbuster has reached $306.05 million. The cumulative box office exceeded $300 million in the first 2 weeks, which is unprecedented. Since it has created such a box office miracle at the beginning, more and more people believe that Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice will have a great chance to directly increase the domestic box office volume of Hollywood movies from $400 million to $600 million at one time. Not only that, the overseas box office performance of this superhero blockbuster assembled by the 3 DC giants is also unstoppable. With the film opening simultaneously in 31 countries and regions including the UK, Germany, Italy, Spain, and Australia, the overseas box office of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice has quickly exceeded the $200 million mark in 2 weeks. With important overseas ticket warehouses such as France, Japan, and China opening in the future, the overseas box office volume of the film will not be inferior to that of North America. Jurassic Park 2, which was released in the summer of this year, has basically completed its worldwide distribution so far, with a global cumulative box office of $1.159 billion, including $413 million in North America and $746 million in overseas box office. There is no doubt that the global box office of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice will only be higher than that of Jurassic Park 2, 1996. Unknowingly, the new year has arrived with a global fans' carnival of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. Australia. In the territory of the Westeros family in the northwest of Tasmania. It was already Saturday, January 6, 1996. After Christmas, Simon and his family flew from Los Angeles to Melbourne to spend the new year with the Johnston family. 2 days ago, they quietly came to Tasmania, where the private territory of the Westeros family has been expanding continuously. Over the years, more than 1/3 of the land on this large island in southeastern Australia has been bought by Simon, and the total area of private territory has reached 23,000 square kilometers, equivalent to more than 5 million acres. In order to make these private territories continuous, the Westeros family has also invested heavily to close many mining sites and lumber mills mainly located between the grasslands, hills and mountains in western Tasmania, and also provided high subsidies for the overall relocation of residents in the territory. Because of Simon's continued private buying behavior, all kinds of rumors and even conspiracy theories have even arisen around Tasmania. This has made this large island in the south of the earth more and more an adventure destination for travelers from all over the world. Moreover, many people just want to break into the private territory of the Westeros family, which has caused many crises, and many times the Westeros family has to use the maintenance team here for search and rescue. Simon's initial thought about Tasmania was to own a large private territory away from the secular crowd. In addition, there are some plans for the future. Simon has always been a pessimist. The higher he stands, the more pessimistic Simon is about the prospects of mankind. Therefore, if a future is inevitable, Simon hopes that his family can have a place to escape from the world. In this regard, Tasmania is undoubtedly the most suitable. This big island is not only located in the southernmost part of the earth, but also has the entire Australian continent as a barrier. If the world is in turmoil, this is undoubtedly the least likely area to be affected. In a manor where the forest and the pasture meet. Simon and Janet sat under the wide north-facing eaves of the country-style villa in the manor, enjoying the sunset in the evening of the southern hemisphere summer, while personally taking care of the two youngest children, Greenwich and Snow, while watching Jennifer and the other three little guys playing on the wide grass around. After putting little Snow, who had just woken up crying and fell asleep in her arms, back into the baby cradle, Janet returned to Simon's side, looked at the thick stack of information the man was flipping through, and continued the previous topic. It will definitely not be easy to enter the medical industry next. The medical industry is actually subject to great government regulation, and the pattern of this field seems to have been determined long ago, and it is unlikely to change on a large scale. If we rush in, we are likely to be attacked by everyone. After the announcement some time ago, Westeros Company has completed the first reduction of Deanery's Entertainment shares, and will continue to carry out similar operations in the future. The tens of billions of dollars in cash expected to be recovered will definitely need to be reinvested. Entering the medical industry is a major direction that Simon is considering during this period. Let's not talk about other countries for the time being. What is the most profitable industry in the United States? Many people will think of military industry or finance at the first time. In fact, it should be medical care. The high cost of medical care in the United States is world famous. It is not just high in general, but abnormally high. A cold costs tens of thousands of dollars. This line in Simon's memory seems to be a joke, but in the United States, it is true. And it is not the fees charged by those aristocratic clinics, but the cost of a cold for many ordinary people. At its peak, medical expenses in the United States accounted for 20% of GDP. In comparison, the United States defense expenditures were less than 5% of GDP, so it can be seen that there are huge benefits. The Westeros system wants to continue to expand, and expand significantly. The next step is to enter the medical industry, which is almost inevitable. Chapter 881 Traditional Chinese Medicine. Simon turned a page of information in his hand, rubbed his face against Janet's head, and said, "The structure of the medical industry is not as stable as the energy and telecommunications industries, because not only will there always be various new diseases in human society, the overall development and change speed of this industry is also much faster than that of energy and telecommunications. No medical industry giant can thrive with one or two drugs or technologies. This is our opportunity." Janet nodded her head, feeling very comfortable being rubbed by Simon just now, and moved closer. She was not really interested in this question. On weekdays, she was already very tired helping Simon look after Cersei Capital, so she didn't intend to pay more attention to it. She just followed the man's tone and asked, "Then what aspects do you plan to start with?" Simon felt Janet coming closer, and put his arm around the woman's waist, saying, "I have come up with a lot of ideas after reading the information recently. However, I find that these methods are somewhat in conflict with my conscience, and they are really a test of my moral bottom line." Janet didn't care, but looked curious. "Tell me one." Simon said, "For example, we can buy a large number of orphan drug manufacturers or product patents with very small market demand, monopolize the market, and then directly raise the price by 10,000 times. Janet blinked, not quite understanding the term orphan drug Simon was talking about. However, based on the description of very small market demand, she roughly understood what it meant. With a woman's brain, she could quickly figure out the joints. If this could really be done, the benefits would be a bit crazy. Thinking of this, Janet could also feel that when Simon said this, there was no expectation in his tone, but a hint of sarcasm. Reaching out and touching her man's face, Janet said, "I think governments of all countries will not allow this to happen, right?" Simon turned his head and kissed the woman's palm gently, saying, "Maybe it didn't happen before, but it may not happen in the future." This involves the development trend of the federal medical industry, Simon said. He looked down and saw Janet's curious face. Knowing that she was not that interested, he smiled and said, "According to the information I have read recently, the federal medical industry has begun to show a trend of integration like the media industry. At present, there are dozens of large and small pharmaceutical companies in the United States, and in the future, there may be only a few giants like the media industry. At that time, these powerful pharmaceutical giants can easily promote the plan I just mentioned by relying on their lobbying ability to the government authorities and their own resource monopoly ability. The integration of pharmaceutical giants is a major trend that Simon has discovered in his recent research on the American medical industry. Combined with the information in his mind, the whole thread becomes clearer. Just like in his memory, the United States is also the world's largest pharmaceutical oligopoly, Pfizer. Although it is also an industry giant at this stage, its strength in the American medical industry is not outstanding. It was after several large-scale mergers and acquisitions in the 1990s that Pfizer established its own market position. There is also an interesting story. The turning point of Pfizer's industry position was probably in 1997, when Pfizer launched the world-famous Viagra. This blue pill, which sold hundreds of tablets every minute, seemed to have given Pfizer a shot of stimulant. The appearance of Simon, the big butterfly, changed many things, but some things did not change. For example, the launch schedule of the blue pill and the new technology wave. The new technology wave in the United States in the 1990s covered not only the internet, but also fields such as genetic science and biopharmaceuticals. This also caused the market value of the pharmaceutical industry, which also launched various new technology concepts, to soar in the late 1990s. Now, because Simon has promoted the outbreak of the internet industry in advance, the current new technology wave is almost equivalent to the internet wave. As for the investment in fields such as genetic science and biopharmaceuticals, it was only in the past year because of the excess funds in the internet industry that it began to turn to find more investment or speculative gimmicks. It is expected that in the next few years, these fields will quickly become part of the new technology wave and promote the market value of pharmaceutical giants. Simon chose this time point to enter the U.S. medical industry. In fact, it is also because the current time is the beginning of the medical industry's market value soaring in large-scale integration. Entering the market at this time is equivalent to bargain hunting. Take Pfizer for example. The current market value of Pfizer is only about $27 billion in recent times. Simon remembers that at the peak of the internet bubble, Pfizer's market value once exceeded $200 billion. Perhaps this is also due to Pfizer's large-scale mergers and acquisitions of other companies. But entering the market at this time is just buying Pfizer's stocks. In the next few years, even if the new technology bubble bursts, as long as the integration trend of the medical industry does not change, it will be enough to make very lucrative profits. Under the eaves of the Manor Villa in Tasmania, Janet, who was leaning in Simon's arms, listened to the man's words, paused for a moment, and said, "Dear, if you think, well, boring, then we won't participate." "Of course not," Simon quickly refused, lowered his head and kissed Janet on the lips, saying, "You know, I'm not used to being an oppressed person in the food chain. Since the rules are like this and the trend is like this, then I have to go up and occupy the most advantageous position for myself." Janet followed suit. Yes, she looked like a little fangirl. Simon smiled and pinched the woman's smooth face. "Okay, let's not talk about these boring things. What do you want to eat tonight?" Janet immediately became interested. "The weather is so good today, we can have a barbecue outdoors later." Simon simply stood up and held up the woman's body. "Then let's prepare together. It's better to arrange this kind of thing by hand." After spending the weekend in Tasmania, the family returned to Melbourne for a few days and finally returned to North America. It was already January 15th. After weighing and thinking for this period of time, Simon returned to North America and soon began to work on the layout of the Westeros system in the American medical industry. The first is the simplest stock purchase operation. Simon discussed with James Raybould, Jennifer's father who was in charge of Westeros, and decided to use the nearly $2 billion obtained from cashing in Deanery's entertainment shares to buy stocks of several major American pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer. Not only that, BlackRock Asset Management, a subsidiary of Cersei Capital, will also quietly enter the market. This time it is still a common 4.9% plan. It just happens that buying 4.9% of the shares of companies such as Pfizer does not require filing, and if necessary, it can be cashed out at any time in the future. On the other hand, Apollo Management will set up an M&A consulting team for pharmaceutical companies and launch a special targeted fund financing, so that it can share a share of the wave of medical industry integration in the next few years. At the same time, the political lobbying team of the Westeros family has also begun to pay close attention to the various policy trends of the Washington authorities related to the medical industry. Multiple strategies go hand in hand. Simon's plan is that in the next 5 years, the Westeros system will successfully penetrate all aspects of the American medical industry system and have considerable voice. This is also the plan Simon finally finalized. After reading a large amount of industry insider information that ordinary people would never see during his stay in Australia, Simon realized that in the field of medical industry, it is the wisest choice for Westeros system to stand behind the scenes. After all, there are countless operations in this field that ordinary people think are damnable. Just like the orphan drug monopoly strategy. The plan that Simon and Janet talked about in Australia is actually what the major American pharmaceutical giants did in memory, and even formed a trend. As a result, many rare disease drugs with very small market demand often skyrocket from a very inconspicuous few dollars a box to thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars a box in just a few years. If it was before the 1990s, this kind of thing would not have happened. Because at that time, there were still a lot of large pharmaceutical companies in the United States, and the competition was very fierce. Moreover, after the United States introduced the Orphan Drug Act in 1983, traditional pharmaceutical giants did not pay much attention to this field at first, and basically there were many small companies trying to overtake on the curve. After the startup small companies developed the corresponding drugs, due to the constraints of bargaining power, government regulation and even their own morality, the prices when they were first launched on the market were quite cheap. After the 1990s, the integration of the U.S. medical industry was completed, and pharmaceutical oligarchs such as Pfizer rose. At the same time, they finally noticed the orphan drug companies and patents scattered like pearls in the market, and began to cast a large net to acquire them. Then, based on their own industry influence, they quickly raised the prices by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. Unlike those small companies, a group of pharmaceutical industry oligarchs not only have strong bargaining power and monopoly power, but also have a very strong voice in government authorities at all levels. They are completely fearless in raising prices, and even require the authorities to enact a bill to relax price controls in this field on the grounds that excessive government intervention will affect the enthusiasm of pharmaceutical companies for the research and development of rare diseases. As a result, the once booming orphan drug field not only quickly changed from affordable drugs to sky-high drugs, but also under the monopoly of pharmaceutical oligarchs, the market threshold was greatly increased, and even deliberately pushed the U.S. government to raise the threshold for orphan drug review, so that the flourishing state when the Orphan Drug Act was first introduced in the 1980s soon disappeared, and it just became the private reserve of various pharmaceutical giants after profit sharing. Later, many patients who could not afford the sky-high orphan drugs launched large-scale lawsuits against medical giants, but the results basically ended in failure. So much so that when Simon was arranging the Westeros system to enter the medical industry, the words in Marx's Capital always came to his mind. Capital came to the world with sin. However, Simon did not stop getting involved in this field just because Janet said it was boring. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, if you don't hunt for a fat meat that is within your reach, the result will only be that you become weaker and weaker. In addition to these general layouts, based on the information he read during his time in Australia and the sorting of information in his memory, Simon also made some small-scale moves. For example, a company called Gilead in San Francisco. Gilead, founded in 1987, had not achieved anything until early 1996, and basically had not achieved anything. Based on the current situation and the information in his memory, Simon roughly pieced together the development trajectory of this company, which is known as the Apple of the pharmaceutical industry. The key to Gilead's success is actually one person: Donald Rumsfeld. This politician, who served as the U.S. Secretary of Defense twice in 1975 and 2001 for more than 20 years, is currently a member of Gilead's board of directors. In memory, Rumsfeld will serve as Gilead's chairman in 1997 and take charge of the company. Then, in 2001, Rumsfeld left office and began to serve as Secretary of Defense in the Bush administration. Gilead also began to take off and became the apple of the pharmaceutical industry by relying on a series of drugs to treat hepatitis C. Ordinary people can only see 4 words through these threads: interest transfer. It's just that ordinary people obviously have no way of knowing how to sue. Simon knows. Gilead's most important leap is not to acquire a pharmaceutical company that has developed a treatment for hepatitis C, but this product has successfully penetrated the U.S. medical insurance system at a high price. If anyone knows about Gilead's hepatitis C series of drugs, they will find that the cost of a course of treatment for related drugs is nearly $80,000, and some of these drugs are sold for $1,000 per tablet. Such a high price is simply not affordable for ordinary Americans. Under normal circumstances, if Gilead maintains such a high price, it will only become a niche drug, and the treatment targets are limited to the rich. In this way, it is impossible to obtain too high revenue. However, it is very unexpected that while Gilead maintains the high price of its hepatitis C series drugs, it has also miraculously successfully entered the U.S. medical insurance system. Now, the sky-high price of $80,000 per course of treatment is basically paid by the U.S. government and insurance companies. As long as ordinary Americans have medical insurance, they don't need to spend much money if they get hepatitis C. It is completely paid by the U.S. government and insurance companies. Americans think they will not suffer losses on the surface, but where does the money of the U.S. government and insurance companies come from? It will never fall from the sky. This seemingly very beneficial thing for patients is actually the root cause of the abnormally high medical expenses in the United States. As for the interests involved, it is clear at a glance. Since it has been determined to start the layout, Simon will certainly not let go of this company, and plans to push a former defense minister who is only a member of the board of directors to the position of chairman in advance. In addition to Gilead, Simon has not forgotten China. The layout there is mainly in 2 aspects: traditional Chinese medicine, and health products. Simon plans to set up some startups in China that specialize in researching the feasibility of mass production of traditional Chinese medicine. The accumulation of thousands of years of Chinese medicine is actually a potential gold mine. It would be a waste if we don't dig it. In addition, the most important thing is actually to invest in the field of healthcare products. There is a very good opportunity here. A guy who is building a building in Zhuhai is about to go bankrupt because of a broken capital chain. This guy happens to be a very suitable target for support. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 882 Where's the Limit? During the time when Simon's family was visiting relatives in Australia, the North American media and the public were still paying attention to the box office of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. From January 5th to January 11th, the first full box office week of 1996, as the holidays passed, the North American film market began to cool down significantly. Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, which was released for the 3rd week, finally ushered in the first significant box office decline since its opening. However, the actual decline was only 43%. It was significantly lower than the decline trend predicted by many media that it would at least be halved. Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice still exceeded the single-week box office volume of more than 99% of Hollywood films by $128 million in the 2nd week. After this decline, the box office of the film in the 3rd week of its release was still as high as $73.46 million. After 3 weeks of release, the cumulative box office of this DC movie universe supergiant reached $379.51 million. If the 2-week box office of the Christmas season still leaves some suspense about whether the North American box office of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice can hit $600 million, when the 3rd week's box office data is released, people's focus is on how far the film can go after breaking through $600 million. The 3-week cumulative total is close to $380 million, and there is only $220 million left to the $600 million threshold. With a box office volume still exceeding $70 million in the 3rd week of the film's release, unless there is a super force majeure factor such as the outbreak of World War III, no one will doubt whether Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice can still get another $220 million in box office. Even if it can recover another $300 million or even more, it is not impossible. In this case, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice may even continue to become the first film in North American film history to break through $700 million in domestic box office. This is not impossible. If inflation is calculated, according to the 1996 standard, many films in American history such as Gone with the Wind are enough to reach the level of $700 million in domestic box office. Because of the success of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, all other films in the North American film market were eclipsed from the end of 1995 to the beginning of 1996. This year's 53rd Golden Globe Awards for American film and television will be held on January 21st, even though various companies, including Deaneries Entertainment, are working hard to warm up for their nominated films in the subsequent Oscars. However, due to the dazzling brilliance of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice and the lack of a phenomenal award hotspot like Forrest Gump in 1995, the media and public attention to topics related to the awards season was much lower than last year. Speaking of which, the Golden Globe Awards had the hope of attracting some attention, but it was a pity that Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice was not nominated. As for the reason, it's not because they are worried that they won't be nominated after submitting it, or that the producers are not interested in the Golden Globe nomination, but mainly for confidentiality. The nomination rules for the Golden Globe Awards are different from those for the Oscars. The Golden Globe Awards, which usually announces nominations before the Christmas season in December, do not require the film to be released before the nominations are announced. It only needs to be screened internally for members of the Foreign Press Association of the Golden Globe Awards in a designated theater in Los Angeles to be eligible for nomination. The nominations for the 53rd Golden Globe Awards were announced on December 11 last year. The release date of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice is December 22. If it is screened in advance for members of the Foreign Press Association, it will be more than enough to get at least a nomination for Best Picture in the musical comedy category. However, before the movie was released, Deaneries and Warner Brothers racked their brains to keep the plot of the film secret and guarded it strictly. Because of the hot news value of the topic, all media outlets did whatever it took to dig out various inside stories related to the plot before the movie was released. The two sides went back and forth, and it was a mess. Let's look at the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. This group of guys who could be bought with a ticket to a Cher concert, their moral integrity is really not commendable. If the plot of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice is leaked in advance due to internal screenings, it will be more trouble than it's worth. Just give up completely. So, in January, when the popularity of Batman v Superman is still booming, the Golden Globe Awards cannot be honored. Now everyone is more interested in this award season, whether Batman v Superman can get an Oscar nomination for Best Picture. After all, the phenomenal box office performances of that year, such as Gone with the Wind, Jaws, The Exorcist, and Star Wars, all received at least one Oscar nomination for Best Picture. There is no reason why Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, which is also a phenomenon and even has the potential to create a higher miracle, can't get it. With the arrival of the award season, the 1996 award season, which Simon considers to be a weak year for the Oscars because of the lack of some highly anticipated movies, is very competitive, whether it is the upcoming Golden Globe Awards or the Oscars in March. Take Deaneries Entertainment itself as an example. Because of personal relationships, Simon's most valued new film Detroit by Kathryn did not receive any Golden Globe nominations this time, and the Oscars are expected to be the same. In the first week of previews, the media reviews were mediocre, or in other words, tepid. In the second week, 1,531 screens were opened on a large scale, and the box office was only $6.97 million. It was considered good if the domestic box office could exceed $10 million. According to the investigation of the publicity and distribution team, the main reason is that both the media and individuals are not interested in this old theme, or are unwilling to mention it. In this era of increasingly serious political correctness, what attitude should we take towards a black riot that occurred in the 1960s? Praise? Force it to be an awakening of the black people at the bottom, a cry, a resistance? Joke? Criticism? Who dares to criticize? Are you racist? Are you racist? Are you racist? Are you racist? If you are not careful, it may cause protests from black civil rights organizations, and may even cause some media people to lose their jobs. So just ignore it. Simon actually has a way to add fuel to the flames of this situation. At least, if he wants, It is no problem to get a nomination for Kathryn. However, Simon did not do so. It is also a kind of protection. In the final analysis, it is still political correctness. As for the loss of $30 million in investment, it is nothing to Deanery's Entertainment. Kathryn's Detroit directly withdrew from the competition during the awards season. Deanery's Entertainment still received 2 Best Picture nominations in the core awards of the upcoming Golden Globe Awards, the Best Drama nomination for Ang Lee's new film Sense and Sensibility, and the Best Musical Comedy nomination for the 3D animated film Beauty and the Beast. This is also the result of repeated weighing within Deanery's Entertainment. You know, even if Detroit, supported by Simon himself, withdrew from the competition, Deanery's Entertainment's films that were released last year and are expected to be nominated for the Best Film in 2 aspects of the Golden Globe Awards include The Brothers McMullen, The Man from Earth, Jurassic Park 2, Apollo 13, Dead Man Walking, and so on. Among them, Apollo 13 was nominated for the Best Drama Film of the Year. This time, it chose to give up. Because Sense and Sensibility happened to be the winner of the Best Drama Film of the Year, beating Apollo 13, Braveheart, and other films. If the films of other film companies are based on this year's average nomination level, such as When We Wake, which won the Cannes, black actor Forest Whitaker has both box office and reputation, but this time it has nothing. And Martin Scorsese's Casino only got a nomination for Best Director this time. This is just the Golden Globe Award. The next Oscar, there are only 5 nominations for Best Picture. According to the average level of this year's award season films, only Deanery's Entertainment has 5 nominations: The Man from Earth, Apollo 13, Beauty and the Beast, Sense and Sensibility, and A Man Walking. This does not include Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, distributed by Warner Brothers Pictures. Unfortunately, even if Deanery's Entertainment does not pursue the Best Picture award, the Oscar Organizing Committee can only give 2 nominations at most for the sake of balance. Moreover, this time, if Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice can be nominated, it will obviously be counted as half of Deanery's Entertainment, which means it will occupy 1 place. Only 1 place is left. 5 movies. Who will it be given to? This choice is not easy to make. In order to maximize profits, it is obvious that Beauty and the Beast is the most suitable. This movie is still in theaters. If it can get a nomination, it can promote a rebound in the box office. Simon initially thought so. However, man proposes, God disposes. The release of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice directly destroyed the long-term strategy of Beauty and the Beast. Because Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice is too strong, the living space of Beauty and the Beast has been squeezed to the lowest, and the box office curve has been going down all the way, and it is basically impossible to rebound. Therefore, Beauty and the Beast may not even survive February and will be taken off the screen, let alone the Oscar bonus in March. In this case, it would not be very useful to strive for an Oscar nomination for Beauty and the Beast, unless Simon forced Beauty and the Beast to win the Oscar for Best Picture. Obviously, this cannot be done. The feasibility is very low. Then another strategy can only be used. Simon's own The Man from Earth took the initiative to give way. This movie was released at the beginning of last year and was distributed at home and abroad, including the videotape hairstyle. Without awards, it would not be very useful if it was just nominated. Apollo 13, which was once nominated for the Oscar for Best Picture, also gave up. This is a commercial film. In the original time and space, the reason why this movie was nominated was not only politically correct, but also because it was the tallest among the short ones. This year is not the case. In the end, only Sense and Sensibility and A Man Walking were left. Simon personally finalized Sense and Sensibility. After this movie adapted from Jane Austen's novel was released in October last year, relying on excellent word of mouth, with a production cost of $16.5 million, it has accumulated more than $43.18 million in the local box office alone. It is very successful commercially and its reputation is beyond doubt. In the past, Sense and Sensibility not only won the Golden Globe Award for Best Picture in the drama category, but was also successfully nominated for the Oscar for Best Picture. In the end, it lost to Braveheart. In fact, everyone knows that it is not because the film itself is not strong enough. An Asian director cannot compete with Mel Gibson, who became a Hollywood star in the 1980s. On the other hand, Simon chose Sense and Sensibility this time mainly to ease the pressure on the Hollywood literary film circle. Deaneries Entertainment has frequently encountered a situation in the past few years. Because there are too many excellent films under its umbrella, many films that are expected to shine in the awards season have been eliminated. After all, Deaneries Entertainment cannot monopolize all nominations. The result is that some filmmakers who are determined to win honors in awards simply choose to cooperate with other film companies. Simon certainly did not have no response to this matter. In the past few years, in addition to the Oscars in the United States, the Gay Omen Films team has also been working hard to operate overseas film festivals such as Cannes, Venice and Berlin, striving to make filmmakers who cooperate with Deaneries Entertainment bear fruit outside the wall even if they cannot bloom inside the wall. This time it will be regarded as a statement. Choosing Sense and Sensibility is a way of telling some filmmakers that Deaneries Entertainment will not be too biased towards commercial films. Park City, Utah. Time is already January 20th, the day before the Golden Globe Awards. This year's Sundance Film Festival opened on January 18th and is expected to end on January 28th. Although Deaneries Entertainment has become increasingly powerful in Hollywood in recent years, Simon has not relaxed on many things, but has paid more attention to them, such as the Westeros Villa party at the Sundance Film Festival, which has gradually become a habit. Deaneries Entertainment has discovered many outstanding filmmakers over the years, but for Simon, who has already regarded Hollywood as his own private territory, there is never too much talent. The more outstanding filmmakers there are, the wider the range of choices for the studios, and accordingly, they will have a stronger voice. This year's Westeros Villa party was chosen to be held on Saturday, January 20th. Simon attended in person. Speaking of which, such a party is more of a symbol. Deaneries Entertainment's work to win over newcomers who have risen in Sundance is basically carried out outside the party. For filmmakers from all walks of life, being able to attend such a party is more like an honor and recognition. However, it is precisely this party, because of Simon Westeros's fame and Deaneries Entertainment's market position in Hollywood, that has a greater appeal to talents interested in the film industry than the Sundance Film Festival itself. Therefore, even though the purpose of the event is to target new American filmmakers, when news of Simon's increasing attention to Sundance came out, filmmakers around the world began to pay more and more attention to this film festival held in the interior of the United States. After the original run Lola Run, Sundance was sluggish for a few years due to its lack of foundation. Now, with close attention from all over the world, a large number of filmmakers and countless tourists have flocked in, and with filmmakers such as Steven Soderbergh and Quentin Tarantino walking out of Sundance and moving towards success, the popularity of the Sundance Film Festival is gradually rising. This year's Sundance is destined to be another shining year. Even Simon himself couldn't help but be amazed when he saw the series of shortlisted film samples sent by the Sundance team this year, as well as some names that were very familiar to him and were no longer limited to North America. Chapter 883 Dabin and Mata. Compared to the first Westeros Villa party, many people wanted to sneak in by climbing the mountain, but now no one dares to do so. Because once discovered, the consequences will be very serious. And the possibility of not being discovered is almost zero. However, compared with the first time, this year's Westeros Villa party on the southeast mountain of Park City is also more lively. Not only the newcomers who emerged at the Sundance Film Festival were invited, but also many Hollywood stars and celebrities from other circles, a total of 500 or 600 people. The large number of people actually brought a problem. Although Simon Westeros was at the party, it became very difficult to say a few more words to this Hollywood tycoon, let alone leave a deep impression. Fortunately, in such social occasions, if you can grab some other connections, it will also bring great benefits to your career. Inside the villa on the top of the mountain, the 4 young people who arrived at the party early on time felt like 4 mice falling into a rice jar. There were 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. If you look closely, you should be able to tell that they are a pair of brothers and a couple. The brothers are named Ben Affleck and Casey Affleck, and the couple is Matt Damon and Minnie Driver. 2 of them are exactly Ben and Matt, who have been in Hollywood for more than 20 years in Simon's memory. Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, who are only about 25 years old this year, have been in Hollywood for many years. For example, Matt Damon played a small role in modern Cinderella star Julia Roberts, who is not yet famous, in 1988. After so many years of hard work, the most important film this pair of good friends starred in was The Cool Family, Kevin Smith's second work after Clerks last year. It is still a low-cost small film, and it is still just a very inconspicuous supporting role. River Phoenix, who is about the same age and belongs to the same agency, has been shining in Hollywood, but they are still unknown. Usually, many young people who pursue their dreams in Hollywood without success will begin to face reality. When the two were almost unable to hold on, they finally ushered in a turning point. Yeoman Films, a subsidiary of Deaneries Entertainment, took a fancy to a script co-written by the two, called Good Will Hunting, which was inspired by Matt Damon's short career at Harvard University, and then continued to improve it with Ben Affleck. The story tells that a professor left a math problem on the campus blackboard, which was accidentally solved by Will, a young man working as a cleaner. Later, he learned that Will was going to jail for fighting. The professor took the initiative to help him out of cherishing his talent and finally helped Will realize his self-worth. The script was favored by Yeoman Films. In fact, it was also due to the experience of the two participating in Kevin Smith's The Cool Family. Recommending scripts to film companies should have been the job of agents, but the fact that the two people's acting careers have not improved for so many years shows the connections and abilities of their agents. After completing the script in 1992, until they met Kevin Smith last year, their scripts were never favored by film companies. This is not because the quality of Good Will Hunting is not good. Many people in the industry who have read this script have given quite positive comments. The main reason is that Hollywood has never been a circle where you can easily get along with your face and ability. Most of the time, luck is more important than anything else to succeed. Of course, Simon Westeros is an exception. His sudden emergence is completely beyond the realm of genius. Although Ben and Mata were able to enter Harvard, they can't show off these in Hollywood. They met when they starred in The Cool Family last year. At a party with Kevin Smith at the beginning of this year, the independent film director asked the two whether they had found the script of Good Will Hunting. After learning that there was no result, he suggested that they send the script to Park City to try their luck. The current Sundance Film Festival is already a comprehensive film trading platform. In addition to finished films, it also provides trading and display channels for many new scripts. Ben and Mata sent the script to Park City with the help of Kevin Smith's connections. Unexpectedly, the good news would come so quickly. In just a few days, the two received news that Yeoman Films had taken a fancy to their script and could sign it immediately. Faced with the agent's suggestion to take it easy, they did not listen, and simply dumped the agent and personally negotiated a contract with a person in charge of Highgate Pictures. The only requirement was that Matt Damon must personally play the leading actor. Initially, they were worried that there would be a tug-of-war, but unexpectedly, Highgate Pictures quickly agreed. After signing the contract, they received an invitation to the Westeros Villa party at the Sundance Film Festival. They did not give much explanation, but since it was a Westeros Villa party, there was obviously a chance to meet Simon Westeros. Both of them are smart people, and they even thought that their scripts were so quickly favored by Highgate Pictures that it was likely that Simon Westeros personally made the decision. If the speculation is true, then after so many years, it is finally time to make a breakthrough. Few of the projects that Simon Westeros has taken a fancy to have failed. There were 2 invitations, and each person could bring a companion. Matt Damon brought his girlfriend, and Ben Affleck, who was single recently, bluntly rejected the agent who wanted to attend the party, and brought his brother. The 4 of them drove all the way from Los Angeles to Park City a few days before the opening of the film festival. I had originally imagined that I might be noticed by Simon Westeros, and that we would meet each other too late, and from then on we would become close friends, become hardcore friends, and rise to the top. However, obviously, I thought too much. Now, more than half an hour after arriving at the party, except for the strict confirmation and security check at the door, no one specially entertained them afterwards. Instead, the various big names who shuttled around the party seemed to be free. Robert Redford, Nicole Kidman, Gus Van Sant, Michelle Pfeiffer, Hugh Grant, Andy McDowell, John Travolta, Rosanna Arquette, Bruce Willis, Demi Moore. It was dazzling. There are even some Victoria's Secret supermodels who stand out from the crowd, such as Cindy Crawford, Claudia Schiffer, and Daniela Pasterva. Mata's girlfriend is also 178 centimeters tall, but compared with these girls, she has a completely different temperament. At first, he mustered up the courage to talk to some big names and introduce himself, but after seeing so many of them, he not only was not used to it, but also felt a little ashamed. Fortunately, there are many people around who are in a similar situation as them. People in the same circle can naturally get together, and soon they chatted with the main creator of a film shortlisted for the main competition unit of Sundance. This is a director named Paul Thomas Anderson, who is the same age as Mata and is only 25 years old this year, but has already completed his feature film debut Casino. Moreover, Anderson happens to be a signed client of ICM. As one of the three giants of Hollywood agency, ICM is very large in scale, and various circles are clearly layered. I have never met before. Anderson's Casino was invested by Gay-Oman Films, with a production cost of $3 million, but it invited several good actors such as Samuel Jackson and Philip Hoffman to participate. The four people from Mata had a lot of private time during the days when they arrived in Park City, so they carefully studied a series of projects nominated this year. Casino has not been broadcast yet, but they know some of it. I still remember that Gwyneth Paltrow, who is said to be Steven Spielberg's goddaughter, participated in the movie introduction. It is still the same agency. I have seen Paltrow at some parties before, but she is a very proud girl, and they are still small shrimps. Although Samuel Jackson, Philip Hoffman and others participated in Casino, they did not come to Park City this time, and they will probably only show up on the premiere day. The two sides are of similar age. After a chat, Anderson was quite interested in the script of Mata and the others, and also introduced another new film he was preparing, called Boogie Nights, which has also been finalized by Gay-Oman Films. As the conversation became more and more speculative, Anderson also invited Ben, who he thought was a suitable image. If he was willing, he could arrange an audition when he had time. The male lead. Ben was also cheered up, but when he thought of the subject matter of Boogie Nights introduced by the other party, and heard the other party hint that Highgate Pictures gave him considerable autonomy, he became a little suspicious. This audition? Although the other party looked sincere, it seemed that there was no special hint. But, well, anyway, I have to try. Anyway, if I can really get the male lead, the worst that can happen is, what can I do? As they were chatting, a maid from the Way family came over through the crowd, looked at Matt Damon and the others, and confirmed, "Is it Mr. Damon and Mr. Affleck?" There are probably few people in Hollywood who don't know the name of the Way family maid. Or, there are few people in the whole United States who don't know. Seeing the waitress asking, Ben and Mata hurriedly agreed. The waitress confirmed the identities of the two and made a gesture of invitation. "Come with me, Mr. Deutschman is waiting for you." The two subconsciously raised their feet and followed the waitress to leave, and then they realized that it was not Simon Westeros, but Ella Deutschman. The last time Ella Deutschman, the president of Highgate Pictures, signed a contract, Highgate Pictures only contacted a script department director, but of course the two knew Ella Deutschman. Seeing that the waitress did not mention them, Ben's brother Casey Affleck and Mata's girlfriend Minnie Driver stopped where they were. Ben and Mata followed the waitress through the crowd in the villa hall and walked along the corridor to an indoor bar on the east side of the villa. The interior of the bar is very large, at least hundreds of square meters, with all kinds of entertainment facilities, but compared with other areas of the villa, the lights here are dim and blurred, and the soft music and the slow dancing crowd on the dance floor are completely different from the lively other areas of the villa. Although there were no guards at the door and it seemed that anyone could enter and exit freely, the difference in atmosphere alone made fewer people gather here. When Ben and his partner followed the waitress in, they couldn't help but lighten their steps. They soon arrived at a booth. Seeing Mata and his partner coming, the two people who were talking in the booth stood up and greeted them at the same time. They happened to know each other, at least they had seen them in newspapers and magazines. They were Ella Deutschman, the president of Highgate Pictures, and Gus Van Sant, a famous Hollywood independent film director and one of the judges of this Sundance Film Festival. Simon Westeros was not there, which made the two of them a little disappointed. While shaking hands and greeting each other, Ben looked around quietly. Ben soon noticed that there were many women in a more spacious booth in the middle of the bar. He could vaguely distinguish that the one sitting at the edge of the booth facing him was the rumored goddaughter of Spielberg, Gwyneth Paltrow. Because of his good eyesight, Ben could also distinguish from the dim light that Gwyneth Paltrow had an obvious flattering smile on her face, and the other party was looking at the opposite side of the booth. There are probably not many people in the Hollywood circle who can make Spielberg's goddaughter put on such an expression. What's more, the other party was sitting at the edge of the booth. Because it was too crowded, the body was not completely seated. Maybe you can imagine something. Next to Gwyneth Paltrow, after thinking for a while, I remembered that her name was Jennifer Connelly. She is also a great beauty. The figure further in was somewhat distinguishable. And the booth on the side facing away from them, at the very edge, although it was completely invisible, the long legs sticking out were really a bit thrilling. The guy surrounded and flattered by a group of women. Obviously. Who else could it be? These thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and Ben Affleck didn't show much strangeness on his face. He just let his friend sit in the booth on this side, and sat on the outside. At the same time, he retracted his attention and began to talk with Deutschman and Van Sant. The topic first started with a script of Good Will Hunting. Ella Deutschman first revealed a little inside story. Because of their script, 2 producers under Highgate Pictures were fired. This immediately made the 2 of them a little uneasy. What's going on? Fortunately, Deutschman soon revealed the answer. It turned out that in order to test whether the people who got Good Will Hunting read the script carefully, Mada and his team set up a plot in the middle of the script where the 2 male protagonists suddenly kissed. The 2 male protagonists in the story are absolutely straight men and have no homosexual tendencies, so you can imagine how abrupt this plot is. In fact, it was just the little thoughts of the 2. Unexpectedly, this little thought was used by Simon Westeros, who handed the script to several contracted producers under Gaiman. As a result, 2 of the 5 producers did not notice this plot. Obviously, they did not study the script carefully, and then the big boss personally said that they were fired. After hearing Deutschman's explanation, the 2 looked at each other. And inevitably worried. Playing big? After Ella Deutschman finished this episode, there was no resentment on his face, and there was some probably complacency. In fact, although he was not included in the 5 producers, he also passed the test. Afterwards, it was a false alarm, but they also secretly reflected on themselves. With the rise of Deanery's entertainment, many people in the group inevitably developed arrogance and laziness. This was obviously a warning from their own boss. At the moment, Deutschman asked about it. After hearing the result of the matter, the 2 did not want to admit their initial thoughts, but after hesitating for a while, they finally confessed to Deutschman. It can't be said that it was a loophole in the script. Treating others as fools may result in worse results. Fortunately, Deutschman obviously didn't mind. After talking about this episode, we got to the point. As expected, Gaiman Films has officially launched the project of Good Will Hunting and selected Gus Van Sant, who is very interested in this script, as the director. This time, Ella Deutschman personally introduced them to several people. Everyone talked about this project for half an hour, and finally agreed to stay in Park City for the next few days. While Gus Van Sant fulfilled his duties as a Sundance judge, everyone could continue to discuss the project in more depth. Chapter 884: A Big Rumble. At this party, except for a few guests who needed to be greeted, Simon stayed in the private bar on the east side of the villa. He mainly wanted to have fun. He was the kind who was hugged by beauties on both sides, and planned to get drunk on the lap of a beauty tonight. He had done what he should do, and had given orders. The rest was for his subordinates to carry out. If they did a good job, they would be rewarded, and if they messed up, they would be punished. If they went too far, they would be kicked out, just like the episode triggered by the script of Good Will Hunting. In any case, if he, the boss, had to deal with everything, it would be too unreasonable. In fact, Simon had been delegating many things since last year, and seemed to have begun to indulge in sensual pleasures at every turn, which was actually a deliberate letting go. He hoped to get out of the game. A bystander sees more clearly. Before that, for the Westeros system, whether it was sometimes macro management or sometimes micro operation, Simon always had a tight grip on his business empire. Relaxing now, the tension and relaxation can also reveal problems that cannot be revealed during the tense process or cannot be seen in the situation. In addition, it can also get rid of the heavy daily affairs and calmly think about and plan the next part of the Westeros system. In recent months, Simon has actually thought about many things. About Hollywood. About the new technology field. About Wall Street. About China. About Europe. Even, in a general direction, about the future of the entire world. Simon has been struggling with a question for a long time in private. Why is the only lesson that history teaches mankind that mankind never learns lessons? Why is there always reincarnation? Why did China on the other side of the ocean continue to change dynasties for 2,000 years? Why has there been war, and war in modern times, and even the self-destructive Third World War of mankind is simply unavoidable in Simon's deduction? After a long period of thinking, Simon figured out many of the problems. At least, Simon thought he had some logical answers and even possible directions to solve these problems. But, what then? Soon, it was inevitable to realize that it was just jumping from one reincarnation to another. Because human nature cannot be changed. Simon never wanted to be a savior. In fact, the more he thought about it, the more his thoughts began to move closer to Janet. It seemed like a long time ago. Janet said her dream was to destroy the world. Simon thought that destroying the world was not a good idea, so he might as well rule the world. However, when he overthought some issues, Simon finally found that he was bored and unconsciously began to be like the villains in many movies, thinking that humans were not worth saving and chose to destroy the world. The world is not worth it. However, since he has come to this point, Simon has no intention of giving up everything and transcending the world. Some other ideas in his heart are gradually taking shape. Maybe it is better to do as Jin Daksha said. Come to this world, make a big fuss, and return home with joy. It is worth living. In a spacious and private arc-shaped booth in a corner of the bar, Michelle Pfeiffer came here with a glass of red wine, and saw a man surrounded by a group of girls. They were playing the bamboo stick picking game. On the oval coffee table in the center of the booth, a pile of bamboo sticks were spread out in a black tray. A girl knelt beside the coffee table and tried to pick one carefully. Neither Westeros nor the other girls around her wanted her to succeed so easily. They all teased and made fun of her. Some even deliberately got startled. So, at the critical moment, other bamboo sticks were touched. The challenge failed. Then there was the sound of people asking for drinks. The girl, whose face was already obviously red, was not shy. While accusing others of making trouble, she picked up a large glass of champagne and began to drink it. Michelle Pfeiffer looked around and found that the girls around Westeros were basically not very famous and were generally quite young. Just like the one who was drinking, she looked familiar, but she couldn't remember her name for a while. She vaguely remembered that she had starred in Gus Van Sant's Drugstore Cowboy. Whether in the movie or in front of her now, this girl was as beautiful as a doll, with impeccable face and figure. Look at the others. I also recognized the dancing girl in Once Upon a Time in America, Jennifer Connelly, and Spielberg's goddaughter Gwyneth Paltrow. And the long-legged girl near the edge, the daughter of the lead singer of Aerosmith, Liv Tyler. I roughly understood why Nicole Kidman and the others didn't come over. It's cheap to compete with a bunch of young girls for favor. Michelle Pfeiffer couldn't help but have some thoughts of retreating. After all, when she debuted in the late 1970s, some of these little girls in front of her might not have been born yet. Although she thought so, she didn't turn around in the end. The main reason was that her current situation in Hollywood was not very good. If there was no turnaround, she would probably be out of fashion. After so many years of climbing to the current position, how could she be willing to be abandoned by the circle? Michelle Pfeiffer's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the girls present, and everyone recognized her identity. However, there were too many wolves and too little meat, and a certain man didn't say anything, so they all pretended to ignore it very cleverly. Simon, who was hugging a petite girl who looked similar to him on each side, watched Heather Graham finish a glass of champagne. Then he noticed Michelle Pfeiffer standing outside the booth and greeted her with a smile. "Hi, Michelle, come and sit down." Then he patted a girl on his left. "Sarah, it's your turn." Sarah Michelle Gellar stood up obediently and gave up her seat, but only moved a little towards Simon, then knelt down at his feet, picked up a bamboo stick and continued the game in front of her. Although petite, her body with excellent proportions formed a very seductive posture between movements. Since Simon had spoken, Michelle Pfeiffer came over and sat down next to the man. She felt an arm naturally wrap around her. Her body stiffened slightly, but soon relaxed. She leaned towards the man and asked knowingly, "What are you doing?" "Picking bamboo sticks," Simon explained, and then said, "Since you are here, you are the next one, and you have to pick 3 sticks when you just join the game. If you fail, the punishment will be doubled." The girls around were a little dissatisfied with Michelle Pfeiffer's rash approach. They had finally gotten along well, and this was simply a disruption. Hearing Simon say this, they all looked over with gloating. They also joined in one after another, but they had never heard the man mention the rule that the difficulty of the challenge would increase for the latecomers. However, since Simon had spoken, of course it was the rule. Michelle Pfeiffer had been working in Hollywood for so many years, and had seen all the scenes that she should and shouldn't have seen. The girl's provocation had no effect on her. Instead, she leaned closer to the man, and raised her eyebrows slightly. I don't know how, Simon, how about you teach me first? How could she not know this little game? She just couldn't help but want to fight back against a man. Simon thought he would be rejected, but he readily agreed. Sarah Michelle Gellar quickly completed her challenge, stood up and showed it to Simon. Seeing that her seat was occupied by Michelle Pfeiffer and there were no other empty seats around, she could only move to the side. After hearing the conversation between Simon and Pfeiffer, she took the initiative to hand them 2 bamboo sticks. Michelle Pfeiffer took the bamboo sticks, handed the goblet to the girl next to her, and knelt down beside the coffee table in the middle of the booth without any shyness, imitating Sarah Michelle Gellar's appearance just now, and turned her head to invite Simon. Simon also participated in this game. However, before, when it was Simon's turn, a girl would bring the bamboo sticks on the tray on the coffee table to him. Seeing this, Simon winked at Sarah Michelle Gellar, and the girl immediately understood. She stood up and came over with a tray, and put the tray on Simon's knees. She also took back her seat and helped hold the tray with a girl named Jennifer Love Hewitt on the other side of Simon, and then looked at Michelle Pfeiffer with a little provocation. Michelle Pfeiffer still ignored the girl's expression, and did not even stand up. She turned around and came to Simon, raised the bamboo sticks in her hand, and looked at a man with eyes moving. What should I do? Simon said, pick out 3 bamboo sticks without touching the other bamboo sticks. Come on, it's very simple. Michelle Pfeiffer nodded lightly, and knelt forward a little more, almost sticking to the man, then lowered her head, and picked seriously, and then stretched out the bamboo stick in her hand to pick one of them. Simon looked at the beautiful woman in a black look-at evening dress in front of him, with a smile on his face. He wanted to say to the other girls around him, look, this is the real big fairy. You are too incompetent. You don't even accompany her to carry her shoes. Even if Simon didn't say it, the girls felt suppressed. At least, Michelle Pfeiffer's formal evening dress made them realize their mistakes. Park City is not Los Angeles, where it is spring all year round. It is now the coldest time of the year, with a temperature below -10 degrees Celsius at night. Because of the season, although the villa is very warm, there are only 2 or 3 girls wearing long skirts around, and the others are dressed in sweaters and trousers after taking off their coats after entering the villa. The main reason is that there is no requirement for dress at this party, and it even tends to be casual. Therefore, compared with a radiant and imposing Michelle Pfeiffer at this time, the other girls suddenly pale in comparison. Under everyone's gaze, Michelle Pfeiffer carefully and successfully picked up 2 bamboo sticks. When it came to the 3rd stick, the bamboo stick that had been picked up accidentally slipped and fell again. The woman was willing to admit defeat, looked up at the man, and bargained, Simon, can I have some red wine? Simon was easy to talk to, of course. Then he pushed the tray on his knees to Sarah beside him. The girl didn't want to leave, but she couldn't throw the tray on the coffee table half a meter away in front of her. She had to stand up slightly and quickly put the tray back to its original position. However, after returning again, she still lost her seat. Michelle Pfeiffer sat in Sarah's seat, took back the high-foot glass she had just handed to the girl next to her, and gestured to Sarah Michelle Gellar, pour me some red wine, please. Yes, yes, bitch. Thinking in her heart, Sarah found a bottle of red wine among the wine on the coffee table, walked to Pfeiffer, and slowly poured a large glass for him. She looked at the annoying big goblin and drank it quickly without bargaining, and then filled the glass for him again. After 2 glasses of red wine, Michelle Pfeiffer's face turned ruddy, and she took the initiative to say to the girls around her who were already a little cold, go on, and looked at the girl who just helped her hold the wine glass, is it your turn? Simon saw that the atmosphere had cooled down, and the group of goblins around were completely suppressed by a big goblin, so he didn't continue, and simply stood up and said, okay, let's stop here and go dance together. He made an invitation gesture to Michelle Pfeiffer, took the little hand handed over by the other party, and walked to the dance floor first. Seeing this, the other girls got up and followed. Entering the dance floor, accompanied by the gentle music around, holding a big fairy in his arms, and surrounded by a group of little fairies, Simon did not mean to say much to Michelle Pfeiffer, but just danced slowly to the rhythm of the music. In the dim and blurred light, he certainly would not be polite to the woman who came to his door. Until the end of a song, he never talked to the pregnant woman about any formal topics other than small talk. Of course, I also know why Michelle Pfeiffer came up. This sexy actress who debuted in the 1970s made her mark in the 1980s with Brian De Palma's Scarface. Her popularity has been rising all the way, and she was nominated for the Best Actress at the 1990 Oscars with Baker Brothers. If Simon had not appeared, Michelle Pfeiffer would have played the role of Catwoman in Tim Burton's version of Batman Returns in 1992, reaching the peak of her career. However, in Hollywood today, Simon, this big butterfly, has changed a lot of things. Because he intercepted the entire DC movie universe, not only Tim Burton is no longer as popular as he was in the 1990s, but Michelle Pfeiffer, who missed the role of Catwoman, also began to take a sharp turn for the worse after being nominated for the Best Actress Oscar for the Baker Brothers in 1990. In fact, many stars who were popular in the 1980s gradually realized that their lives were not easy after entering the 1990s. On the one hand, this is because the advent of the Hollywood blockbuster era has led to a decrease in the value of big stars. On the other hand, a large number of newcomers have also divided up a lot of resources that originally belonged to veteran stars. Simon had met Michelle Pfeiffer many times before, and he also liked the Baker Brothers starring Pfeiffer and the Bridges brothers very much, but Michelle Pfeiffer herself is not his favorite type, so there has been no close contact or film cooperation in the past. Having lost the role of Catwoman, which could have secured her position more than an Oscar nomination, and with Simon's support, a large number of actresses such as Nicole Kidman, Sandra Bullock, Valeria Golino, and Julia Roberts have risen rapidly. In just a few years, Michelle Pfeiffer felt that she was about to be beaten to death on the beach. This Westeros villa party was a completely desperate attempt from Michelle Pfeiffer. She had already made up her mind in advance that as long as she could get the opportunity to change the embarrassing situation at this time, the man would do whatever he wanted. After all, it was not without experience. Chapter 885 Powerful Lineup. After waking up from a hangover, Michelle Pfeiffer felt dizzy and confused for a while. Recalling what happened last night, she couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. This is still Simon Westeros Villa. The spacious bedroom, the soft big bed, the warm and sober air in the room, without the biting cold of Park City in winter. It's a pity that it's just a guest bedroom. I vaguely remember that I drank a lot last night and was helped here. What's frustrating is that Westeros didn't touch her at all. But in recent years, Michelle Pfeiffer has claimed to be the best-maintained Hollywood actress of the same age, not to mention that a certain guy's preference for women is well known. Last night, he tried his best to seduce and please him. I didn't expect it to be like this. Damn little man. I was emotionally depressed, so it was difficult to fall asleep. The sufficient heating in the room also made people not resist getting up in winter. Michelle Pfeiffer quickly sat up from the bed. She was only wearing underwear. She looked around and then remembered. She reached into the quilt and fumbled a few times, and quickly pulled out a black Versace dress. The maid of the Westeros family who sent her here last night only helped her take off her shoes. The dress was obviously pulled off by herself for comfort during sleep, and it was wrinkled and could not be worn again. She simply got out of bed, went to the window and opened the curtains, and the bright light immediately poured in. This is a north-facing bedroom on the second floor of the villa. It is obviously a good sunny day. Although the sun is behind her, she can overlook the panoramic view of Park City, surrounded by mountains at the foot of the mountain. Today is Sunday and it is also a film festival. The streets are bustling with vehicles and pedestrians coming and going. Michelle Pfeiffer, standing in front of the window, inexplicably likes this feeling. However, she soon realized that none of this has anything to do with her. She came to Park City this time just to attend the Westeros Villa party, and she did not have any works to participate in Sundance. Speaking of which, even in the years when Simon Westeros just became famous in Sundance with Lola Run, Hollywood stars with a little status did not bother to bring their works to Sundance. It is different now. Even Bruce Willis and his wife brought a work this year. Although it was only screened and not shortlisted for the main competition unit of Sundance, which aims to support new talents and new works, it also shows the importance that Hollywood filmmakers attach to this film festival. But she has nothing. Not only that, today is the day of the Hollywood Golden Globe Awards, which also has nothing to do with her. Last year, only one film, Dangerous Game, co-produced with Disney, was released. The film tells the story of a former female Marine soldier, played by her, who became a middle school teacher after retirement to tame a group of naughty students. It was also produced by Jerry Bruckheimer. When I first got the script, I thought the story was great, And she was the absolute protagonist. It was considered the most important project in recent years. Unfortunately, during the production process, Disney was acquired by Vivendi. After the French took over Disney, they couldn't wait to exercise their power, fearing that they would repeat Sony's mistakes, so they specially sent a French producer to supervise the production of Dangerous Game. The result was counterproductive. In the end, the budget of Dangerous Game reached $30 million, which was higher than the initial estimate. Due to the conflict between the French producer and the powerful Bruckheimer, the production of the film had a serious negative impact. The final result was that after the release in August in the late summer season last year, the North American box office of Dangerous Game was only more than $14 million. Because of this conflict, Jerry Bruckheimer has parted ways with Disney, which is controlled by Vivendi. She felt that she was the most unlucky fish in the pond. Because of the failure of Dangerous Game, and the fact that the projects she participated in the previous few years were not big hits, she has not received any roles from the second half of last year until now. In fact, it is not that there are no scripts coming to her, but those scripts are not favored by either herself or her agent. If she rashly participates, it will only make her precarious status fall further. Now there are a lot of rising actresses in Hollywood competing with each other. Once she is out of fashion, she wants to make a comeback unless she encounters a miracle. To outsiders, Hollywood seems to be a place where miracles are created. But they don't know that behind those few miracles, there are countless people who tried but didn't even make a splash. Therefore, for many first-line celebrities, it is already a very rare career status to be able to get the best resources, produce a hit film in 2 or 3 years, and not lose too much money in other projects even if they lose money. After all, there is only one Simon Westeros. After standing by the window for a long time, Michelle Pfeiffer finally cheered up, went to the bathroom, found the brand new toothbrush that was obviously placed specially, and started to wash up. Later, she simply took a hot bath. While taking a bath, she heard a knock on the door faintly. She agreed to wrap up the bath towel and walked out of the bathroom. It turned out to be a maid from the Wei family. I thought someone was going to attack in the early morning. I couldn't help but laugh at myself. Seeing that she had woken up, the maid asked a few polite questions, left for a while and returned, bringing a brand new women's dress from inside to outside, just the right size. After leaving, she also took away her wrinkled Versace dress and said she would take care of it. When leaving the room on the second floor, Michelle Pfeiffer had changed into a very casual light gray long cardigan and white casual trousers, and a pair of flat shoes on her feet, which was very homely. Realizing that all the luxury brands on her body were brand new, she felt a little emotional. She even had some good feelings for a certain guy. This is a remote inland town. Being able to provide comfortable, fitting and expensive clothes and shoes for the women who visited her home at any time, just these small details would probably be hard for women to resist. Walking through the quiet corridor on the second floor, when passing by the stairs, I couldn't help but look towards the third floor. I didn't dare to step up, but I couldn't help wondering which woman or women were taken to the third floor last night. When I came to the lobby on the first floor, I found the difference at a glance. The traces of the party last night were completely gone. The surroundings were so clean and tidy that it made people jealous, even if there was no trace of the hustle and bustle of last night in the air. Even so, there were 2 waitresses cleaning a sofa in a corner of the lobby. Seeing her, one of the waitresses stopped working and came over to greet her, asking if she wanted to eat anything. She realized that she was already hungry, so she nodded. The waitress recommended something considerately and pointed her to the direction of the restaurant on the west side of the villa, saying that breakfast would take about 20 minutes and she could eat as she pleased. At the end of the conversation, she finally thought of asking about a certain guy and learned that he had left to attend a movie premiere at 10 a.m. It was already 9:40 a.m. So, I was the only one in the villa. What? I was soon disappointed. I didn't go to the restaurant on the west wing of the villa, but went to the corridor on the east side. The living room here was very comfortable, and I wanted to rest and watch TV first. Then I found that there were already people in the living room, 4 imposing supermodels, Cindy Crawford, Daniela Pasterva, Eva Herzigova, and the last one, who I was not familiar with, and I only learned her name after the introduction, Carla Bruni. The 4 supermodels were dressed just like her, not in their party attire from last night. The girls were much more relaxed than her. They were either holding a cup of coffee or leaning on the sofa, flipping through magazines while chatting. The TV in the living room was still on, and an urban soap opera was playing on the screen. It was like being at home, leisurely and at ease. She felt a little inferior for some reason. She really couldn't compare with these beauties made by God. She didn't sit down, but just chatted politely for a few words, and even turned around and walked out in a bit of embarrassment. She continued to walk inside and came to the indoor bar at the end of the east side of the corridor. In addition to the other two waitresses who were also busy cleaning, there were people playing billiards at a pool table in the corner of the bar. These were two petite girls. After a closer look, she remembered that they were the two that Westeros had hugged last night. At first glance, if you were not familiar with them, you might think they were underage. The two girls were not as distant and cold as the supermodels, and greeted her politely. Finally remembered their names. Sarah Michelle Gellar and Jennifer Love Hewitt. I looked at them secretly. Could it be them last night? However, looking at the two girls, it was obviously not like them. After chatting for a while, I turned to the bar, which had also been renovated, and picked and chose. Even though the feeling of hangover had not completely dissipated, I couldn't help but pour myself a glass of red wine. I took a sip of the wine glass with one hand and pretended to walk out of the indoor bar leisurely. I chose a simple style study next door and walked in. There was no one here and not many books. Instead, it was more like a lounge. The study faced south and had a very open floor-to-ceiling window. The pale but bright sunlight in the winter morning filled the entire room. There was a hanging oval leisure chair next to the floor-to-ceiling window. I walked over and sat down. The warmth in the room and the sunlight outside made me feel lazy. At some point, I couldn't help but think, how nice it would be if it could be like this forever. Unfortunately, I am just a passerby after all. Even if you want to buy or build such a mansion, it is unlikely. Private jets and vacation mansions are actually closely related to the wealth of the rich, because in most cases, it is not a question of whether you can afford to buy it, but whether you can afford to maintain it. Just like here, just overnight, you can wipe out all the traces of the party of hundreds of people last night, which is not something that anyone can do. After staying alone in the study for more than 10 minutes, a waitress came to remind her that breakfast was ready, and personally led her to a small restaurant in the west wing of the villa. I found that there were two other girls here who were already eating. One of them was Jennifer Connelly, and the other one, who I had seen last night, looked familiar, but I couldn't remember her name. After the introduction, I learned that she was Heather Graham. Both of them were the kind of girls who scored above 90 points. Although the styles are different, both the faces and the figures are impeccable. He quietly looked at the two women's chests under their tight-fitting bottoming shirts, which were quite thrilling, and the Hermes scarf on Jennifer Connelly's neck, and the thin white neck of the other woman that was covered with small strawberries without any cover-up. Finally, he found a question that he had been asking since he got up. Indeed. These two are definitely the kind of beauties that can drive men crazy. After noticing what she had discovered, the two women were not shy at all, but slightly proud, deliberately chatting with her in a very familiar way, which made Michelle Pfeiffer lose her appetite for the exquisite breakfast served by the waitress. It's just that she didn't flee in panic like she did in the living room just now. Just two little fairies. Even if she has been a little unsatisfactory in recent years, she can still suppress the other party with enough qualifications and Oscar nominations. These two may be beautiful, very beautiful, but in Hollywood, it is the most difficult for such beautiful girls to get rid of the vase status. Then he thought of a man who is not in the villa. If he took action. Obviously, all problems are not problems. Among the actresses he has made famous in recent years, such as Nicole Kidman, Famke Janssen, etc., if they had not received the opportunities he gave them, they would probably have to endure for many years to get rid of the vase status. This is the case with her. She debuted in her teens and was not until she was 30 years old and was nominated for an Oscar that she was finally no longer regarded as a vase. After having breakfast with a heavy heart, Michelle Pfeiffer insisted on not leaving. Because she knew that once she left, she would not be able to come back whenever she wanted. In the villa that looked like a country of women, other women obviously considered it the same way. Even if the men did not come back for lunch or even at night, they still insisted on staying here. Fortunately, the waitresses did not have any intention of driving people away, otherwise it might be a bit embarrassing. The villa is large enough to accommodate parties of hundreds of people, and it is not a problem to scatter some women among them. Park City. Simon, who left the mountaintop villa shortly after getting up early, was busy all day. Because of the special arrangement in advance, Simon chose to attend several movies that premiered in various places in the town today. When Simon first got some information about this film festival, he could feel the power of the lineup, which was evident from the 4 premieres that Simon participated in from morning to evening today. 4 new films. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the premiere movie was called The Silence of the Lambs, directed by a pair of new brothers, one named Larry Wachowski and the other named Andy Wachowski. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a short film was screened in another part of the city. A young man from the UK named Christopher Nolan wrote and directed the short film, called Ant Ridge, which is a black and white fantasy story with a duration of only 15 minutes. It tells the story of a man confronting an ant in a dirty apartment. The camera movement and narrative of the short film are unique and eye-catching. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, this time it was a low-cost new film Swingers invested by Gaoman Films, directed by Doug Liman and written by Jon Favreau. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a British film shortlisted for the main competition unit was directed by Danny Boyle, and the name of the film was Trainspotting. Of the 4 new films, only one was directly invested by Deaneries Entertainment, but through advance contact, both the film and the short film itself and the behind-the-scenes creators have been acquired by Deaneries Entertainment. 2 years ago, 1994 was called the year when God watched movies, and it was shining. In January 1996, Park City, with the names of the Wachowski brothers, Christopher Nolan, Doug Liman, Jon Favreau, Danny Boyle, and Ben and Matt from the script trading platform, will definitely leave a strong mark on the Sundance Film Festival in the future. Chapter 886 Arrangement. At this year's Sundance Film Festival, although a large number of well-known filmmakers in memory caught Simon's attention, Simon did not have much contact with the other few people except attending a few premieres and chatting with the Wachowski brothers at a film festival theme party in the evening. Whether it is Christopher Nolan or Doug Liman, they are still rookies at the moment. The result of forcing things to grow is often not very good. Just like Jon Favreau, this grassroots filmmaker from the bottom of Hollywood was able to become one of the core creators of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. A very important reason is that he has been in this circle for more than 10 years. He has accumulated a deep foundation in film skills through long-term hard work. Sufficient experience allows Jon Favreau to be at ease whether he is a director, actor, screenwriter, producer, etc. Not only Jon Favreau, but also Christopher Nolan, Doug Liman, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, who all climbed up from the bottom step by step at the Sundance Film Festival, are familiar with all aspects of filmmaking. Only with a solid foundation can they stay in the film industry for a long time. The Wachowski brothers are a counterexample. In the past, after the Wachowski brothers completed their debut film, Bledsoe, their second film, The Matrix, became very popular. It is undeniable that The Matrix is classic and great, but there is no doubt that the quality of the last 2 films in the Matrix trilogy has declined seriously. A large part of the reason for this is that after the success of the first film, the Wachowski brothers' control over the project increased significantly, but their film creation ability did not improve rapidly. After the Matrix series, the brothers started to live off their old capital. Deaneries Entertainment won the distribution rights of Bledsoe directed by the Wachowski brothers, and also bought the script of The Matrix that the two had already conceived. However, Simon did not plan to start this project in the short term, nor did he think of handing it over to others. At the party in the evening, the topic Simon personally discussed with the two was the arrangements after The Matrix. While promising the brothers that they could personally direct the Matrix series and give them sufficient budget, Simon required them to direct at least one more low-cost movie to accumulate experience. He also planned to arrange for the two to join the upcoming Independence Day as assistant directors in order to familiarize themselves with the production process of blockbuster movies. Continue to complete a movie and participate in a big project, and 2 or 3 years will pass. As long as they are willing, these times are enough for the brothers to move to a higher level, especially participating in Independence Day, which can not only make the two familiar with the production process of blockbuster movies, but also allow them to learn other people's movie styles by osmosis. After that, it is the right time to start the Matrix series. Moreover, after the end of the Matrix series, with a certain accumulation, the Wachowski brothers may not fall directly to the situation of eating the old capital. In addition to the Wachowski brothers, Simon has made arrangements for the other people. After approving the short film Ant Ridge, Gaoman Films offered Christopher Nolan the opportunity to make a feature film. Simon personally arranged for the British tentative film team that had recruited and produced films such as Four Weddings and A Funeral in the previous 2 years to follow up. Nolan also took out the script of the new project, called Following. This is already a typical Nolan-style interlocking suspense story. The story tells that Bill, a writer who likes to follow others for inspiration, met a thief named Cobb. Driven by curiosity, Bill began to team up with Cobb and broke into strangers' homes to inquire about other people's privacy. In the process, Bill met a woman and fell in love with her. The woman said that she was the mistress of the gangster boss and wanted to get rid of the other party's control, but the gangster boss had her private photos. Bill, who fell in love, used Professor Cobb's theft technology to break into the gangster boss's house. As a result, nothing was found. Bill immediately found that he had been fooled. The woman led him into the gangster boss's house just to make him a scapegoat for another theft case. Bill, who understood, took the initiative to surrender to the police. Of course, things will not end there. After Bill surrendered himself, the police began to investigate and found that the woman was dead and Cobb had disappeared. Bill was suspected of murder again. It turned out that all this was a trap set by the gangster boss behind the scenes, because it was not that the gangster boss held the secret of his mistress, but the fact was just the opposite. So the boss sent his subordinate Cobb to seduce his mistress. The woman who believed Cobb's lies set a trap with him to trap the writer Bill, in order to find a scapegoat to let Cobb get out of a theft case. After succeeding, Cobb killed the woman, Bill became a scapegoat, and the boss got away completely. This is the story thread that Simon drew from Nolan's script Following. Nolan, who is still a newcomer, not only set up such an interlocking story, but also planned to use multi-line narration and flashbacks and other dislocation techniques. Simon still did not mean to force the issue. This time he only gave Nolan a budget of $3 million and asked him to revise the script. Simon likes this interlocking story very much, but he doesn't need to use multi-line narration and flashbacks, which are usually some routines that new filmmakers have to use when they have limited resources. Therefore, Simon's requirement is to remove those mysterious dislocation techniques without changing the suspense of the story, so that the audience can be surprised without playing routines. This is actually the best way to hone a director's storytelling skills. There is also the story plot. Nolan's original idea was to continue to use his private time and friends to help make Following an ultra-low-cost experimental film after Ant Hill, so he did not consider the story concept, and the villain behind the scenes became the biggest winner. Now that he has received investment, he must not do this again. Simon does not force the good guys to defeat the bad guys, but the ending must not be that the male protagonist, who the audience substituted, becomes a scapegoat. In addition to Nolan's Following, Doug Liman and Jon Favreau also got new film contracts with Deaneries Entertainment. The budgets given are not high, but they all have considerable creative freedom. After finishing a day's work, Simon returned to the mountain villa southeast of Park City. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. There was no party tonight, and the villa was still brightly lit. The women who stayed here last night were still there, and they didn't rest. They were scattered around the villa in groups of 3 or 2, obviously waiting for Simon. The living room on the east side of the villa hall, which everyone liked the most, was still occupied by 4 big fairies, who were chatting and watching TV, looking very leisurely. Simon, who took off his coat and was dressed casually, came here and stopped Cindy Crawford and others from getting up to greet them. He came to the side of the long sofa occupied by Carla Bruni and Cindy Crawford and sat down next to a man-eating demon. Just as he sat down, Girl A followed in, handed a document to Simon, poured coffee for the man, and then left quietly. The document was about the results of the Golden Globe Awards ceremony that just ended in Los Angeles tonight. Simon opened the file, and a faint fragrance approached. He glanced at Carla Bruni, who was leaning over him, and asked with a smile, "Isn't your career focus in Europe? Why did you come to the United States?" Carla Bruni casually crossed her right leg over her left leg, and her body naturally began to lean to the left, touching Simon, and smiled. "I came to please Gray, otherwise it would be difficult to get a job in the future. Of course, you, the big boss behind the scenes, have to flatter me even more." This was half a joke and half a fact. After taking charge of Elite last year, Grace has been consolidating the power of this giant in the model agency industry. Many executives from the John Casablancas era who were unwilling to let go were kicked out, and the results were very significant. At the end of last year, An article in Vogue magazine began to call Grace the new queen of the model agency field, which was higher than John Casablancas' title of model godfather. Grace now deserves this. With the support of the Westeros system, Grace not only personally grabbed Elite's top clients such as Cindy Crawford, Linda Evangelista, and Claudia Schiffer, but also successfully reformed Elite's structure. Even those who are not familiar with the model agency industry know how difficult it is to innovate a company that has become too big to be eliminated. Grace succeeded in doing this. Elite is now similar to the model of Hollywood CAA. This is also the result of Simon's personal promotion. In order to help Grace reform the structure, Simon also introduced Michael Ovitz to the other party. For Simon's sake, Ovitz also spared no effort in guiding Grace, and the two companies also established some cooperative relationships. Therefore, under continuous operation, the current Elite, because all the customer contracts have been transferred from a single agent to the company, no matter who leaves in the future, even Grace herself, will no longer be able to take away a large number of customers like other model agencies. It seems that power is dispersed, but in reality, as long as Grace does not leave Elite, she is the well-deserved queen of this model agency giant. Because as the president of Elite, she has absolute power, including deciding to hire or fire any agent or model under Elite. Other agents who want to do so need Grace's approval. This is more reliable than temporarily holding a large number of model contracts in Grace's hands when she first began to consolidate power, and it will not cause a strong backlash from other agents under the company. The new contract has added many restrictive clauses, increased the amount of liquidated damages, and made it much more difficult for those models to change jobs. After the integration is completed, Grace's position in the model agency industry is exactly the same as Michael Ovitz, who has been ranked first in the Hollywood Power list for many years in the original time and space. Unfortunately, Michael Ovitz made a wrong choice and took the initiative to give up his power to go further, but he lost everything. Later, when he wanted to return to the agency industry, he found that even he could not shake the position of CAA, so he could only retire sadly. Even 2 years ago, Grace never thought that she could have everything she has now. The woman also knew very well why she could get all these. Without Simon's strong support, the reform of Elite would not be successful at all. In addition, she had feelings for a little man in private, so she did not have the ambition of Ovitz at all. She only planned to stick to the position of president of Elite and carefully help Simon manage the company. Because of this change in Elite, the Elite European team, which had almost stood on its own in Europe, was completely controlled by Grace. The advent of the information age made this remote control very convenient. After the reform, if Elite's clients wanted to get more work, it was inevitable to establish a good relationship with a female boss. On the other hand, the only one who could suppress Grace happened to be Simon himself, even if Apollo Management Company, which nominally held Elite shares, did not have such power. Therefore, it was not wrong for Carla Bruni to say that she wanted to curry favor with Simon. As long as she got the support of this man, the resources she could obtain would be far more than the Elite platform. Simon did not respond to Carla Bruni's words. He glanced at the information in his hand and said, "In fact, you should understand that this professional reform of Elite is good for all of you." Just like CAA in Hollywood, the substantial increase in star pay in the 1980s was largely due to the fact that the integrated CAA had a stronger say in front of the studios. Carla Bruni rubbed Simon's calf with her toes and unknowingly moved closer. "We know. Speaking of which, Simon, many of Elite's target customers are companies under the Westeros system. Aren't you worried that our salaries will increase too high?" As the woman spoke, her arm was already on Simon's shoulder, and the hot air she exhaled while speaking also blew onto his cheek. The other three ladies in the living room were not willing to accept the fact that Carla Bruni was so blatant. Eva Herzigova interrupted and said, "Carla, do you think Simon cares about the little money we make?" Daniela Pasterva followed up, "Yes, speaking of which, a magazine recently said that Simon's net worth this year may reach $1 trillion US. $1 trillion, it's hard to imagine." The two women joked and immediately grabbed the attention. Cindy Crawford, who was sitting next to Carla Bruni, did not miss this opportunity. She leaned over and took the initiative to bring up another topic. "Simon, is this the result of the Golden Globe Awards? We just saw it. It's a pity that Batman v Superman was not nominated. Do you think it has a chance to impact the Oscars?" Simon shook his head. "Maybe, but everyone will know soon. Today is January 21st. The Oscars have announced that the nominations for this year's Oscars will be announced on January 29. Carla Bruni then said, "It's not bad, actually. Didn't Sense and Sensibility win the Best Picture in a Drama category? This should be the most prestigious award at the Golden Globe Awards. I've also read Jane Austen's novel. Maybe I'll find a movie to watch when I have time." At the just concluded Golden Globe Awards, Sense and Sensibility, directed by Ang Lee and produced by Highgate Pictures, became one of the big winners, winning the Golden Globe Awards for Best Picture in a Drama category and Best Screenplay. The 3D animated film Beauty and the Beast, a musical comedy, naturally lost. In addition, a number of nominated films under Deanery's Entertainment also won 5 other awards, including Best Director and Best Actress in a Drama category, which is a big win. Although Simon is not here, there should be a celebration party there, and Ella Deutschman even returned to Los Angeles during the day for this reason. In the living room, Cindy Crawford's eyes flickered when she heard Carla Bruni's words, and she suddenly said, "Simon, I see there is a very good screening room in the villa, and there are so many movie copies. Why don't we go to the movies?" Compared with this brightly lit living room, there are many things to do in the villa's private screening room when the lights go out. Simon has already said that he will leave tomorrow. If he doesn't seize the opportunity tonight, this trip to Park City will be in vain. Carla Bruni just said that she wanted to curry favor with Simon, which is absolutely true. Models with a little bit of brains under elite know that directly currying favor with Simon Westeros is definitely 10 times or 100 times better than currying favor with Grace Spalt. It's just that most of elite's customers don't have the opportunity to contact Simon Westeros at all. Therefore, when Cindy said this, the other girls agreed. Simon didn't object. He quickly browsed the information in his hand, stood up and hugged Carla Bruni, who had unconsciously stuck to him, and left the living room together and turned to the villa's private screening room. However, watching a movie would definitely be more lively, so he called the other girls in the villa. A hazy night of Sundance. In the villa on the top of the mountain southeast of Park City, this night was full of romance. Chapter 887 The Second Wave. After a chaotic night, Sarah Michelle Gellar and Jennifer Love Hewitt, 2 petite girls, were awakened in a big bed, hugging each other. It was already past 10 o'clock the next morning. The person in charge of the villa changed from Simon's personal assistant to another baby-faced waitress named Zoe. After a few questions, they learned that the man had left Park City, but if they wanted, the 2 of them could stay here until the end of the Sundance Film Festival. After explaining these, the baby-faced waitress did some other things to them. First, they signed a confidentiality agreement. Zoe also explained carefully to the 2 girls who were still sitting on the bed that this agreement was permanent and would be valid for any future interactions with Simon. The agreement stipulated that they would never disclose any details of their interactions with Simon Westeros to any media or individual, and it also came with a series of punitive clauses. After signing the confidentiality agreement obediently, the baby-faced waitress turned into a female nurse and took necessary samples from their bodies. Not just blood samples. Finally, after watching the 2 girls take some contraceptive pills, Zoe left the bedroom with the confidentiality agreement they signed and some samples. After the baby-faced waitress left, Sarah and Jennifer both breathed a sigh of relief. They had a very pleasant weekend here. However, what happened just now did not make the 2 girls feel inappropriate or resistant. That was Simon Westeros, so this might be a matter of course. Moreover, Zoe left a gift for the 2 girls when she left, saying that it was given by Mr. Westeros. After the other party left, there was no time to wash up, and the 2 girls curiously opened it, and then each found the light in the other's eyes, and then discussed it. Since they can stay here until the end of Sundance, of course they can't let it go. The 2 girls, Jennifer is only 16 years old, and Sarah has just turned 18 years old. However, as child stars, they know many rules in this circle better than many people who are still in the bottom of Hollywood in middle age. This time, the news of living at Simon Westeros' villa for a while spread out. Of course, it was not the kind of public, it must be just some rumors in the small circle. Then, even if Westeros obviously did not intend to take them in as long-term lovers, outsiders were obviously not aware of it, so this thin tiger skin was enough to make the 2 girls' future careers much smoother, at least to avoid most of the unnecessary harassment. In Hollywood now, unless the brain is broken, no one dares to hit Simon Westeros' women. After changing clothes and washing up, they went downstairs. The 4 imposing goblins had left. Because of the height difference, the two girls naturally felt inferior in front of several supermodels. Michelle Pfeiffer also disappeared. Last night, the other party participated in it, which surprised the two rookies. But soon realized that in front of Simon Westeros, they, big and small, were nothing at all. Only Jennifer Connelly and Heather Graham were still in the villa. The other party obviously had the same idea as them and planned to stay until the end of the film festival. Even after last night's experience, the four girls still spontaneously split into two groups. There was no lack of sparks between them, but they all understood what this place was, and on the surface they were quite harmonious. Today is January 22nd, Monday. The Sundance Film Festival will last for another week and end on January 28th. Simon's work here has been completed. He left Park City at 9 o'clock in the morning because he was going to New York, and took Cindy Crawford and 4 other girls with him. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon when he arrived on the east coast of the United States. Before Simon set off in the morning, at 9 o'clock in the morning on the east coast, Westeros announced another reduction announcement. This time it was Cisco. The second wave. After completing its IPO in 1991, Cisco's total share capital was only 311 million shares. As the company's stock price continued to soar, in order to reduce the price of a single share and promote market circulation, Cisco has carried out 3 consecutive stock splits in recent years. Coupled with some corporate mergers and acquisitions and equity incentives, the current total share capital has reached 3.927 billion shares. At the close of last Friday, Cisco's total market value is $260.1 billion, with a single share price of $66.50. Westeros holds 46.3% of Cisco's shares, accounting for 1.817 billion shares. The number of shares sold this time is 30 million shares, which is equivalent to $1.995 billion based on the stock price before the opening, which is comparable to the scale of the reduction of Deaneries Entertainment's shares more than a month ago. Compared with the waves caused by the announcement of Deaneries Entertainment stock reduction on December 11th last year, more than a month later, Westeros' reduction of Cisco's holdings has caused much less shock to the stock market. From December 11th last year to January 19th last Friday, the Nasdaq index fell briefly after the initial announcement of Deaneries Entertainment's reduction of holdings, and soon began to rebound. In more than a month, the Nasdaq index, calculated based on the 2,796 points before the opening on December 11th, has accumulated a 1.6% increase. Before the opening today, the Nasdaq index was 2,839 points. For a month and 10 days, the Nasdaq fell first and then rose, with a cumulative increase of 45 points, which was in line with Simon's expectations. In 1995, the Nasdaq rose from 1,886 points on the first trading day of the year to 2,807 points on the last trading day of the year, a 12-month increase of 921 points, with an average monthly increase of nearly 77 points. Now, the average increase rate is only half of last year, and the technology stock market has obviously begun to cool down as Simon planned. The impact of Westeros's reduction of Deaneries Entertainment is definitely not as simple as causing a short-term decline in the market after the announcement. At the same time, it also calmed down many speculative capitals that have gradually fallen into a frenzy. After all, Simon Westeros has begun to reduce his holdings. In any case, no one would think that his vision can compare with a super tycoon with a net worth of hundreds of billions of dollars. It is inevitable to stop and wait for a while. A super rich man with $700 billion US. A new jebel that controls trillions of dollars in assets. Any one of these items is absolutely not to be ignored for investors who can feel the power of capital. This is actually the strong foundation that Simon has accumulated without knowing it, and its influence is no less than the Fed's interest rate hike that the Westeros system is still quietly pushing. Now, on January 22nd, when the bucket of cold water at the end of last year was gradually evaporated by the market heat, the Westeros system casually added another bucket. The first time, the reaction is always more intense. The second time, Simon arrived in New York at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The U.S. stock market closed, and the Nasdaq index fell only 0.7% throughout the day, far lower than the 3.9% on December 11th last year. Even though it was Deaneries Entertainment that Simon started last time, this time it involved Cisco, a technology stock, The general view in the market is that Simon Westeros is simply gradually cashing out funds for investment in other fields, and it is not a large-scale reduction and exit because of a premonition of the crisis. Of course, there is no doubt that the Nasdaq index is at a high level, but the Nasdaq, which is less than 3,000 points, does not seem to be as crazy as many people expected. In 1995, the Nasdaq index rose from 1,886 points to 2,807 points, an increase of 50.4%. It seems very high. However, several leading companies in the new technology field, such as the most dazzling Igrit, will not announce the 1995 full-year financial report until the end of the next week. However, according to several quarterly financial reports released before and after the IPO last year, Igrit's full-year revenue growth in 1995 will be able to reach about 70%. This has obviously exceeded the growth rate of the Nasdaq. There are also several new technology giants such as Cisco, AOL, Microsoft, Intel, and Sun. Because of their huge size, they may not be as crazy as Igrit, but their annual revenue growth is generally above 30%. Among them, due to the global outbreak of the PC market in the past year, the annual revenue growth of Microsoft and Intel also exceeded the 50% growth of the Nasdaq. As for other small and medium-sized startup technology companies, they can be described as springing up after the rain, and there are countless annual revenue growth exceeding 100%. In such a booming new technology market, as the main listing platform for technology stocks, the Nasdaq index rose 50.4% in 1 year. Is this excessive? Of course not. The famous Wall Street Business Week happened to publish a similar view in the latest issue this week, and with the help of some people, it quickly spread to various platforms such as print media, television and the internet. As a result, Westeros' second wave of announcements on reducing its holdings in Cisco only caused a single-day drop of 0.7% in the Nasdaq. It was just an ordinary stress response when it was tickled. This was of course what Simon intended. Simon wanted to delay the new technology market from entering the frenzy stage too early, but he could not suppress it blindly. It was inevitable to release some positive news at the right time. If the market sentiment completely turned negative due to continuous suppression, it would be a disaster. Therefore, it must be combined with tension and relaxation. The operation is of course not as simple as it seems, and there are many factors that need to be weighed. As the saying goes, governing a big country is like cooking a small fish. Although it was close to the end of the working day when Simon arrived in New York, he still rushed to Midtown Manhattan to meet with James Raybould. After discussing today's market dynamics and some recent investments of Westeros, James invited Simon to his home for dinner. It was difficult to refuse, so they returned to the Raybould family's villa in the Upper East Side. At dinner, Jennifer's younger brother Philip Raybould was also there, and this time he brought his girlfriend who he had met once before. Philip Raybould, 25 years old this year, is about to complete his doctorate in law at Yale University in the second half of the year, and has now begun to think about the future. Destined to be the heir of the Raybould family, James and his wife value this son very much and have made arrangements in advance, hoping that he will go to the Ministry of Finance for a few years after graduation. According to James's idea, Philip is not lacking in brains and ability, but he is a little worse in dealing with people. Working in the Ministry of Finance for a few years can just make up for this, and at the same time can accumulate considerable connections. Simon also knew that during his time at Yale, as the Raybould family's position in the Westeros system became more and more prominent, Philip also attracted attention from many aspects and successfully joined the famous Skull and Bones Society at Yale University. Various fraternities in old American universities and even organizations such as the Freemasonry and Society are actually not as mysterious as the outside world imagines. The key is still one point: connections. By joining the Skull and Bones Society, Philip has entered a huge circle of connections. If he can gain experience in politics for a few years, he will be more than qualified to take charge of the Raybould family in the future. Occasionally, in private chats, James also expressed that he did not intend to let his son be Simon's butler again. Even if it is destined to be unable to get rid of the label of being a vassal of the Westeros family, the Raybould family still hopes to have its own development, and Simon has no objection to this. In fact, it is a good thing for both parties. After all, Simon does not want the head of the Westeros company to become a hereditary position. Because Philip's girlfriend was an outsider at dinner, there were not many sensitive topics discussed. It was just a casual chat to keep in touch. After dinner, Simon left early. It was just after 8 o'clock in the evening when he returned to the apartment on Fifth Avenue. Someone was already waiting. In a small living room next to the living room, after Simon entered the room, he first saw Bryce Levison lazily occupying the entire long sofa like a cat. The woman was only wearing a light blue silk suspender nightgown that showed off her figure, and her shoulders and neck showed large patches of attractive whiteness. There was also a maid kneeling at the woman's feet, carefully painting her nails. In comparison, Grace Spald, who was sitting on the single sofa next to her, was much more gentle. She was wearing a coffee-colored pullover and white casual trousers, and looked very homely. Seeing Simon enter the door, Grace immediately stood up and hugged Simon with a smile. Bryce was indifferent, and even reminded the maid, who was slightly distracted by the return of the male owner, to be careful not to damage her nails. After Simon and Grace hugged, he walked to the single sofa where she had just been and sat down, patting her knees. Grace was a little embarrassed, but still sat on the man's lap with a slightly red face. Seeing this, Bryce pouted slightly and deliberately turned her head away. Simon looked at the arrogant woman opposite him, who was just right for her temperament, and asked with a smile, "Why are you here too?" Bryce immediately turned her head and glared at him in dissatisfaction. "Why can't I be here?" This. Simon was speechless. Grace hugged the man's neck and took the initiative to explain. "Bryce came back from Florida with me this afternoon." Simon nodded. "Grace came here with an appointment in advance. The woman went to Florida on a business trip a few days ago. She learned from the phone that Simon would come to New York today and said that he would come back today." Simon also knew the woman's little thoughts. She would definitely not tell her family when she came back today, so that he could quietly spend the night here with Simon. But he probably didn't expect that he would come back with a burden. At this time, she still looked like a queen. Bryce Levison was still reserved when she first got along with Simon, but later she gradually revealed the temperament of a big lady who had been pampered since childhood. Both her background and appearance gave her the confidence to be so arrogant. Even though she has long been a wife and mother, she has basically not changed much, and even her status in the Levison family is subtly suppressed by her husband and son. The housekeeper Angry Davis appeared at this time, greeted him softly, bowed down to help Simon pour coffee, and took the initiative to deliver it to the man. This made Bryce a little dissatisfied again, and she pointed at the housekeeper directly. "Why is she still here?" "Simon, I have reminded you that this woman is not simple. You should be careful." Simon took the housekeeper's coffee with a smile and looked at the woman opposite. "I think you should be more careful. If you are so unforgiving, Angry will spit in your coffee. She dares." Speaking in such a high voice, as if she felt that she might have fallen into the trap, Bryce casually picked up a pillow behind her and threw it at Angry, hitting the housekeeper lightly. The housekeeper was still fine, but Simon was a little angry. "Don't do this again, or get out." Bryce heard the words and paused. She noticed the seriousness in the man's eyes, and didn't dare to say anything back. She just picked up another pillow next to her and covered her face with it like a little girl in anger. Grace watched the housekeeper pick up the pillow beside her and put it on the sofa opposite, then quietly retreated, not intending to speak for the petty Bryce. The relationship between the two was not that good. If she had not wanted to please the little man around her, she would not have brought him here. At this time, she just leaned greedily in Simon's arms, enjoying this feeling, and whispered in his ear about various trivial matters recently. Chapter 888, Martyrdom. "By the way, before Florida, I went to France and happened to encounter Mitterrand's funeral. I was also invited to a memorial reception. Why do you talk about this?" "It's just that I suddenly found that you are quite similar to the former French president. I prefer to hear others like me, rather than me being like someone else." "Haha, okay, Mitterrand is quite similar to you," Grace chuckled, and before Simon asked, she took the initiative to explain. "I mean that you both have many lovers, and you are all very greedy. You always like to date many women at the same time. I heard that Mitterrand would date several lovers in a row in one night, which made the driver exhausted. In addition, he competed with his political enemy Chirac to see who had more lovers, and even shared a woman. Well, I don't share women with other men, but if it's a woman, I can consider it." "Bad guy," Grace scolded, and then said, "However, you also have similarities in this regard. You are all very successful. Mitterrand's funeral, his wife, lover, biological children and illegitimate children chose to attend together." Simon stroked the soft waist of the woman under her undershirt and said, "Just attending. Grace wondered, then what will happen? Simon said, I thought someone would commit suicide for love. Grace was inexplicably moved when she heard Simon say that. She leaned over and kissed the man on the lips, her gentleness revealing her infatuation. It's a pity that I'm much older than you and destined to die earlier. Otherwise, I will commit suicide for you in the future. That's not necessarily true. I might live shorter than you if I were to be exploited by so many women like you all day long. But don't do that when the time comes. It would be embarrassing for me if you, an old and ugly person, came to commit suicide for me. It would be better if the person who commits suicide for me is a pretty girl. Simon deliberately said it in a very unpleasant way, with a look of disgust, but Grace was not angry. She just pressed her mature body towards Simon again, and said seriously, okay, I'm the president of Elite. The thing I have the most is pretty girls. If it's really like what you said, I'll find some to commit suicide for you then. Why does it sound like a burial sacrifice to me? It's all the same. In short, I will definitely pick the most beautiful one for you. In the quiet living room, the two were whispering and murmured, and were suddenly interrupted by a voice next to them. Hey, why do I feel like I'm with two perverts? They're committing suicide for love and burying their dead. I'm getting goosebumps. The atmosphere was destroyed. Grace looked at Bryce, who had painted her toenails and drove away the waitress, and still had a pair of delicate jade feet hanging out. Her tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Can't you continue to be mute? Bryce was not to be outdone, no. Grace regretted bringing Bryce with her, and simply turned to Simon. Shall we go upstairs? Of course. Simon said, and he stood up from the sofa with the woman in his arms and walked upstairs. Bryce immediately stood up from the sofa and followed with an expression as if to say, don't even think about getting rid of me. Looking at Bryce's figure behind her, Grace suddenly leaned close to Simon's ear and said in a low voice, I know you were very busy in Park City the past 2 days. You didn't do anything tonight. How about I bully Bryce for you? I know you like this. Okay. Bryce paused for a moment, then quickly caught up and fought back. Do you think I'm deaf? Besides, it's not certain who bullies whom. The next morning, Bryce Levison, who was tortured badly, refused to get up. Simon and Grace left the Fifth Avenue apartment together at around 8 o'clock. They first sent Grace to the Elite headquarters in the Midtown area of Fifth Avenue, and Simon continued to rush to the downtown area. Elite headquarters. As soon as Grace walked out of the elevator, her first assistant Michelle Sonam and 2 other assistants were waiting here. The woman was no longer as docile as she was with Simon. In the short 20 to 30 meters from the elevator to the office, Michelle reported a series of work items at a rapid speed, and took turns with the other 2 assistants to write down Grace's instructions on the memo. It was only around 8:20 in the morning when she arrived at her office. There were already people waiting here. The head of Elite's planning department just said good morning to Grace briefly, and began to demonstrate a TV commercial design plan for Chevrolet's latest SUV that the company was bidding for. This was a very important attempt for Elite. In the past, Elite would only cooperate with car companies on car models, occasionally shoot commercials, and the models invited were just human props. Obviously, it would not be possible to make much profit in this way. If the agent wanted his models to get jobs, he had to please the marketing director of the car company in various ways. Now, Elite plans to seek an equal partnership. The core of the fully packaged advertising plan is of course the models under Elite. Grace personally selected Tris Goff, who is still filming Jumanji in Australia. The baby-faced girl not only has an attractive appearance, but also has a very changeable temperament. Just like in Jumanji this time, Tris Goff is a powerful female warrior. This is very consistent with the style of Chevrolet SUV. Participating in TV commercials does not mean that you will be a spokesperson, especially for models at the bottom of the food chain in the entertainment and fashion circles. Grace is certainly not satisfied. With A Man from Earth last year and Jumanji to be released this year as a foundation, she also hopes to win a Chevrolet SUV endorsement contract for Tris Goff. But no one stipulates that supermodels cannot endorse cars. In addition to the carefully prepared package plan, the key idea of Elite's lobbying this time is to find a new way, which may have an unexpected marketing effect. As Tris Goff becomes more and more popular in Hollywood, the focus of her career is likely to turn to the entertainment industry. However, as long as Elite can get her a better job, the two sides can maintain cooperation for a long time. Moreover, Elite can naturally collect corresponding commissions for the work it gets. Neither Grace nor the planning department had 100% confidence in this attempt, but they both gave 100% effort. During the discussion of the plan, Grace also connected the phone with Australia to discuss some details with Chu Si-Gaofu in person. The time difference between the two places is very large. It was already late at night in Australia and almost dawn. Chu Si-Gaofu, who had been busy all day, should have gone to bed early. The girl did not show any perfunctory or impatience to Grace's call. Just this matter took Grace 40 minutes to arrive at a company in advance. 9 o'clock. When the working hours came, it was another regular meeting of Elite's senior management. The heads of various departments and some core backbone agents attended together, taking turns to report on the progress of a series of projects they were busy with. Some heads in Europe and Asia also specially participated by phone. Just this one item is completely different from the Elite in the John Casablancas era. Elite, due to its continuous and uncontrolled expansion, seemed huge, but it was already in disarray. John Casablancas could no longer unite people and could only hold on to his own power and interests. After the integration, Elite has now become a huge fashion machine that is integrated from top to bottom. It is efficient and unified. And it is strong. People are not lacking in upward spirit. As this change becomes more and more obvious, the employees and customers who initially resisted Grace's changes no longer oppose it. Of course, the most important reason is that many people's income is increasing. Even though Elite has only recently completed the integration, a company that was once bloated, slow and inefficient has regained its vitality. The shareholders and the company's head are not the kind of greedy and profit-seeking people. They are willing to share more benefits with employees and customers. The originally monotonous revenue model has also been greatly expanded, and everyone's income has naturally increased. Although it sounds bad, benefits have always been the most powerful tool to change a person's attitude. After the regular meeting, Grace began to devote herself to various tedious and specific work items. This is also the biggest difference between brokerage companies. In other types of enterprises, the person in charge can focus on the big and ignore the small, and only be responsible for controlling the overall direction of the company, and leave the specific implementation to the subordinates. The talent agency industry, however, is just a variety of trivialities from morning to night. After Elite completed the transformation, Grace has delegated the details as much as possible, but still cannot avoid this. In just one morning, Grace made more than 30 calls non-stop, arranging and handling various trivialities that filled 5 memos, from the arrangement of the latest cover shoot of Fernanda Lima and Vogue to Claudia Schiffer's Revlon endorsement contract that is being renegotiated. Time also flew by in this busy work. In the evening, she made an appointment to have dinner with her family. Grace got off work at 6 o'clock. Fortunately, the maid hired at home is good at cooking, so she doesn't need to do it herself. So the time before dinner can be used to chat with her 2 children and fulfill her duties as a mother. It is also a rest. Even though she works very hard, Grace never neglects her body. Whether it is a proper diet, body control or regular maintenance, she has professionals in related fields to make detailed plans. Therefore, from the time she met a little man 2 years ago to now, Grace's appearance and figure have shown a very obvious reverse growth state. Rita, her daughter, who keenly discovered this, couldn't help but joke that if they continued like this, the mother and daughter might be mistaken for sisters when they went out together. Bill Spuld, who was also very busy, didn't return home until nearly 7 o'clock. Bill Spuld recently focused a lot of his attention on the IPOs of 2 key companies in the Westeros system, Tinkerbell and Melisandre. Tinkerbell and Melisandre, which had announced the launch of their IPOs long ago last year, were not eager to promote the progress of the listing because of the continued improvement of the U.S. stock market. Therefore, they have been proceeding slowly until now in the anxious expectation of many investors on Wall Street. Now, Tinkerbell is finally going to start its roadshow. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be officially listed in the middle of next month. Then, the listing of Melisandre will not be delayed for too long. When you are with a little man, you won't talk about work too deliberately. Grace knows that he came to New York this time mainly for the IPO of Tinkerbell. Of course there are other things. After all, he went to Australia for vacation last Christmas, and until now, he came to New York again a month later. There must be a lot of work accumulated here. First Boston is not the main underwriter of the 2 companies that are about to go public, but the First Boston Securities Trading Department headed by Bill Spuld has also obtained a part of the stock underwriting business. The meaning of support is very obvious. Grace also knows that this is not because of her, but a little man deliberately arranged on Wall Street. Her husband is a chess piece. I don't think there's anything wrong. In this world now, no matter how many people are willing to be Simon Westeros's chess pieces, they may not be able to get the opportunity. In fact, she herself is also one. As for what role these scattered chess pieces can play, she didn't think too much about it. Anyway, she is willing to give everything for him. After her husband returned, the family quickly sat down in the restaurant. During the meal, they learned that there would be a cocktail party held by Tinkerbell for the upcoming IPO roadshow, which would be held at the Hilton Hotel in Midtown. Her husband asked her if she wanted to go with him, and casually said that Simon Westeros would also be there. Grace had just mentioned that she had just flown back from Miami in the morning. She didn't know if her husband believed it, but the children didn't doubt it. After hearing what he said, they agreed after a little hesitation. The daughter, who was becoming more and more graceful, said that she also wanted to go and meet Simon Westeros and ask for an autograph, but was unanimously rejected by the couple. The daughter was very smart. The couple understood this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have eaten the Levison kid so hard. Therefore, if she was brought to Simon Westeros and some flaws were found out, it would not be good. 8 o'clock. After dinner, the couple quickly changed their clothes. Bill Spelt's driver was already waiting downstairs. In fact, Grace now also has her own private driver, but she rarely shows this in front of her family unless it is necessary. From the Upper East Side to the Hilton Hotel in Midtown, it was about a 10-minute journey. The two chatted about various things like an ordinary couple along the way, without any gaps. Of course, it had changed a long time ago. The two were actually more like two friends of the opposite sex who had known each other for a long time and had a close relationship. Grace also knew that her husband's lover was pregnant recently. Bill Spelt was very frank about this. He had decided to have the child, but he had already agreed and signed an agreement, which would definitely not affect the couple's current situation. Support expenses and the like were not a problem for Bill Spelt now. Grace had no opinion on this. It was just that she couldn't help but fantasize occasionally whether she could give him a child. She could only fantasize about it. In fact, she also knew that Sophia Fessy, the female head of Melisandre Company, gave birth to twins for him, but she didn't dare to hope for this, mainly for his sake. Anyway, she already had 2 children, and her life was not lacking. Arriving at the Hilton Hotel, the cocktail party had already begun. Soon she found the figure of a little man. There was never a lack of women around him, and this time there were 2. Asian. They were all very pretty and had good temperament. Because Chen Qing was very active in the Manhattan Circle, they had met before and knew each other by name. As long as she could be with him occasionally, she was very satisfied. She was not a greedy woman, so she didn't feel bad about him bringing 2 other female companions. She just took the opportunity when the 2 women left to remind him half-jokingly that he should be restrained. He actually couldn't help himself last night, or he didn't deliberately endure it. She definitely didn't want him to really be exploited by women. Of course, it wouldn't happen. She knew his self-control ability very well. Then she remembered that Bryce was still staying in his Fifth Avenue apartment, and couldn't help but tease, wondering how he would deal with it tonight. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 889 Name. In the Hilton Ballroom, Grace Spelt chatted with Simon for a while. She saw that the sea-girl Claire Gain, who was about to come over, was stopped by another guest. She stopped and looked at Simon and whispered, "Also, the girl you sent from Ukraine has good qualifications, but her personality is too naughty. Elite's business in Ukraine has already started. How about picking some more for you and sending them to your villa in Livny?" Grace was talking about Ludmila Besanoskova, the sister of a tall basketball girl Liv Besanoskova in Ukraine. Simon casually arranged a year of professional modeling training for the girl last year, and then handed it over to Grace. This spring's fashion week will open on February 8th. A little elf with a rebellious personality has been preparing for her debut in New York. At present, she lives with Eve, who accompanies her, in the dormitory apartment provided by the Westeros family for female maids and guards in the Upper West Side. There are too many women around him, So it is difficult for Simon to pay special attention to any girl, no matter what her appearance or personality is. Simon only arranged for Ludmilla because he thought that girl was suitable to be a model. However, Simon did not refuse Grace's idea this time and nodded, "Okay, choose a smarter one." Grace said, "Don't you think stupid women are easier to deal with? Smart women are usually not content. So you are not content either?" "Yes," Grace looked at Simon and said half-truthfully, "during dinner, I couldn't help but have an idea to give birth to a child of yours and cheat some alimony." Simon smiled and shook his head gently. "You don't have to give birth to a child. If you want alimony, I can give it to you. Just like the woman who just got married on East 92nd Street some time ago." "Huh? Oh, you mean Laura? That's different." Laura Gralf. If Grace hadn't mentioned it, Simon would have almost forgotten it. After what happened, Gralf and her daughter were separated, leaving only Laura Gralf still living in Manhattan. Because he had no interest in that woman and didn't want her to cause trouble, he let her find a husband to marry. Simon generously gave her the villa on 92nd Street in the Upper East Side as a dowry, which was considered a settlement. After hearing what Simon said, Grace didn't ask any more questions. "I remember the man once said that. Now it seems that it is indeed different, very different." In fact, suddenly bringing up this matter in front of him was just a small test that she couldn't help but do. Confirm that it is really different. Just like she always can't help sending the company's models to him, just like when she came back yesterday, she deliberately brought Bryce, just like she just mentioned helping him choose girls, just like last night she actually talked about Meter and funeral out of some weird envy, just like she said she would find some beautiful girls to commit suicide for him like she was talking nonsense last night. In the final analysis, it was still the instinctive insecurity in her heart that was at work. At this moment, she suddenly felt relieved. It's always different. A man takes care of a plaything so much, how could he be too bad to her? Of course, we can't expect more. He also said that he likes smart women. Smart women know what to do and what not to do. Claire Gain, Chen Qing and Lin Su came over at this time, interrupting this strange interaction. Grace returned to her calm state, greeted the three women, and took the initiative to walk away. Women's intuition is always the most acute. Even if Grace concealed it well, the three C-girls noticed the strangeness when the elite female leader was getting along with their boss. If they said there was nothing between the two, no one would believe it. However, the three women were very smart not to mention it. Everything that should be said had been discussed and completed during the day. This time, he just came to support C-girl. Simon didn't want to stay at the party for too long. Claire came over and continued to chat about some trivial matters. After a brief greeting with some other important guests, Simon took Chen Qing and Lin Su to say goodbye and left. He didn't return to the apartment on Fifth Avenue. Bryce is the kind of young lady, and Chen Qing is not willing to suffer a loss. If they meet, they will at least quarrel. Therefore, they arranged to go to East Hampton, Long Island tonight in advance. On the banks of the East River, two Black Hawks customized by the Westeros family took off one after another, carrying Simon and his party. It took about half an hour to arrive at the easternmost end of Long Island, 200 kilometers away. The housekeeper Angry had already led a group of maids to clean up a manor by the sea in advance. Chen Qing was talking to Simon about the progress of the selection of dancers for the National Style Art Troupe. From the end of November last year to now, in 2 months, the selection team has received as many as 260,000 resumes. The main reason is that China is at a node of change in related fields. Before the 1990s, China had a large number of cultural troupes and art troupes at all levels of departments. With a continuous advancement of national reforms, these groups have also been largely cut. Even the literary and artistic organizations that are still retained are usually not doing well. The iron rice bowls that used to be stable are no longer solid, and people with active minds have begun to look for ways out. It happened that the National Style Art Troupe began recruiting at this time. The salary level is 10 times that of ordinary literary and artistic workers. The work location is in a big city like Shanghai, and there is also the opportunity to perform abroad, which is simply a dream come true. In addition, the art troupe directly advertised in a major newspaper. Given the credibility of a newspaper at this stage, this must be true. Therefore, in the past 2 months, in Chen Qing's words, it was simply a riot of demons. If the girl had not forcefully fired a group of selection team members who tried to play various tricks during the interview, It would be hard to say what would be selected in the end. In any case, in 2 months, with sufficient budget support, the selection progress was also very fast, and now there are only the last 1,000 candidate girls left. In the Manor Villa in East Hampton. When they got here, everyone sat down in a living room. Chen Qing opened a large suitcase that she brought this time. Inside was a photo of the finalists. In fact, the final 1,000 people are already very outstanding. After all, they were selected from 260,000 people. Lin and I have personally participated in some interviews and watched all the girls' audition videos to ensure that no one is just a sham. So, boss, take a look and see if there are any you like, so that you can make a decision directly. Chen Qing said, taking out a beautifully bound album from the suitcase and handing it to the man. Simon opened the large 16-page album in front of him, and one by one, beautiful girls dressed in uniform light green classical water-sleeve dance costumes appeared in front of him. This was customized by Chen Qing according to the Picking Way dance drawing that Simon gave her some time ago. The girl obviously put a lot of thought into it. There are 4 photos on each page of the album, and each girl has only one. They casually pose in dance poses on the carefully decorated stage. Whether they have learned dance or how good their dance skills are can be seen even from these static photos. Simon admired the girls selected according to his set standards in the album page by page, and gradually understood the illusion of not knowing the beauty of the wife. They were basically carved from the same mold, with slim waists, bare feet, oval faces, graceful figures, and beautiful and classical temperaments. After seeing them too much, he couldn't help but be a little face blind. However, putting them together in the future will definitely be a benefit for Simon, who has a tidy obsessive-compulsive disorder. Chen Qing accompanied Simon to turn the pages, occasionally explaining a few words. After looking at hundreds of girls, she continued, "Boss, in fact, we can pick more. It is not a problem to take all these 1,000 girls. Moreover, I still think it is unnecessary to pay them such a high salary. Even according to the 2,000 RMB monthly salary we advertise, it is actually very exaggerated in China." Simon imagined the scene of 1,000 girls dancing classical dance together, and soon turned to radio gymnastics. He shook his head and said, "Why do we need so many? 100 is enough. Continue to select. In addition, I recently selected some names, exactly 100. They will be called this in the future. Well, in this way, you can customize a batch of jade and make it into nameplates, one for each person." Chen Qing was puzzled. Name. Simon signaled Girl A, who had just delivered coffee, to bring a pen and write directly on the album in beautiful small characters. Chen Qing quickly saw the names one by one. They were all double character. Moreover, they were obviously from the Book of Songs. Guanzhu, Kansi, Yaoxiao, Taoiao, Zijin, Shuli, Jianjia, Kwei, Yahoo, Kaiu, Yiren, Ziaoan, Fanshuang, Xiaoming, Kaping. Lin Su, who had been sitting on the other side of Simon and listening quietly, opened her mouth unconsciously when she saw the names appearing one by one under the man's pen. It was because of the man's beautiful small calligraphy and also because these names, at least a large part of them, were really beautiful. Simon wrote more than 10 names in a row, stopped writing, and said to Chen Qing, "A total of 100 names, and I will give you the complete list tomorrow." Chen Qing nodded, not as reserved as Lin Su, and said with admiration, "Boss, these names are great. It's a pity that you are not my father, otherwise I would not have called you Chen Qing, such an ordinary name." Lin Su heard the obvious teasing in Chen Qing's words and rolled her eyes slightly, so she couldn't help but find fault and pointed at the 2 words Simon wrote next to girl in the album. "This, Xiaoming, is it also from the Book of Songs?" Simon glanced at Lin Su. "Yes, then, you can recite the Book of Songs when you have time, and I will check it when I have time." Lin Su was stunned. "Damn it. I just questioned him a little bit, is it necessary to punish him like this?" Chen Qing glanced at Lin Su's aggrieved look through Simon, and felt a little gloating, but she didn't dare to show it, otherwise it would definitely bring trouble to herself. However, Simon did not let her go. He turned around and asked, "What do you think of the name Xiaoming?" "Oh, how should I say it? Should I tell the man next to me that this name is as old-fashioned as the Tom and Lucy in the English textbooks she first came into contact with?" "Well, I definitely can't say that." Chen Qing was still organizing her words when Simon continued, "Well, why don't you recite the Book of Songs as well?" Chen Qing said pitifully, "Boss, I think this name is good. Great. Simon said, in that case, add. Before Simon finished speaking, Chen Qing had already hugged his arm and began to act coquettishly. Boss, I'll recite it. Simon stopped talking as his arm was swung by Chen Qing's arm. He smiled and stopped her from acting coquettishly. He took out a photo of a girl from the album and began to write Yuji's Wind and Pines on it with a pen, saying, the Book of Songs, Ziaoya, Ziarming. This is also a returning home, which advises people not to indulge in paperwork and waste time, just like Yuji's apricot blossoms, spring rain in the south of the Yangtze River. Chinese is really beautiful. The man's tone was flat, and his writing was also flat, but the two women on his left and right were inexplicably touched. After Simon finished reciting the poem, Chen Qing spoke again. Boss, when will you go to China next time? Many people are looking forward to it. Simon smiled and said, I don't know, maybe in a few months, when the apricot blossoms and spring rains come. Chen Qing smiled, then it's settled, apricot blossoms and spring rains go to the south of the Yangtze River. Simon nodded, okay. Chen Qing reached out to help put the photo back in, and then said, also, how will these names be distributed in the future? Can I have one? Do you want to change your name to Chen Ziaming? Chen Qing smiled, whatever the boss tells me to be called, I will be called that. Then what do you think I want you to be called? Chen Qing leaned forward a little more, leaned close to Simon's ear, and whispered. Lin Su on the other side had good hearing, and couldn't help but roll her eyes slightly, and secretly spit, shameless. After Chen Qing whispered, she hugged Simon's arm and tightened it in her arms. Boss, why don't we rest early? Simon shook his head. He planned to abstain from sex for a week after last night. Now he was not sleepy, so of course he had no intention of resting early. He simply continued to flip through the photo album in front of him and said, you and Lin will return to China tomorrow. There is another project for you. Let A give you the information when you leave. It has entered the 12th lunar month in China, and the new year is coming. Chen Qing and Lin Su will return to China tomorrow, and this time they will stay until after the new year. Not just for the new year. In addition to the matter of the National Style Art Troupe and a series of projects that have been put on track, Chen Qing and the other two girls are also preparing for the computer company and the international school project in cooperation with the Swiss girl Charlotte Brunetta. The computer company has been registered and is called Excellence Technology Company. The brand of computers produced is naturally Excellence Computer. It is a very ordinary name. In fact, Chen Qing had asked Simon at the beginning, but she really disliked the names her boss had chosen, such as Xiaomi and Hammer. Even though someone quoted Chinese folklore that people with humble names are more likely to achieve great success, she still firmly disagreed, thinking that it was nonsense, so she chose Excellence. It is also ordinary, but the key is that it is easy to remember, which is in line with the general naming style of technology companies in China at this time. The project plan for the international school has also been completed and has entered the substantive preparation stage. It is currently selecting a plot of land in Shanghai, but it is preliminarily determined that it will not be in the Pudong area as originally envisioned, because it has not yet developed. At this time, Chen Qing heard Simon say that there was another new project assigned to them, and she immediately became interested and asked, Boss, what is it? Simon said, it's just investing in a person, the one who built a building in Zhuhai. If you pay more attention to these things, you should know. Chen Qing immediately remembered, giant. Simon nodded, and in order not to make his idea too abrupt, he found an excuse and said, I have read the case provided by CERSI Capital China Economic Research Institute in Shanghai, and I am very optimistic about the man behind the giant. When you go back this time, you can find him. Don't be too anxious, just chat casually and give him some funds when necessary. Chen Qing hesitated, are we going to help finish building the giant building? Boss, this is not a good idea. Simon shook his head, of course not, I'm not a sucker for that kind of large and inappropriate project. Just wait until that guy goes bankrupt to see if he has any other business ideas. If so, we can invest. He is a very powerful person, he just took a wrong step. Chapter 890 King Balm. The next morning, Chen Qing and her two daughters left for China, while Simon stayed in New York. He was not in North America during the new year, and a lot of things accumulated here, which are expected to be dealt with next week. First of all, it was the IPO roadshow of takeover. With the final details finalized, the roadshow officially started on the next day, Wednesday, January 24th, and the first roadshow was held at Rockefeller Center in Midtown, New York. Simon happened to be here, and he took time out that afternoon to attend the event. Since its establishment in 1991 and the launch of the first ICOM 10 digital camera that year, Tinkober's growth has been like other miraculous companies in the Westeros system. In just 5 years, it has become an undisputed giant in the electronics industry. Even though many industry insiders have found that Tinkober's success is closely related to the Westeros system's layout in the new technology field, and even supplements the core internet business, the dazzling achievements made by this consumer electronics company in recent years are not exaggerated. Take the past 1995 as an example. The latest digital camera product ICOM 50 released this year is still popular, but the most dazzling product is the digital music player product iPlayer 10. In 1995, the ICOM series under Tinko had a total annual shipment of 21.37 million units. Due to the great success of the mechanical hard disk version of the digital camera, the market share of Tinko's digital camera products not only did not decline due to the competition from other established electronic manufacturers, but rebounded from 53% in 1994 to 61% in 1995. The success of ICOM was still expected, and the iPlayer digital music player was completely born out of nowhere. iPlayer 10 was released during Easter last year. From mid-April to the end of 1995, it took 8.5 months. Despite the limited production capacity in the early stage, this digital music player still sold 20.03 million units. It took 5 years for the ICOM series to break through 20 million sales from its launch, but it only took 1 year for iPlayer 10. It was eye-popping. Studying the success story of the iPlayer digital music player, the result is also very simple. It came into being. First of all, the hardware, software and network environments surrounding this product are already quite complete in North America. An important reason for the hot sales of iPlayer is actually piracy. Before the release of iPlayer, due to the rapid popularization of the internet in North America, pirated music websites have begun to appear. When iPlayer was launched, it was found that this portable music player could not only easily accommodate hundreds of songs, but also, with a little cracking, it could download almost any music that everyone could think of from the internet for free, whether it was a hot pop single or a niche underground music. This is simply a magical tool. Therefore, in 1995, iPlayer 10 can be said to be the most dazzling electronic product of the year. Of course, it was also full of controversy. In just 1 year, tens of thousands of pirated music sharing websites appeared on the internet. According to preliminary statistics, due to the rapid spread of piracy, global record sales plummeted by 23% in 1995. Even if they did not buy iPlayer players, many people began to download more free music on the internet instead of spending money to buy records. This demand also promoted the rapid development of Google's search engine under Igrit, and its effect was no less than that of the adult websites that were quietly becoming popular. The major record giants felt the crisis and began to find ways to suppress piracy and tried to kill iPlayer, but it was doomed to be futile. Sony, one of the biggest victims of pirated music, which owns Columbia Records, personally created a precedent law in North America that similar products could not win the lawsuit. When Sony's video recorder was released, it was sued by Hollywood giants such as Disney because it was worried that illegal recording would lead to the proliferation of piracy. The lawsuit dragged on for many years, and finally the U.S. Supreme Court declared that Disney and other Hollywood giants lost a case on the grounds that technological progress could not be stifled on the grounds of protecting copyright, and the video recorder was able to become popular. The iPlayer player is of the same nature as the video recorder. Now the output value brought by the videotape industry in the United States to major film companies is no less than that of theatrical screenings of movies. Therefore, in the past year, facing the public pressure from a number of record giants, Tinko has repeatedly used the example of VCRs as a rebuttal, and criticized the major record giants for only clinging to their own interests in the traditional record field and unwilling to follow the technological progress, and constantly called on major record companies to open their own copyright resources to the broadcast platform, so as to achieve a win-win situation. In addition to these disputes, iPlayer has once again promoted the development of the internet cafe industry in the United States that Simon personally promoted. Although the current internet penetration rate in the United States has far exceeded that of other countries in the world, there are still many people who cannot connect to the internet. These people choose to purchase iPlayer players. In addition to using the computers of relatives and friends, another option is to go to internet cafes to select and download their favorite music. And iPlayer 10 is also the favorite target of robbers in 1995. Because this music player can not only be used for personal use, but also, due to the insufficient production capacity in the early stage of the product release, the supply is insufficient. The robbers who snatch the iPlayer can even sell it in the second-hand market at a higher price than the new product. Therefore, not only passers-by wearing iPlayer players have become the most vulnerable targets, but even electronic stores selling this product are not immune. In the past year, there have been many cases of iPlayer shelves being collectively looted by large groups of thugs. In the second half of last year, the San Francisco police also cracked an attempted robbery of an iPlayer warehouse in Palo Alto. iPlayer players are mainly produced in China. However, after the players are assembled, they must first be shipped back to San Francisco for further distribution. At this stage, the market is also mainly in the United States. When the robbers were about to launch their operation, there were more than 1.2 million iPlayer players stored in the warehouse in Palo Alto, San Francisco, with a value of nearly $600 million. The robbers even prepared a 10,000-ton cargo ship in San Francisco Bay to pick them up, intending to ship them to Mexico after they succeeded. Of course, they did not succeed. After the incident was disclosed, it caused a sensation, feeling like an unfinished Hollywood blockbuster. Afterwards, some people really began to plan a movie on the subject. People are like this. The harder it is to get something, the more curious and yearning they will be. The shortage that lasted for a year was actually a deliberate effort by Tinko Bell. In fact, the production capacity of this player was enough to meet the market demand 2 months after its release. However, due to the popularity caused by various events, just like the case of selling a kidney for an Apple phone in the original time and space, many American people, especially teenagers, are trying to get an iPlayer 10 player that everyone thinks is very cool, very show-off and very practical. In the end, in the first year of its release, iPlayer 10 created a sales miracle of more than 20 million. In 1994, Tinko Bell, which only had one main product, had a revenue scale of $2.19 billion and a net profit of $270 million with the sales of 7.16 million ICOM series digital cameras and some other trivial income. In 1995, the total sales of ICOM and iPlayer, two products of similar price, reached 41.4 million units, which was nearly 6 times the sales in 1994. In addition to the revenue from products or platforms such as iDisc and broadcast, Tinko Bell's revenue soared to $12.63 billion, and its net profit reached $1.16 billion. With the continued popularity of the ICOM series and the rapid popularity of iPlayer, two ace products, and the explosive growth of corporate revenue, Tinko Bell's valuation has also been rising. In the last prospectus submitted to the SEC before the roadshow, the valuation of this emerging electronic product company has reached $35 billion, more than double the total valuation of $17 billion when Tinko Bell acquired Broadcast in June last year. However, judging from the feedback from the previous market research, the 130 million shares Tinko Bell plans to issue in this IPO are still in short supply. 130 million shares, of which 51 million were cashed-out shares from major shareholders, and another 79 million were new shares for financing. This batch of stocks accounts for 16% of the total share capital of 810 million shares after the IPO. In addition, of the 51 million shares cashed out, Westeros Company accounts for 30 million shares. Calculated at the issue price of $43, the cash-out amount is $1.29 billion. This is also the first time Simon has directly cashed out in the process of multiple IPOs in recent years. Because it has held Tinkober shares for more than 1 year, Westeros Company only needs to pay a minimum capital gains tax of 15% for this cash out. In addition to the cash out part by shareholders, the amount of new stock financing for Tinkober's next development this time is $3.39 billion. In fact, Tinkober does not lack this money. This IPO is still the established integration strategy of the Westeros system on the one hand, and on the other hand, it is also to facilitate Tinkober to start the next M&A plan. In addition, even though the market has reached the highest expectations for Tinkober's IPO, the company actually still has a trump card for the new annual product launch during Easter this year. This is the long-prepared IREX series of digital cameras. Tinkober's digital camera products have been quietly developed for 2 years. The prototype was completed at the end of 1994. However, because all conditions were not yet complete, the original plan to release it in the fall of 1995 was still postponed. It was finally decided to release it at Easter this year along with a new generation of ICOM and iPlayer products according to the normal product release rhythm. In 2 years, compared with the initial prototype, the iORIC 10 to be released is not only more mature in technology, but more importantly, the software and hardware ecosystem has also been improved. For example, the rapidly increasing capacity of micro hard drives. For example, the YouTube video platform that Igrit has launched. For example, the increasingly popular USB interface. For example, Tinkober will also launch a fairly complete and free video editing software that has been developed for 2 years, just like the free picture browsing and processing software of ICOM. For example, the broadcast platform will also simultaneously open a free or paid audio copyright business to provide video editing enthusiasts with various genuine BGM resources for making more exquisite videos. And so on. This is actually the application ecosystem. If it is just a digital camera, even if the hardware is good, without the peripheral software and hardware support, and lacking sufficient usability and playability, it will not have a big market. Now, because of the improvement of the application ecosystem, just as ICOM users can post pictures on the internet, iORIC users in the future will be able to show their images on the internet. You can even become famous and make money. With the official release of iORIC 10, YouTube will open a service for individual users to upload videos. Although the upload capacity of users will be limited in the early stage, the platform will directly open advertising sharing. YouTube bloggers can earn income as long as they post videos and get clicks. At that time, if Tinkober and Igrit officials take the initiative to create a group of popular YouTube bloggers, it will definitely bring a trend. While the Tinkober IPO roadshow is in full swing, Simon did not show up again after attending a roadshow event in New York, but concentrated on handling other matters accumulated in New York. A large part of it is about Deaneries Entertainment's TV business. After completing the acquisition of Metropolitan ABC Group, the integration of the two companies has been ongoing. During this period, a very important move was to move the headquarters of ESPN TV, which was originally owned by Metropolitan ABC Group, from Bristol, Connecticut to New York. Connecticut borders northern New York, and Greenwich, where wealthy people gather, belongs to Connecticut. Therefore, ESPN, which was originally headquartered in Bristol, is not too far away from New York. However, this relocation has great symbolic significance. Before this, due to the conservatism of old-school shareholders and executives such as Warren Buffett and Tom Murphy of Metropolitan ABC Group, ESPN has never been considered the core business of Metropolitan ABC Group even though it has developed rapidly. Simon, who knows the future development potential of this professional sports TV station, will certainly not make this mistake again, so he personally decided to move the ESPN team from Connecticut to New York. At the same time, negotiations to buy out American football events have officially begun. The 8-year, $9 billion buyout contract in my memory is no less than a large-scale merger and acquisition, so there are risks and opportunities. As long as ESPN successfully monopolizes the live broadcast rights of American football games and operates properly, it will be able to collect a ESPN tax from operators that is much higher than the share ratio of other basic cable stations, just like in the original time and space. In addition, although TV stations usually finalize the broadcast plan for the new year during the TV promotion season in May every year, from the beginning of the year, major production companies and TV stations will begin to look for TV programs and produce pilot episodes for promotion during the promotion season. Simon also needs to keep an eye on this aspect. Before Deaneries acquired Metropolitan ABC, Simon understood that the merged Deaneries Entertainment Group would fall into a vicious circle similar to Catch-22 in the TV production business. The main reason is that the purchase of Deaneries Entertainment's TV department by external TV stations will inevitably be greatly reduced, because other TV stations will inevitably think that Deaneries Entertainment will definitely leave the best TV programs for its own TV stations, and Deaneries Entertainment's TV production department cannot prove that it will not do so. So, since you have reserved the best for yourself, how could other TV stations, especially direct competitors like NBC and CBS, purchase the programs that Deaneries Entertainment TV production department has left over by ABC? Simon did not fail to think of a solution to this vicious circle at first. One of the measures was to re-sign long-term contracts with several other TV stations for projects such as Friends. Because Simon really did not want Daenerys' TV business to completely switch to a self-production and self-sales model. The internal digestion system can certainly save costs, but it is also more likely to make the team slack off and no longer strive for excellence. It is difficult to produce high-quality products when the production and broadcasting are integrated. This has been proven since the emergence of the television industry. Therefore, the separation of production and broadcasting will become the mainstream of commercial TV stations. However, Simon finally gave up some ideas. Because the catch-22 vicious circle is indeed impossible to break. Instead of working in vain, it is better to focus on how to avoid a systematic internal rigidity after the integration of production and broadcasting. This is not difficult. Just introduce external competition. However, the ratio of self-produced programs and external purchases needs to be carefully weighed. After all, Daenerys Entertainment's current TV production department is still very strong. What Simon has to do is to continue to maintain the activity of its own production department by appropriately introducing catfish, while avoiding introducing too many catfish and harming the fish in its own pond. Chapter 891 Troy and Sowell. Manhattan, Upper West Side 66th Street. The former Metropolitan ABC Group headquarters has become the center of Daenerys Entertainment's television business. The time is Friday, January 26th. In a conference room in the building, a production meeting about the upcoming rebroadcast of American Idol on February 6th has just ended. Others have left one after another. Simon continues to sit at the large conference table and whispers with Robert Egger beside him about some details. After a while, he stood up and walked over with a smile to Cher, who had been dawdling and not going out. "Simon, are you free at noon? I have reserved a seat in St. George." Only half a season of American Idol has allowed Cher, whose career has been a bit sluggish in the past few years, to return to the peak. This actress, who has been in Hollywood for many years, naturally knows why she can do this. At this time, she invited Simon out of a sincere desire to thank him. Of course, if this little man has some other interest in her, Cher will not refuse too much. This little man who makes countless women jealous, if something happens between the two, she will not suffer at all. Simon looked at the old diva, who is still graceful in casual clothes, and smiled and said, "It's not convenient for me to go to St. George. I'm worried about being watched. If you don't mind eating in the restaurant here, I'm free." Cher immediately said, "Oh, of course not." He looked at Iger. Before Cher could speak again, Robert Iger immediately said, "I have an appointment with my family to have lunch together at noon." When I first worked at ABC, Iger's home was in the Upper West Side, not far from here, for the convenience of commuting. After switching to Daenerys Entertainment, Iger's status in the circle has become higher and higher over the years, and his income has become more and more abundant. He still did not move out of the Upper West Side, but changed to a better villa after Daenerys Entertainment went public. Since others want to eat with their families, of course they can't stop them. Family is always the most important. Everyone was talking and laughing as they were about to leave when they saw another American Idol judge, Jennifer Lopez, who had just left, turn back and almost bump into Simon. The girl stopped and apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Westeros, I forgot my bag here." She pointed to the conference room. Robert Iger looked at the situation, just smiled and nodded, and left first, looking very hurried. However, just as Simon was about to step aside to let Jennifer Lopez enter the conference room, Cher said, "Jenny, is that the red Chanel? I just saw you forgot it here, so I asked my assistant to bring it to you. It seems you didn't meet her. Go to the parking lot and see, she should be there." Jennifer Lopez was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted. She turned around slowly with obvious reluctance, and said, "Thank you, Ms. Cher." Simon watched the Latin girl disappear in the elevator and gave Cher a thumbs up. Awesome. Being seen through by the man, Cher did not hide it, and deliberately threw a very dramatic expression, "Little chick," and then looked at Simon beside her. "This should not be your cup of tea, Simon. Why did you choose her?" Simon said, "For the effect of the show. It is undeniable that she did a good job, didn't she? In any case, successful people have certain successful qualities that others can hardly achieve." Jennifer Lopez's famed trajectory and popularity were both bizarre. She was just like a certain carpet star on the other side of the ocean. She didn't have any impressive representative works, but she was often able to enter the top of the Hollywood actress income list with tens of millions of dollars in income. This is ability. You can't help but admire her. Simon chose her for this reason. Although she was only a supporting role among the 4 judges, Jennifer Lopez's popularity has been no less than that of the 2 core judges Cher and David Kruger since the start of American Idol. What she lacks now is just the foundation. Cher heard what Simon said and had to nod. It's really good, but in fact, you are the most powerful one. You choose people so accurately. Simon felt the seductive eyes of Cher, the big sister, and smiled. Don't praise me, I'm going to be proud. Haha. The 2 chatted and laughed and came to the high-rise exclusive restaurant in the building. This place was opened after Deaneries completed the acquisition of Metropolitan ABC Group. The company that was previously controlled by 2 stingy old men was not willing to do these things. For ordinary office spaces, Simon prefers open spaces, which makes it easier for executives and employees to communicate. However, when it comes to details of workplace treatment in restaurants, Simon never advocates fairness. What level you are in the Westeros system determines what kind of treatment you can enjoy, including medical care, catering, accommodation, travel, etc. This is actually a kind of distribution according to work. Ordinary employees can eat in the cafeteria with peace of mind, while executives can take the company's private jet when they travel on business trips, which can stimulate employees to strive for excellence. If someone feels unfair, they can either work hard to climb up or leave and choose other companies that they think are fair. Sister Cher, who has always pursued exquisiteness in life, was a little hesitant about eating in the internal cafeteria with Simon. After seeing the decoration of the executive restaurant and the menu served by the waiter, she immediately had no doubts. There are actually 3 cuisines from 3 countries, French, Italian and Chinese, to choose from. Even though there are not many dishes to choose from in each type, it makes Cher even more surprised, because this is the rule of those top restaurants. Different dishes at different times and in small quantities are mainly to ensure the absolute freshness of the ingredients. In the past, even when working outside, there would be someone in charge of food. After becoming famous for so many years, Cher rarely experienced eating in some company restaurants. After ordering, Cher couldn't help but say, "It seems that I can come here often to eat in the future." Simon said politely, "It's an honor." There was no additional explanation. If Cher came here by herself, she might get a different menu. According to Cher's specifications, she can enjoy the treatment of Deaneries Entertainment Vice President here. Maybe the dishes will not be much different from now, but the optional drinks will definitely be different. The bottle of Latour 1975 collection that Cher ordered just now can only be ordered by Simon in person here or by a few people like Egg to entertain VIPs, and someone has to be sent to get it from somewhere else. Fortunately, the storage place is in the Upper East Side, and it takes more than 10 minutes, which is completely enough. Simon didn't explain. Cher actually felt something, but didn't talk about it much. She crossed her legs and slightly turned sideways, changing to a more charming posture and said, "I read the newspaper this morning, and the box office of Batman v Superman has reached $470 million in the latest week. This is really shocking. However, recently attending some gatherings in the circle, everyone is under a lot of pressure. In the box office week just past, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, which was released for the 5th week, continued to earn $38.01 million with a weekly box office drop of 31%, and the cumulative box office reached $472.61 million, surpassing Simon's $436 million domestic box office record set by Batman Begins that year, and successfully refreshed the domestic box office record in North American film history without taking into account inflation. Not only that, with the expansion of overseas markets, the overseas box office of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice has also begun to explode. Last week, it broke through the $400 million threshold, reaching $429 million, almost the same as the $434 million of the domestic box office last week. The overseas box office data for the next 2 days of the weekend will almost certainly surpass the domestic box office of $472 million. Because of the strength of the Super Batman vs. Superman, now it is not only the overseas film circles that are once again calling for caution against the invasion of Hollywood, but even a large number of filmmakers in North America have also developed a sense of crisis. If this goes on, will everyone still have a way out? Simon heard what Cher said, and shook his head slightly and said, "The Super Batman vs. Superman is just a special case, and there is no need for everyone to worry. But, why do I feel that in recent years, the DC Movie Universe series, the Jurassic Park series, and Pixar's 3D animation?" Cher raised an index finger in the air and gestured, saying, "In short, I don't have the courage to go to Hollywood again." This is also the true words of Sister Cher. After winning the Oscar for Best Actress for Moonstruck, Cher seemed to be under an Oscar curse. She never starred in a hit movie and almost fell into a slump. Fortunately, American Idol provided her with a turning point. Now that this reality show is so successful, it has also helped Cher's music career to revive. She has decided to focus on this aspect and no longer compete with old school or new Hollywood actresses for resources. Simon could actually understand the mentality of many filmmakers in Hollywood. He just said, "This is just a psychological effect. The mainstream of Hollywood is still the regular films created by everyone. Let's take the movies with a domestic box office of $400 million, not counting the re-releases. Let me think about it. Battle Begins has $436 million, The Dark Knight Rises has $416 million, and Jurassic Park 2 has $413 million. Add to that Batman v Superman, Reborn, which is still in theaters. You see, there are only 4 movies in total. Hollywood produces more than 400 theatrical movies every year." Cher thought for a while and asked, "What about The Lion King? I remember it exceeded $900 million worldwide." Simon replied, "The domestic box office of The Lion King is only $327 million, and the bulk of it is overseas." Cher didn't expect Simon to remember it so clearly, and he blurted it out. He couldn't help but ask, "Then what about Superman?" "Superman is $363 million in the domestic market. Wonder Woman, $371 million. Jurassic Park, the first movie, $356 million. Big Sister Cher's eyes sparkled, and her tone was filled with admiration. "No wonder you have achieved everything you have now. You can even remember so many box office figures clearly. It's amazing." Simon smiled and said, "Hearing you praise me like that, I won't tell you that I actually just looked at these data this morning. Haha, it's still amazing. Anyway, there is no way I can remember so many things," Cher said, and turned back to the previous topic. "So many domestic movies with a box office of $300 million are also difficult for everyone to achieve. I guess only George's reboot of the Star Wars series can compare with these movies." Simon said, "Everyone will find their own position no matter what. In fact, what I just said is more inclined to commodities. I personally prefer real movies, like Moonlit Night that won you an Oscar that year. I have watched it many times." Cher was a little surprised. "Simon, isn't this a compliment? I remember that many people didn't like this movie, and they also said that it was a bit far-fetched for me to win the Oscar." "Of course it's not a compliment," Simon said. "This is a movie that can touch the heart. Of course, it's not the so-called spiritual impact of those deliberately sensational movies, but the whole movie is creating a restless atmosphere. After watching it, people will have the urge to find someone to fall in love with immediately to make their life worthwhile." "Oh, Simon, you are really good at talking." Before I know it, Sister Cher's body has been slightly leaning forward, with her arms resting on the table. The two chatted like this, and the waiter then served lunch. The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. After lunch, Sister Cher's fingers had already reached across the table and hooked on the back of Simon's hand. Such a young and handsome man with all kinds of halos can attract a group of women to stick to him even if he doesn't speak. What's more, during the lunch that just ended, the other party's knowledge and humor in his conversation were really irresistible. Sister Cher thought that if she didn't take the initiative and missed the opportunity, she would lose out. "Simon, are you free tonight? Maybe we can have dinner together again. It was very pleasant just now, wasn't it?" Simon just shook his head. "I'm sorry, I already have plans tonight." Cher asked, "Then, what about the weekend?" "Not on the weekends either," Simon said, retracting his right hand that was teased by Cher, and said with a smile, "Since this lunch was very pleasant, let's keep it in our memory. Some things are too much or too little." Cher felt regretful when the man said this, but she didn't bother him anymore. "Is that so? It's a pity. But you can call me anytime you are free." As the two were talking, Cher's assistant brought the woman's windbreaker over. Simon took the initiative to get up, took it and helped Cher put it on like a gentleman, and left the restaurant together until he sent Cher into the elevator before returning. The afternoon work schedule is still here. So busy until the evening, Simon took a helicopter to the manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich. On the one hand, Simon refused Cher at noon because he was abstaining from sex recently, and on the other hand, Sophia Fessy came from Europe today. When dusk fell, they returned to the north suburbs manor. The woman was already preparing dinner. Daniel and Gemma, who had already started school, were also here. After spending a long time together, and with the birth of the other two little ones, this place almost felt like another home for Simon. Except for the fact that Daniel and Simon were always a little awkward when they were together, there was nothing else. Gemma, who was simple and straightforward, would occasionally call Simon stepdad. The formal tone of stepfather was deliberately a little unserious, which was actually a kind of recognition in the girl's heart. The dinner was also warm. Sophia talked about work, the two children discussed study and life, and Simon would also talk about the recent trivialities. Sophia's parents, who were dining together, also tried their best to cooperate with this atmosphere. Over the years, the couple also recognized the status of Simon and their daughter, especially Simon's status was getting higher and higher, and the Fessy family was living better and better, and the couple had no other thoughts. After dinner, Sophia's parents and the two children were very tactful and took the initiative to return to the next-door residence, leaving the space for Simon and Sophia. Simon and the other two did not immediately get heated, but talked about some very formal things. Inspired by some recent events, Simon was planning two plans, and gave them two code names. One was Troy and the other was Saville. Of the three women closest to him, Jennifer was devoted to the family, Janet was already in charge of many things, and considering the nature of the two plans, Sophia was the most suitable person to discuss these things, so he asked the women to help with the consultation, and she was also responsible for the implementation of some details. Chapter 892 Kardashev Level. The story of the Trojan horse is so famous that no matter it is the Chinese word Troy or the English word Troy or the pronunciation in other languages, as long as the word is said, people will basically think of the corresponding event and the extended meaning of the word. Simon's recently drafted Troy plan, as the name suggests, is still about invasion and infiltration. This is mainly inspired by James's talk of letting Philip Raybould go to the U.S. Treasury Department for training when they had dinner together last time. Who controls the United States? This has always been a hot topic. Putting aside all kinds of boring conspiracy theories, the United States is actually controlled by the country's elite. The elite class in the United States is far more than the rich people that ordinary people usually know. Although those who can be classified as the elite class are not too poor, to be precise, this class should be the elite group that controls all aspects of the country's politics, economy, military, culture, etc. The Westeros system already has a strong influence on the economy and culture of the United States, but its influence on politics and military is relatively weak. It is precisely these two aspects that have a strong suppression on the areas involved in the Westeros system. To make up for this shortcoming, it is definitely not enough to just support the election and win over a group of congressmen. Apart from other things, James's arrangement for Philip made Simon realize that he had overlooked a very important non-election official class in the United States, among which the most typical one is the U.S. presidential cabinet. These huge official classes distributed in the capital and local areas of the United States also have huge power to influence all aspects of U.S. policies. This is not the most critical point. The more important point is that because they are directly appointed by the White House or Congress and other departments, they are not obtained through elections. Relatively speaking, these positions are easier to obtain, have lower public attention, have unlimited terms, and can even be inherited. Of course, there are also disadvantages. If you are not careful, you may be replaced by your superiors. This is why many people often see news in the media that officials of certain departments in the United States have been dismissed or resigned voluntarily because of certain events. However, as long as their own strength or the backing behind them is strong enough, this shortcoming is not a disadvantage. At most, they can take a break for a while and then change departments to resume their careers. Many veteran politicians in the United States are in this state. It just so happens that you can use the idle time to enter the private enterprise sector to cash in the dividends accumulated from serving the behind-the-scenes financiers for so many years. Just like Richard Cheney, who had no experience in business management, became the CEO of the energy company Halliburton after Bush Sr. stepped down. In recent years, the company has been in a mess, but Cheney is comfortably earning tens of millions of dollars a year. The Westeros system has already tried to acquire a stake in Gilead, a pharmaceutical startup, and a certain director behind the scenes is using the same routine. In the future, as long as it brings enough benefits to the Westeros system, Simon will certainly not be stingy in this regard. This year happens to be an election year. Last time, he didn't have the energy or the strength to do so. This time, Simon doesn't intend to miss the opportunity to get some key positions from the Clinton cabinet. Congress can't be let go either. Many sensitive departments in Washington, such as the Federal Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, etc., are actually affiliated with Congress. There is also the military. Simon also gradually realized that he had fallen into a misunderstanding. No matter how noble the mission of the U.S. military is on the surface, it still serves the interest groups of the United States to a large extent. The most typical example is the wars around the millennium. Since the Westeros system is now one of the major interest groups in the United States, Simon can also try to use this power instead of taking the trouble to build the private armed forces of the Westeros system. After all, private armed forces are somewhat sensitive anyway. Having done so much, Simon will certainly not give up some of his plans because of this awakening. However, the power of the Westeros system can also be gradually infiltrated into the U.S. military. Simon intends to take a two-pronged approach. One direction is the military civilians in Washington, which can also be obtained through the spokespersons of the White House and Congress. On the other hand, it is to directly find spokespersons among all levels of the U.S. military. Through the key of Simon's private military assistant Celia Miller, it is not difficult to promote it. Simon initially considered whether to cultivate from the bottom, but later gave up. It's not that he didn't have the time and patience, but mainly because there was no need. Just like Donald Rumsfeld, the former U.S. Secretary of Defense who is now a director of Gilead. If others can do this, it will be easier for Simon. What the Westeros system lacks the least now is this kind of director position that is just a nominal position and gets paid. Not to mention the series of directly affiliated companies in the Westeros system, with a continuous expansion of Cersei Capital, the three subsidiaries, especially the affiliated companies under BlackRock Asset Management, are countless. Not to mention the directors who are just a name only and get paid. Even a position like the CEO of Halliburton can be afforded by Simon. It is an unspoken rule that senior American officials enter private companies after leaving office. It is very convenient to operate. Even if someone wants to deal with the Westeros system in the future, they will not easily use these things as an excuse, because it is equivalent to destroying everyone's rice bowl. It is not impossible to commit suicide in a car accident at any minute. After all, the world is so dangerous. Further penetration of the two major fields of American politics and military is the Troy Plan that Simon has recently considered. In the manor on the northern outskirts of Greenwich, Sophia and Simon snuggled together on the sofa in a living room of the villa. The sound of the TV was playing softly. The woman flipped through the memos Simon had recently written down for two plans, and said, "The problem now is how to select people and how to ensure their loyalty to the Westeros system, right?" Simon hugged Sophia's soft waist, nodded, and shook his head slightly. Selecting people is indeed a bit troublesome. However, my goal is not to ensure that these people are absolutely loyal, but how to bring them together as much as possible and have a sense of recognition and belonging to the Westeros system. In the original time and space, Bill Clinton unexpectedly defeated George H.W. Bush and was elected president in the 1990s. After more than 20 years of operation, when Hillary Clinton ran for president, the Clinton family was no longer a political upstart in the 1990s. The planned Hillary Clinton cabinet had not yet begun. In sharp contrast, a certain golden-haired real estate developer was a complete political novice, and his cabinet was still missing until the end of his first term. This is the most obvious manifestation of the gap in the accumulation of foundation. In fact, Simon's rise has been going on for nearly 10 years since 1986. However, he really began to expand his layout in the political field from the 1992 election, and emerged in the 1994 midterm election. This time, the Troy Plan can be regarded as a deeper penetration. Since the foundation is also insufficient and it is not realistic to demand excessive loyalty, Simon has never had too high expectations for the so-called loyalty. He still believes more in positions. It is still inspired by the biochemical mode of a shooting game in memory. Once the player becomes a zombie, he will immediately change his position and attack his former teammates. This is actually the most intuitive manifestation of human nature in extreme environments. What Simon needs is also the people he will support next to recognize that he belongs to the Westeros system. Sophia heard what Simon said and asked, "So, what do you need me to do?" Simon said, "I had this idea last year. Again, I wanted to talk about things, but we could only use other people's club venues. You know, I'm not used to this. Therefore, the Westeros system should have some of its own top clubs to facilitate exchanges between our people." Sophia nodded and said, "In fact, I thought about this a few years ago, but I knew that you were not very interested in socializing and had not taken the initiative to join any clubs, so I didn't mention it. Now it just so happens that, haha, in fact, many of our existing resources can be used directly, just like Christie's auction house. Every auction is actually equivalent to a club-style activity. In addition, the military theme park you set up in Ukraine can be used as an activity venue, and you can regularly invite some people to play there. In addition, don't you control a real estate company in New York? I remember that this company owns many entertainment facilities such as casinos and golf courses, which are all very useful. In fact, the key to establishing a club is to do a good job of screening members. Many people are particularly concerned about this. They don't want to be with people who are not at the same level as themselves. Get along. In addition, it is to hold activities regularly, which is what you want to gather people's hearts." Simon saw Sophia said so much without thinking, and smiled. "It seems that you have really considered it seriously, so I'll leave it to you." Sophia agreed, and said, "This matter can't be rushed. What you just meant is to set up more than one club, and obviously also means to divide different circles, which requires more complicated planning." "Of course not. After all, the premise of implementing the Troy plan is to select people first, and the workload is very large. You don't need to delay your work. Just prepare slowly and get it done by the end of this year." "It won't take that long," Sophia said again. "Moreover, I think we can pull in the existing human resources of the Westeros system in advance in different categories, so as long as the plan is determined, it can be started directly. By the way, in this case, you will need to attend more activities next. I don't plan to join all those clubs." "Of course not, but you must first let people know who is behind this club. Once the club is on the right track, it will be okay even if you don't show up for a year or two." Simon thought so he nodded. The two discussed some more details. Sophia continued to flip through Simon's memo and soon saw a photo. It was a black and white group photo of about 20 to 30 people on A4 paper. The woman turned the folder sideways and recognized the person in the center of the photo at a glance. "Is this Einstein?" Simon looked at the photo in Sophia's hand and nodded, "Yes." After that, he pointed out the other well-known names in the photo one by one. In addition to Einstein, there were Marie Curie, Schrödinger, Planck, Lorentz, Bohr, etc. in the photo. A group of big names in the field of physics and chemistry who changed the modern history of mankind were almost all included in this photo. Simon introduced them all, and explained to Sophia, who had her eyes slightly widened, this is a group photo of the attendees of the Solvay conference held in Brussels in 1927. The Solvay conference was a discussion summit in the field of physical chemistry sponsored by Ernest Solvay, a European entrepreneur. Sophia only reacted at this time, and her fingertips ran over the photo, exclaiming, "I didn't expect these people to get together. It's unbelievable." The photo of the Solvay conference in 1927 was widely circulated on the internet in Simon's previous life. The gathering of a group of legendary scientists such as Einstein, Marie Curie, and Schrödinger definitely surpassed any photo of celebrities. However, the photo in front of him was something Simon had finally found. After all, the internet at this stage is not as rich as it will be more than a decade later. After sighing, Sophia continued to turn the page and saw two beautiful handwritten words, Solvay plan. The woman did not rush to read the content, but glanced at Simon. Simon reached out to help the woman turn a page and took the initiative to explain. "Remember last year I planned to get involved in a series of cutting-edge technology fields, such as aerospace and nuclear energy. Remember that ITER, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor Project, $5 billion US, and the newspaper said that you were going to sponsor it personally, so why didn't you do it?" "Because I was disappointed." "Huh? Actually, I really wanted to sponsor this project, but later I personally studied the current situation in this field and was very disappointed, so I temporarily gave up these ideas. Simon said here, seeing that Sophia was still puzzled, and continued, these fields, whether it is aerospace or nuclear energy, have long been controlled by various governments. Private enterprises are not prohibited from entering, but the cost is too high and no one can afford it. It can only be sustained through government funding. As a result, that is, whether in North America or Europe, due to government control, various bureaucracies, red tapes, and lack of incentive mechanisms have long caused these fields to lose their vitality. Many technologies in the field of aerospace and nuclear energy are still at the level of the 1950s and 1960s. Just like the Adair project, if I really invest $5 billion in it, and after investigation I find that it is not worth so much money, it may be better to exchange it for gold coins and waste it. So, Sophia gestured to the folder in her hand, the Solvay plan. Simon nodded, yes, I saw the view before that human history is created by ordinary people. Later I gradually discovered that this is a joke. The so-called history driven by ordinary people is often just a cycle of standing still. The real human history is actually created by geniuses, just like people like the ones in this photo, and many other great scientists of that era, have truly made breakthroughs that mankind has not been able to achieve in the past thousands of years in just over 100 years, and have entered the steam age, the electrical age, and even the information age from the agricultural age that has been reincarnated for thousands of years. Now, with the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the most dangerous confrontation of mankind in the electrical age has ended, and the world has re-entered a peaceful period. Without faith and confrontation, society will inevitably stagnate. You know, this is actually very dangerous. Sophia listened carefully to Simon's words and was a little confused. Isn't it good that we are entering a peaceful period? Moreover, I don't see where the danger is. Simon did not directly answer Sophia's words, but asked again, do you know the Kardashev scale? Sophia was very shaking his head honestly, I don't know. Simon explained, this is a hypothesis about the level of cosmic civilization proposed by the former Soviet astronomer Nikolai Kardashev. He divided cosmic civilization into 3 levels. Simply put, the first level civilization can use the resources of the entire planet. The second level civilization can use the resources of the star system, and the third level civilization can use the resources of the Milky Way level galaxy. What level of civilization do you think we are in now? Of course it's the first level civilization. You are wrong. According to our ability to use the resources of the Earth, we are actually only a level 0.7 civilization. Only when we achieve controlled nuclear fusion and have theoretically endless energy can we be considered to have reached the first level civilization, Simon said, without waiting for Sophia to ask. Each level of civilization has its own survival limitations, and the core is actually resources. Just like the agricultural era that lasted for thousands of years, because the civilization level has not been broken through, they can only reincarnate or perish. Now, although we have entered the information age, this is actually just a continuation of the electrical age, and the steam age is the prelude to the electrical age. Therefore, the resources that humans can use are actually not much different from 100 years ago. In this 100 years, there have been 2 world wars, and even the Cold War that lasted for half a century. Sophie, what do you think is the fundamental reason for all these? Sophia understood a little. Struggle for survival resources. Simon nodded, yes, in the final analysis, it is just to fight for survival resources. Because the resources that we can use as a 0.7 civilization are limited, therefore, for more than 100 years, there have always been wars, and economic crises of all sizes have always broken out. This is essentially that every few years of human development, the resources in our hands are no longer sufficient. First, the economic crisis is used to adjust, forcing humans to optimize resources. When the optimization brought about by the economic crisis is no longer effective, war will occur, and the population will be directly reduced and resource consumption will be reduced in the most cruel way. Therefore, if we stop now, it seems that we have ushered in a peaceful era, but in fact we are still in the 0.7 level reincarnation, because the civilization level is stagnant. Perhaps after the accumulation of several economic crises, it is found that the optimization of resources is no longer effective, and the result is still war. This time, because we have mastered nuclear weapons, it will basically only be a nuclear war that leads to human self-destruction. Don't think that human beings have enough reason to avoid the outbreak of nuclear war. If human beings have this kind of reason, the 2 world wars would not have happened, and there would not have been a Cold War that lasted for half a century. Sophia stared at Simon in a daze for a moment, and reached out to touch the man's face. Simon, you are so pessimistic. Simon put his hand against the woman's warm palm. What about you? I am pessimistic now too, Sophia said, and then asked, how long do you think we have? Simon shrugged. Who knows, maybe 30 years, maybe 50 years, maybe even less time. Sophia turned her attention back to the document in front of her. So, the Solvay plan, should be to create a group of geniuses like Einstein and others, break through technologies such as controlled nuclear fusion, and let mankind enter a true 1.0 level civilization era. That's right. According to some survey statistics, the proportion of humans who are born with high IQs is actually very high. Some statistics show that the proportion of people who are born with an IQ of 130 or above, which is a genius level, exceeds 2%. It's just that most people are unable to fully tap these advantages due to the limitations of their living environment, so these talents are buried after birth. The Solvay plan is to proactively find these gifted children, educate and indoctrinate them in a targeted way, and eventually cultivate the geniuses we need to change the world. Sophia worriedly said, if we do this, it may cause controversy. Manipulating the life of a child, or more precisely, the life of a group of children, is considered by many people to be anti-human. According to those people's ideas, children should grow up happily and freely according to their own ideas. Hearing this, Simon raised his hand and said, give me enough money. Sophia rolled her eyes slightly, and actually thought this was the best solution, and asked, Simon, then what? What? If we successfully reach level 1.0 civilization, then what? Do you think everything will change? Simon shook his head. No, maybe it's just another level of reincarnation, but it's definitely better than now. Moreover, I only offer one possibility. As long as we achieve controlled nuclear fusion and have endless energy, we can easily get rid of the constraints of this planet. At that time, we can even choose to migrate to Mars. As for the people on the ground, it doesn't matter what they do, even if they torment themselves to death, it has nothing to do with me. Quotation mark. Chapter 893 300 billion. Over the weekend, with the help of Sophia and the think tanks around him in various fields such as politics and military, Simon initially formulated the specific plans of the Troy Plan and the Solvay Plan, and immediately began to implement it. First of all, the first step of the Troy Plan is to select people, which is actually the most important step. Simon did not give full authority to Joseph Sclapp, Celia Miller and others, but planned to check it himself. Of course, the specific implementation still needs the assistance of these people. In terms of politics, the plan is to select a group of new political activists for support. Some of these people come from the Westeros system, the children of management at all levels of various subsidiaries, or some executives who are interested in politics. The other part, at least on the surface, has nothing to do with the Westeros system. Simon values the latter part the most. Because once the Westeros system is branded, it is not easy to climb too high in the American political system, and it is not suitable to do so, which is easy to make people associate. As for these people who are seemingly unrelated to the Westeros system, there is no ceiling. It is not impossible to run for president in the future. These people are very easy to find. After all, there are countless people who want to make a difference in the political world in any country, so there are all kinds of circles and groups. The key is how to win over and support these people without letting the outside world find out. The club system that Sophia will be responsible for setting up is a key. In short, it is all about slow work and fine work. Fortunately, Simon now has no shortage of funds, teams and time, so he can just grind slowly. Unlike a group of people selected from the vested interest executive circle within the Westeros system, Simon is targeting the middle and lower classes in the United States. These people lack the funds and connections to climb up, and can only rely on the support of the Westeros system. Their loyalty is also quite guaranteed. Simon does not actually expect absolute loyalty, but once a position is determined, in fact, in many cases, loyalty is completely out of one's control. Betrayal is never without a price. The military side needs to be relatively more cautious. For the time being, it is still mainly to win over the retired U.S. military senior officials who still have considerable connections. One of the main plans Simon determined over the weekend is to take out a number of board positions of Westeros Systems subsidiaries and gradually spread them out. Feed and ask for directions. Then, through these connections, they gradually infiltrated the senior military officials in the United States. After spending the weekend in New York, Simon and Sophia flew back to Los Angeles together. Sophia came with them mainly to visit the two little ones. After all, she is their biological mother. When they returned, they took a brand new Boeing 767. Simon placed an order for two Boeing 767s with Boeing last year, which were recently delivered. After Sophia became pregnant last year, one of them became a woman-only plane, and the interior decoration was completely designed by her. However, the ownership of the aircraft is still under the name of the Westeros family. This is not because Simon is stingy, but so that the Westeros family can continue to pay for the use and maintenance of this private aircraft. This is a very huge expense. The annual maintenance cost of a private aircraft is equivalent to about 10% of its own cost, and there are also various expenses such as hiring a crew team and each departure fee. A private aircraft is used for 30 years, and the accumulated cost is enough to buy 4 or 5 brand new aircraft. This is also the reason why many wealthy people can only rent private aircraft even though they seem to be worth a lot of money. Just like Sophia herself, even though her personal wealth has reached billions of dollars with the Melisandre shares she holds, it is not easy to come up with $10 or $20 million in cash every year to maintain a private Boeing 767. Fortunately, money is not a problem for Simon at all. Back in Los Angeles, it was January 29th, Monday. The biggest news of the new week was undoubtedly that Ygritte's stock price officially exceeded $300 billion, becoming the world's first listed company with a market value of $300 billion. This was mainly because Ygritte announced its 1995 annual financial report on Saturday, January 27th. With a single quarter revenue of $6.53 billion in the fourth quarter of 1995, Ygritte's annual revenue in 1995 finally reached $20.82 billion, successfully breaking through the $20 billion revenue mark. Compared with a full-year revenue of $11.67 billion in 1994, the year-on-year increase reached 78%. Not only that, in the fourth quarter of 1995, Ygritte's single-quarter net profit also reached $380 million, directly surpassing the total of $310 million of corporate net profit in the first 3 quarters, and the net profit for the whole year of 1995 reached $690 million. This was naturally intentional by Ygritte. It was mainly to send a signal to the outside world that it was actually very easy for Ygritte to make a profit. This is also a fact. What the capital industry lacks the least is discerning people. Even if Ygritte does not make a fuss about profits, just the fact that revenue has increased from $10 billion to more than $20 billion in 1 year is enough to make investors crazy. Because revenue is the most representative of the value of a company. This is why the statistical standard of Fortune 500 companies is company revenue rather than market value or profit. Not to mention this era, even if it is more than 10 or 20 years later, if the revenue volume can reach the level of tens of billions of dollars, it will definitely be the leader in various industries. And when a company's revenue exceeds tens of billions of dollars, it can still maintain a super high growth rate, which is even more rare. Therefore, after 2 days of public opinion fermenting about Ygritte's 1995 financial report over the weekend, when the stock market opened on Monday, Ygritte's stock price rose by 9.3% throughout the day, and its market value soared from $291.1 billion to $318.3 billion. Not only that, stimulated by this favorable news, the Nasdaq index also rose across the board that day, from 2,816 points at the opening of the day to 2,937 points, with a single-day increase of 4.1%. It seems that the announcement of Westeros's reduction of Cisco's holdings, just announced last week, has been forgotten. Fortunately, it still stayed within 3,000 points. Simon was relieved about this. The capital market was naturally disappointed. It failed to break through 3,000 points in one go like Ygritte's stock price. However, many people have begun to gear up and plan to send the Nasdaq index to a high of 3,000 points in the next week. Simon is also gearing up. The market reaction to Ygritte's 1995 financial report was basically expected, So Simon also planned to cool down the Nasdaq before Tinkober was listed. It is easy to get a headache with such alternating hot and cold, but there is no time to worry about it. Ygritte became the first company with a market value of $300 billion, which inevitably aroused the curiosity of the media and the public about Simon's latest wealth. According to Westeros' current 57.9% stake in Ygritte, on Monday, the total value of Simon's Ygritte shares reached $184.3 billion, an increase of $17.1 billion in a single day. For a young man who will turn 28 next month, his personal assets are no longer suitable for annual statistics. Now it is not too much to calculate them on a daily basis. Just for Ygritte, the stock price fluctuations on January 29 caused Simon's personal wealth to grow, which may be a number that many ordinary people can never reach in their lifetime. From the listing of Ygritte on October 6 last year to now, more than 3 months have passed. The overall appreciation of the shares of Ygritte held by Simon has exceeded $50 billion. At the end of October last year, Forbes magazine calculated Simon's personal wealth based on the market value of Ygritte on the first day of listing. This means that Ygritte alone has increased Simon's personal wealth by $50 billion in just 1 quarter. Moreover, it is not just Ygritte. Even though the Westeros system has begun to take repressive measures, the stocks of Cisco, AOL, Microsoft, Intel and other companies have continued to rise rapidly in the past few months. According to Simon's holdings in these companies, the overall appreciation in more than 3 months has not been less than $100 billion. There are also a large number of other non-listed companies. For example, Tinkober. In the statistics of the Forbes 400 American Rich list at the end of October last year, Tinkober's valuation was only calculated based on the total valuation of the 2 companies in the process of acquiring Broadcast, which was $17 billion. Now, only 3 months have passed, and according to the latest Tinkober prospectus, the company's valuation has reached $35 billion. Not to mention the indirect holdings of Tinkober by Ygritte, only the 61.6% of Tinkober shares directly held by Westeros are counted, and the value has reached $21.5 billion, which has doubled compared to 3 months ago. Finally, after the close of the U.S. stock market on January 29, Fortune magazine, which has always been ahead of Forbes on the mainstream wealth list, was the first to publish a special article on its official website, determining Simon's latest net worth as $900 billion. There is only a gap of $100 billion from $1 trillion. Although the figure of $900 billion is still not absolutely accurate, the analysis given by Fortune is very detailed. After all, it is only Ygritte, Cisco, AOL and other Westeros system key holding companies. In 3 months, the wealth appreciation provided to Simon exceeded $150 billion. For other non-listed companies, such as Tinkerbell, Melisandre, Verizon Telecom, etc., the potential appreciation is calculated at $50 billion, which is not an exaggeration. Therefore, the total of $900 billion, compared with the $700 billion on the Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans in October last year, increased by $200 billion in 1 quarter. Although it is amazing, it is basically in line with the facts. Of course, other media are not willing to lag behind and have discussed this topic. Forbes, on the other hand, has a calm and quiet look. Forbes probably thinks that it is enough to publish the list once a year. If it is too rampant, it will inevitably lose credibility. This is obviously the typical traditional media's reserve, which may not last long. Simon clearly remembers that Forbes also began to launch a real-time wealth statistics list. Regardless of the controversy, most media and the public basically recognize Simon's latest personal wealth of $900 billion given by Fortune. And everyone is now starting to pay more attention to when this number can exceed $1 trillion. No one will doubt that as long as the Nasdaq does not collapse in the short term and continues for a few more months, $1 trillion is just a matter of time. Another Hollywood financial magazine, Barron's, had already picked a time point for this in its website news on the same day. Tinkober's listing. As the roadshow progressed, Tinkober's official listing date has been basically finalized, February 16, which is still a Friday. The article in Barron's believes that Tinkober's valuation of $35 billion is a very serious underestimation. Such an emerging electronics giant with revenue exceeding $10 billion and annual net profit reaching $1 billion, even if it cannot be compared with the highly sought-after or authentic internet companies due to its own corporate nature, its own internet genes are also obvious. Since the entire internet industry is growing at a high speed, Tinko Bell, which relies on the entire internet ecosystem, has no reason to be conservatively valued like traditional electronics companies. What's more, the news that Tinko Bell is about to release another new electronic product has begun to warm up public opinion, and perhaps this will be a hit similar to iPlayer. Therefore, even if it does not reach the terrifying level of Ignorant's market value of $300 billion, Barron's analysis also believes that Tinko Bell's market value should be at least $100 billion, not just $35 billion. During the recent roadshow, many potential capitals have subscribed crazily, which clearly proves this point. The market generally predicts that Tinko Bell may raise the issue price again before the official listing. Simon and Tinko Bell's management are indeed considering this. It's not that they think the valuation of $35 billion is too bad and they are unwilling to give up more benefits. If it were a year or two ago, Simon would be happy to do so. Now the main thing is that they don't want the market to be too enthusiastic about Tinko Bell's IPO, because this will inevitably affect the entire Nasdaq sector, further stimulating the overall rise of the technology sector. On the same day of January 29, in addition to the clamor caused by Ignorant's market value exceeding $300 billion, there was also the official announcement of the nomination list for the 68th Academy Awards that night. The shortlist was basically within Simon's expectations. The highly anticipated Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice was successfully selected for the 5 core Best Picture nominations, and also received 9 nominations including Best Director, Best Screenplay, Best Original Score, etc., becoming the most nominated movie this year, and movie fans were jubilant for a while. The film's distribution team also took the opportunity to launch a second wave of large-scale publicity, and really started to launch a public relations offensive to impact the awards. In addition to the Superbat War, the other 4 films nominated for the Best Picture are Sense and Sensibility, Braveheart, The Bridges of Madison County and Nixon. Sense and Sensibility, produced by Gay-Omen Films under Deaneries Entertainment, has continued to win 8 nominations for the Oscars, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actress, and Best Supporting Actress, after shining at the previous Golden Globe Awards. This is one more than in the original Time and Space. It happens to be the Best Director. As for why Ang Lee failed to be nominated in the past, the reason is obvious. The current Deaneries Entertainment is fully capable of easily breaking this prejudice. The other Braveheart and The Bridges of Madison County are also reasonable. On the contrary, Nixon is obviously controversial. This biographical film directed by Oliver Stone can only be said to be a normal performance of the director. It performed mediocrely in both box office and word of mouth. The reason why it was nominated was, on the one hand, because of the Oscars distribution of Pork and Oliver Stone's own status, and on the other hand, it was the result of the strong promotion of Vivendi behind Disney. The French wanted to show their presence in Hollywood. It happened that several films under Deaneries Entertainment, such as Apollo 13, Beauty and the Beast, and This Man Is From Earth, which were expected to be nominated, took the initiative to give up the application, and Nixon, which was of average quality, got the opportunity. This is why Simon insisted that the past 1995 was not a big year for Oscars. It really can't be counted. Although Deaneries Entertainment does not count Batman v Superman, films such as Sense and Sensibility, A Man Walking, Apollo 13, and Beauty and the Beast have also won a total of 22 nominations, but because of the nomination of Nixon, the announcement of this nomination inevitably attracted doubts. The Oscar organizing committee is also helpless about this. Deaneries Entertainment almost dominated the top 10 of the annual box office list last year. Other competitors were not strong enough, which was unavoidable. But the Oscars could not be like this. After all, everyone is in this circle, and we can't completely leave other film companies no chance to survive. What's more, which year is there no controversy in the Oscars? Moreover, most people's attention was quickly attracted by Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. In this box office week around the announcement of the Oscar nominations, coupled with this second wave of publicity campaigns launched by the distributor, from January 26 to February 1, the 6th week of release, the weekly decline of Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice narrowed to 17%, earning $31.54 million. The cumulative box office of this DC superhero blockbuster not only set a new record, but also broke through another key threshold, reaching $504.15 million. This is also the reason why the two companies launched another wave of publicity and promotion offensives. Now, it is no problem for Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice to break through the $600 million domestic box office. Deaneries and Warner Brothers are directly aiming at the further $700 million domestic mark. According to the current box office curve of normal commercial films, the single-week box office volume of Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice is only $30 million. From $500 million to $700 million, it seems unlikely to collect $200 million. However, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice has surpassed the scope of ordinary commercial films. It is a phenomenal blockbuster. The box office curve of phenomenal movies is never normal. What's more, going back further, for example, Back to the Future and Ghostbusters, which won the annual box office champions that year, both films' domestic box office exceeded the $200 million threshold, while the first week of these two films was only $18.43 million and $23.16 million respectively. Now, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice itself is already a phenomenal box office blockbuster that is stronger than the two annual champions of that year. Now, with the support of the Oscars, the domestic box office will impact the first $700 million box office record in North American film history. The possibility of success can at least reach 50%. Chapter 894, Investing in Gilead. February 2nd, Friday. After a week of continuous fluctuations in the 2,900-point range, when the capital market was closely watching whether the Nasdaq market could break through the 3,000-point mark on the last trading day of this week, another bucket of cold water was poured on the Westeros system this morning. Less than 2 weeks after announcing the reduction of Cisco shares on January 22, Westeros issued another reduction statement. No surprise. This time it was America Online's turn. The reduction amount was still about $2 billion. In order to suppress the Nasdaq index, Westeros had completed the reduction of Cisco shares 2 weeks after the announcement on January 22. This is actually an important reason why the Nasdaq index fluctuated up and down this week but always failed to break through 3,000 points. Because the two announcements of share reduction were too close to each other, with the announcement of Westeros, the Nasdaq index fell directly by 2.9% on Friday, which was significantly higher than the 0.7% market decline on the day when Cisco announced its share reduction. As a result, the Nasdaq index fell back to the 2,800-point range and closed at 2,879 points that day. Here we go again. Since the Westeros system first cashed out Deaneries Entertainment shares in December last year, many people have been speculating on Simon's motives. If it is just a premonition that the market has peaked and cashing out at a high level, it doesn't make sense. With the current influence of the Westeros system, as long as you open your mouth and say you need funds, a lot of financial institutions will cry and shout and rush to give money. If the market is about to turn, in order to maintain the overall situation, Simon Westeros should do what he can to stabilize market sentiment as much as possible, rather than cashing out at the risk of catalyzing a market crash. After 3 consecutive share reductions, everyone finally reacted. There is no doubt that Simon Westeros is suppressing the Nasdaq index. The reason for doing so is also very simple. Anyone with a little financial background can clearly see that once the market is overheated, speculation will inevitably prevail, and those who really want to do things will be squeezed. Therefore, avoiding market overheating is actually beneficial to the long-term development of an industry. Otherwise, a large number of speculative capital will quickly enter and exit, and will eventually leave a mess, or even destroy the entire industry. Although everyone understands it, they are eagerly looking forward to a series of technology stocks that continue to soar, looking forward to the book earnings of various technology stocks that have been heavily invested in unconsciously reaching new highs, and looking forward to cashing out at high prices and leaving the mess to the unlucky person who finally takes over. Simon Westeros, you are so blatantly cutting off everyone's wealth, which is really unkind. So, after the market closed that afternoon, various forces began to attack the Westeros system. Some people asked the SEC to investigate whether Westeros was suspected of manipulating the market. Some people called on the federal government to take measures to prohibit Simon Westeros malicious selling. Some people contacted Simon privately, not without warning, hoping that he would stop in time. Some people said that Simon could directly state how much he planned to sell and cash out, and everyone could trade privately without having to sell in the secondary market to cause market fluctuations. Some people took advantage of the election year to try to lead the topic to Simon's personal wealth, which was almost over $1 trillion, and believed that it was unreasonable for one person to have such a huge wealth. Not only that, the short sellers of technology stocks who had been waiting for an opportunity did not miss such an opportunity. They used Westeros's announcement of share reduction as evidence to once again hype up the public opinion that the Nasdaq index had peaked and was about to turn, trying to really push technology stocks to collapse. Even the White House called Simon. The president, who is obviously entrusted by someone, spoke earnestly and took out an analysis report that he didn't know where he got from and discussed it with Simon for more than half an hour. The general idea was that the current fundamentals of the new technology industry were more than enough to support the Nasdaq at 4,000 points, and Simon had no need to be so cautious at 3,000 points. Frankly speaking, Simon did not expect the waves caused by this share reduction. However, it was not beyond Simon's expectation. After all, the Westeros system's suppression of the rise of technology stocks blocked the financial path of too many people. It was just that Simon thought that it would take 2 or 3 more reductions before such a thing would happen. In the face of huge interests, people's eyes are bloodshot, and they can do anything when they are forced. Since it has caused dissatisfaction among everyone, Simon has no intention of making an enemy of the whole world. Facing lobbying from all sides, he went with the flow and promised not to reduce his holdings in the short term. This is actually a kind of tail that cannot be cut off. From small companies to large countries, there is never a shortage of people with clear vision in this world. Facing various drawbacks, it is not that no one wants to change, but it is difficult to reverse the situation. When a huge machine collapses in one direction, the people who stand in front and try to save it often have no body left. However, Simon has no intention of stopping completely. This year's reduction plan actually has 2 core goals. One is to curb the overheated speculation in the new technology market, and the other is to cash out funds. Simon's original goal was to cash out $20 billion in funds in 1996. Since he promised not to cash out in the open market in the short term, at least not in the next 6 months, Simon planned to choose to conduct a large-scale stock transfer transaction directly with the institution as some people suggested. In addition, he also planned to choose the right time to issue a Westeros corporate bond. Before this, when Westeros needed additional funds privately, it basically sought loans directly from banks. It was mainly convenient and fast, without the complicated process of issuing bonds, and did not need to disclose too much information. In addition, with Westeros's credit rating, the interest rate for loans was often very affordable. However, if you want to raise tens of billions of dollars in funds at one time, and it is a long-term debt of more than 10 years, it is not appropriate to continue to borrow. The main reason is that bank loans are too inflexible, restrictive, and lack room for maneuver in repayment. Once a company has problems, bank debt collection will often become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. After a company goes bankrupt, bank loans usually need to be repaid first. In comparison, corporate bonds are very flexible. As long as you get the funds, there are few restrictions. In case of problems, you can negotiate with creditors for debt restructuring. With the current size of the Westeros system, the possibility of encountering repayment difficulties is very low. Therefore, the core of choosing to issue bonds is still cost. Banks are pursuing profits, so corporate loans will inevitably have to pay relatively high interest costs. As for bond investors, especially high credit rating bond investors with low interest rates, they are more just seeking the most stable bottom line investment, or even to resist inflation, and do not have too high a pursuit of profits. This actually means that the cost that the bond issuer needs to pay will be very low. In fact, many companies in the Westeros system, such as Deaneries and AOL, have been issuing bonds in recent years, but Westeros, as the core of the Westeros system, has not done so. After all, in the past, if you want to issue bonds, it means that you need to disclose a lot of information publicly. This is something Simon has always been reluctant to do. Now that the Westeros system is strong enough, if you choose to issue bonds again, you can selectively disclose it. Believe it or not. Buy it or not. So, after promising not to reduce holdings in the short term, Simon spread the news the following weekend. Since some people said that the Westeros system can be sold privately, then, In addition to the $2 billion of AOL shares announced on Friday that will continue to flow into the secondary market, Simon also plans to sell a total of $3 billion of Deaneries Entertainment, Cisco, and AOL shares to institutions. Let's discuss it. Let's pool the money. Of course, because it is a large transaction, Simon will not be unkind to stick to the original price and directly give the institutions a 10% discount on the purchase. Deaneries, Cisco, and AOL have sold more than $6 billion in 3 times. This time, another $3 billion will be sold. Counting that Tinkerbell, Melisandre, and Verizon will cash out at least $1 billion in the process of listing, in the first half of the year. Through these reductions and cashing out, excluding the capital gains tax to be paid, Westeros is expected to get no less than $10 billion in funds. Then, in the second half of the year, Westeros will launch a $10 billion corporate bond issuance plan. Adding it all up, $20 billion just completes Simon's plan to hoard funds. In addition, Simon did not intend to completely give up the plan to suppress the Nasdaq market, but the means would be more covert, and he would do as much as he could. In fact, all these actions of extracting funds from the market are suppression. Smart people would always hesitate when they saw Simon Westeros constantly withdrawing funds and rushing into the new technology field. Simon spread the word and soon received a response. Wall Street giants such as Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley and overseas financial giants such as Credit Suisse were very interested in the batch of shares that Simon intended to cash out, but they just hoped that the discount could be lower. Simon did not give in to this. However, the two sides soon started formal contact. Simon also brought in BlackRock Asset Management, a subsidiary of Cersei Capital, and planned to give at least 10% of the shares. After all, in this transaction, as long as they were not too greedy and kept holding on, they could cash out at the right time in the future, and the buyers' generous returns were completely foreseeable. Of course, we should not forget our own people for this benefit. Simon just told Lawrence Fink that once the 6-month lockup period for buying this batch of stocks was over, regardless of the market trend, they should sell them all immediately. Perhaps it was because many people had received Simon's promise. After the weekend in early February, the Nasdaq index quickly returned to the 2,900-point range in the new week. The obstacles to hitting 3,000 points basically disappeared, and it was only a matter of time. The plan to suppress the Nasdaq was aborted not long after it was started. Simon was not depressed at all, and continued to push forward the various plans of the Westeros system step by step. In any case, if the Nasdaq collapses in the future, the market value of the companies held by the Westeros system may fall sharply, but because they have made sufficient preparations in advance, the real impact will not be too serious, and they can also expand their own strength at a low cost in the process of the market being in a mess. February 7th, Wednesday. Just after the AOL stock reduction event, another news related to the Westeros system broke out. That morning, Gilead Sciences, a startup pharmaceutical company in Foster City, San Francisco Bay Area, suddenly held a press conference and announced that it had reached a financing plan with Westeros for a total of $120 million. Westeros will obtain 4 million shares of Gilead, with a shareholding ratio of 32.8%, becoming Gilead's largest shareholder. Gilead Sciences is a listed company. With the release of this news, it was already a few hours in the afternoon on the East Coast. The company's stock price soared by 17%, and its market value reached $535 million, but most people were still confused. Gilead. What is this? Fortunately, within just a few hours after the news was released, the company's information was dug up. Of course, it was also because Gilead took the initiative to spread the news. However, after some research, everyone soon discovered that the details of this pharmaceutical company founded in 1987 were really not flattering. In the 8 years since its establishment, Gilead has focused on research in the fields of immunodeficiency and antiviral drugs, burning nearly $100 million in funds, but basically achieving nothing, and can only rely on some outsourcing contracts provided by pharmaceutical giants such as GlaxoSmithKline to obtain a small amount of revenue. However, it is such a company that successfully completed an IPO in 1992 and survived to this day, which is also a miracle. This is of course superficial information. Going deeper, the connections behind the company, such as the youngest former Secretary of Defense in American history, is obviously one of the main reasons why Gilead has been able to maintain it to this day. In addition, The biggest reason that everyone can find Westeros' investment in this company is probably that Gilead is finally going to launch its first new drug. According to information provided by the FDA, U.S. Food and Drug Administration, the new drug submitted by Gilead for review is called SYNOPSIS, which is mainly used to treat a type of cytomegalovirus retinitis caused by AIDS. What the hell is this? After 8 years of establishment, a total of hundreds of millions of dollars of funds were burned to come up with such a new drug for non-mainstream complications. Although the prospects of this drug described by Gilead are very bright, it can be directly injected intravenously to replace several existing drugs that can only be administered by surgical intubation. It is also expected to contribute more than $150 million in revenue to Gilead every year after listing, but are everyone so easy to fool? Soon someone punctured Gilead's lies. According to the market demand for this drug, it would be a miracle to have a revenue of $15 million after listing, let alone $150 million per year. It is simply unreasonable. In this case, why did Simon Westeros spend $120 million to invest in such a company? Although everyone also found that Simon Westeros only paid 80% of the stock price before the information disclosure for $120 million to buy more than 30% of Gilead's shares, but if this company is worthless, let alone 80% off, even 40% off, it would only be a result of throwing away the water. Is there any inside story that everyone doesn't know? So all kinds of gossip began to circulate again. After careful research, the curious finally thought they had found the key. Gilead's main research direction is AIDS. Since it began to attract widespread attention in the 1980s, AIDS has quickly become a terminal disease that all levels of society fear the most. The poor can do nothing about it, but the rich are eager to conquer this disease. This is probably another important reason why Gilead has always been able to get research funding over the years. Simon Westeros may be just another rich man who has invested in conquering AIDS. After all, they are not short of money. Moreover, someone is a well-known playboy. Even if. This is also a precaution, right? So, let's all go. With the current influence of the Westeros system, the mainstream media certainly dare not get involved in this evil gossip. It's just that some gossip tabloids or gossip websites that are in front of them are talking about it in a veiled way. However, most people just like this, even some social elites can't help but talk about it with relish. Simon didn't want the Westeros system to be too ostentatious in its investment in Gilead, so he specifically rejected the phone call from Donald Rumsfeld, who was about to take office, hoping that he would attend the signing ceremony. I didn't expect public opinion to be so biased, which was a bit ridiculous. There is no shortage of smart people. If Simon Westeros really just spent $120 million to buy insurance for himself, he would definitely do it as quietly as possible. How could outsiders know about it? In this case, does this mean another signal, for example, that the Westeros system intends to enter the medical industry? If this is true, then this is a good time to follow up privately. The popularity of the internet is already too high. If you enter the market now, not only will the risk increase, but it will also be difficult to get high-quality investment projects. Relatively speaking, the medical industry is undoubtedly an opportunity to find another way. Following Simon Westeros is always right. Chapter 895 Laser Ignition. Simon did not attend the signing ceremony for Westeros' investment in Gilead, but he was in San Francisco that day and stayed there for 3 consecutive days. His schedule was full. The most important matter was the follow-up arrangements for Gilead. After officially becoming the largest shareholder of the company, the first thing Simon pushed for was to finalize the appointment of former U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. However, after a more detailed understanding of the company, some adjustments were made. Rumsfeld's position was changed from the originally envisioned CEO to the chairman of Gilead. In addition, John Martin, the chief scientist in charge of product development, took over the CEO position. Prior to this, the chairman and CEO positions of Gilead were held by the company's founder Michael Otten, and this time he was directly retreated behind the scenes. This does not mean that Michael Otten was marginalized. In fact, with a deeper understanding of Gilead during this period, Simon gradually discovered that Michael Otten was the true soul of Gilead. Perhaps Donald Rumsfeld provided the necessary government connections for Gilead's rise in history, but it was Michael Otten who successfully used these resources to bring Gilead to the top. This is just like Warren Buffett's well-known background. His father was a congressman, and his grandfather left a considerable legacy to the Buffett family. From childhood to adulthood, His contacts were either high-level government officials or corporate executives. Any neighbor, Donald Kia, later became the president of Coca-Cola and contributed to Warren Buffett's most successful investment to a large extent. Many people therefore believe that Buffett's success came from this. But this overlooks one thing. There are actually many people with a similar background to Buffett, but only Warren Buffett has become an investment tycoon and super rich man who has attracted everyone's attention. This is the difference. Michael Otten, 37 years old this year, has 2 major degrees, a Doctor of Medicine from Johns Hopkins University and an MBA from Harvard University. First of all, he is a very outstanding person. When he founded Gilead just 8 years ago at the age of 29, he was able to bring in big names such as the former U.S. Secretary of Defense to serve as directors of the board of directors to protect this small company. This is enough to prove that Michael Otten's family background is not much worse than Warren Buffett's. In the past 8 years, Michael Otten was able to ensure that Gilead did not go bankrupt due to continuous losses and successfully completed its IPO when Gilead had almost achieved nothing. Even if there were some operations that were not very shady, the ability of this middle-aged man was beyond doubt. The most important point is that Simon found in the communication process with Michael Otten that the other party's description of Gilead's future development ideas was exactly the same as the development trajectory of the company in Simon's memory. Not only that, this is also a very generous person. Facing Simon's suggestion to give way to Rumsfeld, Otten not only agreed, but even completely retreated behind the scenes and gave the CEO position to John Martin, the company's chief scientist with outstanding ability, which made Simon look at him more highly. Letting go is never an easy thing. Michael Otten's concession this time can release a series of positive news to the market. Former Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld serves as chairman, which allows people to see Gilead's connections at the government level. Everyone knows that this is enough to ensure that the new drug that Gilead is promoting will be successfully approved by the FDA, even if it is directly introduced into the U.S. medical insurance system. I have to say something here. Ordinary people always want all special medicines and high-priced drugs to be included in the medical insurance so that they can afford them once they are sick, and they think that the willingness to include these drugs in the medical insurance system is a manifestation of the government's emphasis on medical benefits. But what is the truth? Just like the Gilead hepatitis C series of drugs in Simon's memory, a course of treatment costs $80,000. After being included in the U.S. medical insurance, ordinary Americans can indeed pay for it as long as they have medical insurance. However, people may overlook the fact that these money, after all, are paid by the sheep. One of the important reasons for the abnormally high medical expenses in the United States lies in this. Therefore, it is not that the government attaches importance to medical benefits by including high-priced drugs in the medical insurance, nor that the authorities are unwilling to introduce some drugs into the medical insurance system to ignore the suffering of the people. In many cases, the facts may be just the opposite. Back to the topic, Rumsfeld's chairmanship can ensure Gilead's connections with the authorities, and giving the CEO position to the company's chief scientist is enough to show Gilead's emphasis on product research and development. These 2 personnel changes, plus Gilead's new drugs that are about to be launched, are enough to change the market's attitude towards the company. On the other hand, becoming a member of the Westeros system is equivalent to completely opening up Gilead's situation. Next, Gilead can implement the development route in the original time and space, through continuous mergers and acquisitions of similar startup pharmaceutical companies, to form its own relatively monopolistic product portfolio focusing on immune deficiency and antiviral fields, and then penetrate the U.S. medical insurance system through the authorities' connections, expand market share to the greatest extent, and finally realize Gilead's takeoff. These operations require Michael Otten to be responsible for the operation. Although he has resigned as the chairman and CEO of Gilead, as the founder, Michael Otten still holds 12.7% of Gilead's shares. With Simon's absolute support, the middle-aged man can fully promote Gilead's future according to his own ideas. After dealing with Gilead and handling some affairs of several companies in Silicon Valley, Simon was invited to visit the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in Livermore, east of the Bay Area, on Friday. This federal national laboratory was co-founded by Ernest Lawrence, a Nobel Prize winner in physics in the early 20th century, and Edward Teller, the father of the U.S. hydrogen bomb. It is affiliated with the National Nuclear Security Administration under the Federal Department of Energy and is operated by the University of California. It is mainly engaged in research and development in many cutting-edge scientific and technological fields, such as chemical elements, supercomputers, and nuclear weapons. The Lawrence Livermore Laboratory took the initiative to invite Simon this time, mainly because it heard that this young super-wealthy tycoon was interested in controlled nuclear fusion and was once rumored to provide funding for the ITER project. Coincidentally, another controlled nuclear fusion research plan that the laboratory is promoting has been stranded because the federal government has continued to cut related budgets in recent years, so it took the initiative to find the door. The name of the project is called the National Ignition Facility. This is a name that the laboratory deliberately gave 2 years ago in order to apply for federal government budget support. Simply put, it is to stimulate nuclear fusion reactions by bombarding fusion materials with multiple beams of high-energy lasers. Unlike tokamaks and stellarators that use the principle of magnetic confinement, laser ignition technology is called inertial confinement nuclear fusion because it uses laser bombardment to generate the inertial force extrusion to achieve the high-temperature environment required for nuclear fusion. In fact, whether it is tokamaks, stellarators or laser ignition, they are all concepts proposed in the 1950s and 1960s. After starting to pay attention to this field last year, Simon also read a lot of materials privately and has a good understanding of the current mainstream research directions of controlled nuclear fusion. Compared with tokamaks and stellarators that use the principle of magnetic confinement, the biggest advantage of laser ignition is that it can be miniaturized. Some experts in related fields believe that if nuclear fusion-driven spacecraft are to be developed in the future, laser ignition will be the top priority, and tokamaks and stellarators, which must be huge in size, are more suitable for building nuclear power plants or large aircraft carriers. Not only that, laser ignition technology is also controversial. Once this technology matures, it can also be used to manufacture nuclear weapons. Unlike the hydrogen bombs that need to be triggered by atomic bombs at this stage and will cause a lot of radiation residue, hydrogen bombs using laser ignition technology will not produce radiation residue, clean, and can even be used as standing weapons. Hydrogen bombs that can kill millions of people instantly. Clean. It sounds a bit ironic, however, because of this feature, laser ignition hydrogen bombs can bypass the restrictions of the United Nations Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, because nuclear weapons that produce serious radiation residues are banned by the treaty. It has to be said that humans really try every means to find loopholes for self-destruction. Simon really intends to promote the development of controlled nuclear fusion technology. However, after the on-site visit, any idea of support was directly dispelled. The main reason is to live a few more years. Moreover, since these ideas came up last year, Simon has actually been learning to think and even recall information about aerospace, nuclear energy, and other fields in his memory. The most profound is a comparison about the aerospace field. In my memory, I often see people complaining about the degradation of human aerospace technology, and even Simon himself once thought so. Humans were able to land on the moon in the 1960s. As a result, in the 21st century, this became increasingly difficult, and even a conspiracy theory emerged that the entire moon landing plan was a hoax. Combining various information, Simon found the joints. The moon landing plan at that time was at the most intense period of the US-Soviet hegemony. Both sides devoted all their national strength and completely ignored the cost. The most typical example is the Saturn V heavy-duty launch vehicle used by the United States to land on the moon. This heavy-duty launch vehicle is often regarded by later generations as a sign of the degradation of human space technology. The Saturn V, at that time, could achieve a low Earth orbit payload of up to 140 tons. However, decades later, no rocket's low Earth orbit carrying capacity could exceed 100 tons. Even the highly respected SpaceX Heavy Falcon rocket has a maximum low Earth orbit payload of only 64 tons. If you only look at this comparison number, it is absolutely a complete degradation. However, most people actually ignore the most important factor: cost. The manufacturing cost of Saturn V was $500 million at that time, while the most advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier Enterprise in the United States at that time only cost $450 million. After the new century, the cost of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers in the United States has skyrocketed to $10 billion. According to this standard, the manufacturing cost of Saturn V at that time was basically at the level of tens of billions of dollars. So, how much does SpaceX's Falcon Heavy cost? $60 million. 140 tons versus 64 tons. $10 billion versus $60 million. Degeneration? Not true. The fundamental reason is that it is difficult for countries around the world to do one thing with all their strength in this era. Really all their strength? However, the biggest inspiration for Simon from this incident is actually another aspect. Perhaps, if Saturn V was made by a company like SpaceX, instead of being led by the government, and then being treated as fat meat by major suppliers, it might not cost $450 million. Maybe $45 million at that time would be enough. That's right. Any country, any system, and government-led government will inevitably suffer from the disadvantages of serious waste. This is definitely not just in the aerospace field. The same is true for the research on controlled nuclear fusion. Just like the ITER and National Ignition Facility projects that have been shelved in recent years due to the collapse of the Soviet Union, they are all investments of billions of dollars. Is it really necessary to spend so much money? The key to why SpaceX can achieve such a low price lies in the founder Elon Musk's crazy cost reduction. Boeing, Lockheed Martin and even state-owned aerospace companies in other countries are lying on the hotbed of government funding and are not making progress. They are using solutions that are still at the technical level of the 1950s and 1960s for global procurement, without considering the cost-effectiveness at all, and are often proud of their own global procurement strategies. SpaceX, however, produces most of its parts in-house, and the million-dollar parts used by giants such as Boeing can be made by SpaceX for tens of thousands or even thousands of dollars. This directly results in the fact that even if the authorities treat Boeing and Lockheed Martin as their own sons, they cannot compete with SpaceX at all. The United States later restarted the moon landing plan and provided Boeing and Lockheed Martin with tens of billions of dollars in funding regardless of cost. If they wanted NASA's technical reserves, they could just move the Apollo program data away. If they wanted to rebuild the launch pad, no problem, they could just spend $1 billion, but in the end, nothing was accomplished. Burning a large sum of money only proved that these old giants had completely lost the ability to carry out the moon landing plan in their comfort. In the end, they found that they could only rely on SpaceX to achieve the moon landing again. On Friday, Simon visited the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory and saw the same situation as the information in his memory. The Livermore Laboratory, which has more than 2,000 employees with doctoral degrees, is like a nursing home. Coupled with the fact that the U.S. government has drastically cut the budgets of relevant departments in recent years, the laboratory as a whole is filled with an atmosphere of not seeking progress and getting by. It's just a job. The planned National Ignition Facility is expected to cost $3 billion and take 10 years to build, which is similar to the large tokamak device of the ITER plan. According to the person in charge, it is also a global procurement strategy. Is it really necessary to have such a long construction period and such a high cost? A large number of engineers with top degrees but no ambition work from 9 to 5 every day, discuss a component for 3 days, and delay it for another 3 days if they feel it is not right. They drink coffee and screw screws leisurely every day, and of course they have to take a break halfway. Such a pace will certainly require $3 billion in 10 years. Think about Boeing and Lockheed Martin, which burned a large amount of government funding in memory just to prove that they have lost the U.S. moon landing plan. That's probably it. This is definitely not what Simon wants. Initially, he wanted to dig a group of people out of these top research institutions, but Simon also gave up the idea. What Simon needs is a team like SpaceX in his memory that has the spirit of innovation and exploration in Silicon Valley, and is definitely not a group of scientific research termites that have lost their spirit in a long-term comfortable environment. Fortunately, there is no shortage of such talents within the Westeros system. Simon also believes that there are still some ambitious people in those laboratories who have not been worn out. The Solvay plan to cultivate geniuses who change the world is unlikely to be effective in a short period of time, but Simon does not intend to wait until many years later. Before returning to Los Angeles, Simon asked people to find talents who were interested in promoting the development of human space nuclear energy. There was also a small goal, which was to find Elon Musk, who should have been in Silicon Valley at this time. Although there was no shortage of similar talents, since Elon Musk had proven that he could succeed in the original time and space, this was also a shortcut. Simon planned to let the other party be in charge of the new SpaceX that had been quietly registered last year. As for the nuclear energy field that focuses on controlled nuclear fusion, of course it cannot be placed on one person, But Simon also needs people with the same characteristics. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 896 Fashion Week. Simon returned to Los Angeles from San Francisco in the evening of February 9th. When he got home, Kathryn Bigelow, whom he hadn't seen for a while, came to visit. They were drinking coffee and chatting with Janet by the glass curtain wall of the Shale Villa in the sunset. Kathryn was a little embarrassed to see Simon. It was mainly because of the failure of Detroit. The film had been withdrawn from the shelves long ago, and the final North American box office barely exceeded $10 million, and it won nothing in terms of awards. Simon certainly had no grudges about this. He hugged Kathryn and turned to the long sofa next to Janet, and leaned directly, resting his head on Janet's thigh in a very unpresentable manner, and kicked off his leather shoes and threw them aside casually. Kathryn looked at the scene in front of her with a smile on her face. A little man didn't treat her as an outsider, so he was so casual, so she asked, "Are you too busy at work and tired?" Simon just hummed. He was not tired physically, but he was tired mentally these days. Janet held Simon's head, which was resting on her lap, affectionately, and ran one hand through his hair. She smiled and mouthed to Kathryn silently, "Overindulgence." Kathryn just glared at Janet, who was not doing her job properly. There was no way to respond to this. Simon felt something, closed his eyes, touched Janet's small hand and held it in his palm, then suddenly tightened it and asked amidst the woman's soft cry, "What bad things did you say about me?" Simon didn't use any force, but Janet, who was startled, didn't take her small hand away from the man's palm. She dragged a big hand to her mouth and took a light bite, then asked, "Kate and I are going to the convention center to see the art exhibition tomorrow morning. Pop, do you want to go with us?" "No. Together, it's a charity art exhibition. You can do good things. Can you do bad things?" "Sure, tomorrow you go there and deliberately destroy some famous paintings, and then you can make the headlines, and Simon Westeros will be mentally ill again. Tisk, then I can become the guardian of the Westeros family's huge fortune of $700 billion, $900 billion, and then send you back to Watsonville Mental Hospital." Simon smiled. "This seems like the plot of a movie." "Huh?" 2 years ago, James Spader starred in Femme Fatale, in which the hero was framed by his evil wife who was trying to seize his property and was sent to a mental hospital. Guess how he turned the tables? Janet blinked. How did he turn the tables? Kathryn next to her also showed a curious expression. Simon still closed his eyes to rest, but raised his hand to grab Janet's thin white neck to test the feel, and then took it back. Janet understood. Too amazing. Kathryn was confused. "What?" Janet explained to Kathryn, "It's not illegal for a mentally ill person to kill someone." Kathryn reacted this time and looked at the two of them. Even though she knew it was just a joke, one wanted to send the other to a mental hospital, and the other wanted to kill the other, and the one who was killed in the setting looked quite excited. "It seems that I was. In short, the two people in front of me are crazy at heart, and she can't suppress this kind of relationship." Everyone continued to chat, and dusk fell. Kathryn was invited to stay for dinner and was assigned to take care of a little kid. Although she was bitten by little Nick, who had not yet gotten rid of the habit of grinding his teeth, she was inexplicably envious of the atmosphere of the Westeros family. But after dinner, she refused to stay. After seeing Kathryn off, it was more than 8 o'clock in the evening. The family gathered in a living room on the east side of the Shale Villa. It was not until the 5 little guys fell asleep that Simon and the 2 Jennies had time to talk about some private matters. It was mainly about recent events. Simon decisively gave up the plan to reduce his holdings, which was originally intended to last for a year. In fact, it was far from being as light as it seemed. Just like the assassination 2 years ago that triggered a series of subsequent storms, the cause was that the Woodfield family bet too much money on shorting technology stocks, but misjudged. In order to recover the losses, they had to take a radical approach and wanted to cause market shocks by assassinating Simon. The current situation is much more serious than 2 years ago. Because of the bullish view on technology stocks, countless people have poured into the Nasdaq market, either buying large amounts of stocks directly or making every effort to establish long positions. The interests of many people are tied to the rising trend of the Nasdaq. In this case, Simon has to go against the trend and suppress technology stocks. The risks involved can be imagined. Therefore, after feeling the pressure and even warnings from all sides, in addition to decisively abandoning the established reduction strategy, Simon also raised the security level around his family to the highest level. The Westeros family's private intelligence network has also started to operate at full speed these days to ensure that potential crises are dealt with in advance. In the final analysis, the influence of the Westeros system is still not strong enough to truly control the US and even the world economy. To do this, Simon needs to completely integrate the $900 billion of personal assets that are only on the books at this time with the global economy. In this way, if he wants to manipulate in the future, he doesn't even need the Westeros system to do it himself. As long as Simon speaks, someone will do it for him. This is how to maximize the power of huge wealth. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. In the living room of Shale Villa, it was Janet who rested her head on Simon's lap. After hearing the man's strange words, she asked him again with a smile, and then asked about the visit to Livermore Laboratory during the day. When she heard Simon's decision not to support the laser ignition project, Janet blinked her eyes. Why not? Have you forgotten, that? Simon certainly knew what the woman was referring to. The sort of Damocles plan of the Westeros family. Of course, he had not forgotten this matter. If the Westeros system mastered laser ignition, it would be equivalent to having the most advanced hydrogen bomb technology. At that time, this would become a very powerful deterrent force. Thinking of this, Simon explained, "It's just that there is no support now. I plan to start with a magnetic confinement solution and form two teams at the same time, the tokamak and the stellarator. When the magnetic confinement solution matures, the technical accumulation in this area will be deep enough, and laser ignition will be a natural thing." Janet asked, "What if someone else achieves laser ignition first?" Simon smiled and said, "That's even simpler. You know, the time it takes for nuclear-armed countries to develop nuclear weapons is always getting shorter and shorter. The reason is that once the solution is proven to be feasible, all they have to do is work in one direction. The same is true for laser ignition. Once someone succeeds, subsequent winners will follow. Moreover, judging from the current state of nuclear fusion technology research and development in various countries, even if they are given another 20 years, I don't think those people can achieve anything." Jennifer, who was sitting quietly on the other side listening to the conversation between the two, asked curiously, "Why?" Simon turned his head and hugged the female assistant, explaining, "With a general environment like this, without confrontation and without faith, it is very difficult for a country or an individual to do anything." Jennifer leaned over obediently and asked, "Then, us?" Simon smiled and said, "We have interests. Without confrontation and faith, the most effective tool to drive a team to overcome technical difficulties is interest. That's why I am not optimistic about national-level research in the fields of aerospace and nuclear energy. Whether in North America, Europe or Asia, the treatment of researchers in related fields is very average, and there is serious bureaucracy. Those who have made achievements will not be rewarded, and those who mess up will be severely punished. In this environment, it is basically impossible to make progress. Therefore, the current aerospace and nuclear energy fields are still at the level of the 1950s and 1960s. We are different. Not only will I provide them with sufficient budgets, but I will also distribute most of the equity as rewards to the research team. As long as the technology can be broken through, even if we only retain 10% of the shares in the end, the interests involved are huge enough." Janet, who was resting her head on Simon's legs, said at this time, "In this case, we must determine the dual share structure in advance to ensure our control. Of course, without absolute control, once the Westeros system's shareholding in SpaceX and other companies drops below 50% in the future, these companies will basically fall into the same situation as Boeing and Lockheed Martin." Janet saw Simon say this, knowing that he had considered all aspects of the whole thing, so she stopped talking and talked about the private intelligence team of the Westeros family. In order to avoid a similar incident 2 years ago, the woman has actually been adjusting the family's private intelligence team recently. "I took a 2-day break over the weekend. In the new week, I spent Valentine's Day at home. On February 15th, Simon left Los Angeles again and flew to New York to attend the listing ceremony of Tinkober on February 16th. After 2 weeks of roadshows, Tinkober's intended subscription shares reached 17 times the amount of funds raised in this IPO.
Faced with such strong market demand, Tinkober redrafted the issue price, raising the price per share from $43 to $50, and the IPO valuation increased from $35 billion to $40.7 billion. Even though this attracted some criticism, a total of 130 million new shares were quickly subscribed. After all, everyone knows that the issue price was only increased by 16%, which is still far from the $100 billion market value potential of Tinkober predicted by some institutions. The issue price was raised to $50, and the total amount of financing for this IPO reached $6.5 billion, of which the 30 million shares of Westeros Company cashed out this time were also worth $1.5 billion. On the other hand, in order to avoid more trouble, several Wall Street giants such as Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley decisively took over the $3 billion worth of stocks of Deaneries, Cisco and AOL that Simon had thrown out last time after a brief negotiation with the Westeros Company. After the announcement of the reduction of holdings on February 2, Westeros Company also quickly completed the reduction of AOL's $2 billion worth of stocks in the past 2 weeks. $1.5 billion plus $3 billion plus $2 billion. It can be said that in just half a month, Westeros Company cashed out a total of $6.5 billion in cash from the U.S. capital market. Counting the previous two cashing out of Deaneries Entertainment and Cisco, minus the 15% capital gains tax, Westeros Company's net income was about $9 billion. Because of the 100% stake in Westeros Company, this money actually belongs entirely to Simon. This amount of money has exceeded the total wealth of most of the top rich people in this era. Moreover, the cash reserves of the entire Westeros system are far more than this. Just the Ygritte family raised more than $20 billion before and after the IPO last year. Simon has imposed very strict restrictions on the use of this money, basically not spending a penny. Mergers and acquisitions expansions are carried out by stock swaps as much as possible, and large-scale project investments such as data centers can only use the cash flow generated by Ygritte's own revenue. Such a huge cash reserve is not only expected to further strengthen the control of the new technology field by the Westeros system after the bursting of the new technology bubble, but also to complete its own diversified expansion. New York. Simon arrived on the afternoon of February 15, which happened to be the last day of New York Fashion Week. The 4 major fashion weeks do not actually last for a week, but are longer or shorter depending on the number of participating brands in each fashion week. Just like this year, the first New York Fashion Week lasted for 8 days, followed by London Fashion Week, which lasted only 4 days, and then Milan Fashion Week, which lasted 7 days, and finally Paris Fashion Week, which lasted the longest, 9 days. From these data, we can also see the proportion of fashion industries in various countries. France is still leading. In Bryant Park, the main venue of New York Fashion Week, in Midtown Manhattan, Ludmila Besanoskova ended a fashion show as the closing model. She bowed with a designer amid the applause of the crowd. When she returned to the backstage, she immediately saw Ekaterina Noskova standing next to her sister. "Bitch." Ludmila, who already speaks excellent English, couldn't help but mutter this in her heart. After being trained privately for a whole year, Ludmila finally made her debut at this fashion week, and judging from the feedback in recent days, she has made a big splash. With her outstanding appearance and figure and professional qualities trained for a year, Ludmila can be said to be the most watched new model at this fashion week. In 8 days, including the Marc Jacobs brand that closed tonight, she attended a total of 21 shows. Under the operation of Elite, magazines such as Vogue and Bazaar have reported on Ludmila. But, I can't be happy at all. Why? She worked over 12 hours a day, and had 21 shows, but she could only get $1,000 for each show. Elite also deducted 30% of the commission, and she had to pay taxes. With other expenses, it seemed that she made more than $20,000 in a week. As a newcomer who had just debuted, many girls with no roots and no foundation might be envious to the point of collapse, but Ludmila wanted to go crazy. She worked herself to death, but could only make $21,000 on paper in a week. Ekaterina and the other two who came to watch the show or, in her opinion, just to watch her lively life, would spend more than that on a casual stroll through Fifth Avenue. Seeing Lyadiva dangling the LV bag she had just bought in front of her, she wanted to strangle her to death. Bitch. It was too unbalanced. Why did she have to work herself to death?
Of course, in front of the three girls, Ludmilla would never show weakness. It was just the beginning. She was just the beginning. In the future, she would definitely make millions or tens of millions a year like those top supermodels. And you? Humph, when Simon Westeros gets tired of it one day, then go cry. Before coming here this time, she heard that the candidates for the singing group that Rivni Media has been quietly selecting have been announced. They are all very beautiful and will definitely become Simon Westeros' new favorites. Anyway, there seemed to be a group of manic little rabbits in her heart, but Ludmilla appeared impeccable on the surface. This was also the result of being trained in the past year. She greeted the person in charge of the Helen Yamak brand from Russia in a familiar manner. This is a fur brand. She likes fur the most. Because she is from Russia, although the Soviet Union has collapsed, everyone still speaks Russian after all, and is instinctively friendly. After a long greeting, she finally came to the three girls who were still reluctant to leave. Speaking of her own Marc Jacobs fashion show in the evening, she secretly bit her little white teeth and continued to invite Katerina and the other two. Come on, I'm not afraid of you, you little bitch who can only rely on men. Chapter 897, 3000 points. Behind the Helen Yamak fashion show, the three girls of Ekaterina, who have been fighting overtly and covertly for the past year, promised Ludmilla that they would continue to watch her fashion show at Marc Jacobs tonight, and then invited the girl to have dinner together. This is a big move. The three girls' favorite thing to do in recent days is to invite Ludmilla to have dinner together. Seeing the pitiful appearance of a girl who can only eat grass for 3 meals a day in order to maintain her figure is simply a pleasure for the body and mind. Eve Besanoskova, who was watching all this, was helpless. Ludmilla as her biological sister, and as the head of security for the three girls of Ekaterina, Eve, who had a certain elder sister character in her bones, treated the three girls like her own biological sisters after a long time of getting along. When the sisters quarreled and bickered, she was not the kind of strong character, and she didn't know how to manage them at all. As long as they didn't fight, it would be fine. Occasionally, it was inevitable that her sister was taught a lesson by pulling her ears when she first met that man. The little devil that the whole family couldn't control, probably only he could help discipline him. It was a pity that the man might not appear in front of her for several months. Eve was very resigned to her relationship with Simon. The man had given her too much without her realizing it, including her family. Not only her sister, who was now obviously inclined to become a supermodel, but also her father and brother were arranged to work in the management of the military theme park. This was something that the family could not even think of a few years ago. This kind of kindness can only be repaid by giving herself to him. After having dinner with the four girls and occasionally reconciling a few words, Ludmilla hurriedly began to prepare for the Marc Jacobs show. The three girls continued to join in the fun. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the work of New York Fashion Week was finally over. Then there was a brand party hosted by Melisandre. Ludmilla got the invitation, and it was naturally easy for the three girls to get the invitation letter. Eve continued to accompany the girls, mainly because she was not at ease. During this week, her sister always received various invitations. After each show, someone would send Ludmilla flowers, business cards, etc., and some even directly offered a price. As long as they had dinner together, the highest price was $50,000. If it were a few years ago, $50,000 would be enough to sell herself. In Ukraine, this is a huge sum of money that many people will never see in their lifetime. Now Eve certainly can't be tempted. No matter how rich those people are, can they be as rich as him? She was annoyed by being disturbed, and even had the idea of reporting to him. Let him teach those people a lesson. At first, she thought he would come to watch her sister's show during this fashion week. After all, her sister's training in the past year was arranged by him. However, until the end of New York Fashion Week today, he did not show up, so she gave up. Unexpectedly, she saw him at Melisandre's brand party. The four girls approached without any hesitation, so she hurried to follow. Seeing her sister pounce on him without hesitation, obviously competing for favor with Ekaterina and the other two, and being patted on the buttocks by him at the end, she felt a little weird, either angry, or some unspeakable feeling, or unwilling to admit it. Maybe, well, how can this be possible? Finally approached, she was not as bold as some other girls, and he did not intend to hug her actively, but just smiled at her gently. She smiled back. She was satisfied with this and stepped aside obediently. The four girls talked to him for a while and were driven away.
He obviously had other social engagements, but she did not follow the girls. After all, he was here, so why did she need her protection? She just quietly stayed in a corner where she could see him, with only a certain man in her eyes, and did not care about other women who came to him. Such a dazzling man should be like this. After more than 10 minutes, Simon was seen walking towards the door of the party hall. She realized that the man was leaving so soon and was a little disappointed. A staff member came over and reminded her to follow him, saying that Mr. Westeros had something to talk to her about. She hurriedly followed. She caught up with him at the elevator entrance and asked him, and he said that they were going home together. Huh? It felt like a dream. When I woke up again, it was already the next morning. This was a seaside estate in East Hampton, Long Island. It was still dark. The man who was getting dressed beside her noticed that she had also woken up, and whispered that she could continue to rest and get up at any time, but she insisted on sitting up and considerately helped him button up his clothes, feeling that this was a kind of expected life. The time was 6 o'clock in the morning. In February, the winter in Long Island had not yet passed. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the indoor gym, the world was bleak in the gradually dim morning light. Eve, who was doing morning exercises with Simon, felt in a good mood. It was not until after breakfast that she kept thinking of her sister and Nana and the other three. I don't know what it feels like. There were countless girls who hoped to be taken away by him at the party last night, probably including her sister and Nana. But it turned out to be her. Except for being taller, I really can't think of anything special about myself. Occasionally glanced at him. With doubts, of course I didn't dare to ask. It was just that there was some warm emotion in my heart, and I felt that I would have no regrets if I died immediately. During breakfast, the man mentioned it at the table and said that he was very optimistic about Ludmilla and that she would definitely become a new generation of supermodel in the future. So she remembered a small detail from the party last night and took the initiative to forget it. Pretend that nothing happened. Yesterday, New York Fashion Week closed, and today, Friday, London Fashion Week will start right after that. Although there are not many important brands in London, Elite still arranged 12 shows for Ludmilla, and they will rush there today. Speaking of this, the man said that he would arrange a private plane to take them there, and there would be no delay. There are also Nana and the other three. He seemed to know about the quarrels of the 4 girls in the past few days, and said that he would send them back to Ukraine. She wanted to say that it didn't matter, but she felt that she shouldn't object to the man's decision, so she acquiesced. After breakfast, it was just past 7 in the morning. Today is the schedule for the listing of Tinkabair. We need to get there early. Taking the Westeros family's customized Black Hawk helicopter from East Hampton, the distance of 200 kilometers only takes more than half an hour. On the plane, Simon chatted with Eve beside him about some trivial matters, while flipping through some work documents today. This is Friday, February 16th. The past week happened to be the Valentine's Day schedule. On February 9th, Deaneries Entertainment's New World Pictures produced Rush Hour starring Jack Chang and Chris Tucker and was released on 2,679 screens. This is Deaneries Entertainment's first blockbuster in 1996. Therefore, in addition to the production cost of $30 million, the publicity and distribution budget of Rush Hour also reached $20 million. In recent years, through Deaneries Entertainment's deliberate promotion of the distribution of Hong Kong films in North America, and with the success of Rumble in the Bronx, Jack Chang has already had a good reputation here. Although the style of Rush Hour is not very compatible with Valentine's Day, it is a comedy after all, and it is still suitable for couples to watch. The media reputation of the film after its official opening is actually not very good, with an overall score of only 6.5 points. However, in the first weekend, this special partner movie had an unexpected box office of $33.01 million in the first 3 days of its release, directly knocking down Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, which had been the box office champion for 7 consecutive weeks. The audience obviously liked this movie more than the critics, and Jackie Chan, who had been trying the waters in Hollywood since the 1970s, finally became famous in one fell swoop. From February 9th to February 15th, the full first week, Rush Hour had a cumulative box office of $42.83 million. After the box office data for the first 3 days of the weekend was released, many media that were not optimistic about the film began to change their words and called the film another Lethal Weapon series. Moreover, judging from the box office in the first week, The film is more successful than the first Lethal Weapon. Entering the 100 million box office club is just the beginning, and it may hit $150 million in the local market in the future. The first Rush Hour in the original time and space had a North American box office of $141 million. Because Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice is still in theaters, Simon thought that Rush Hour would be affected by the Superman vs. Superman battle, and many things are different after all, so this time the box office can be considered a success as long as it can break 100 million. Unexpectedly, it can break 40 million in the first week. If you think about it carefully, this is reasonable. After all, Deaneries Entertainment's distribution capabilities are stronger than New Line in history. This time, the $20 million investment in publicity and distribution is already more than 60% of the production cost. In addition, the Valentine's Day schedule is much more than the autumn schedule that was once completely unpopular. Therefore, with a box office opening of $42.83 million in the first week, it is not impossible for the subsequent local total box office to reach 150 million. In Los Angeles, after the box office of the first weekend came out, the sequel of the project was directly established. In order to prepare for a rainy day in advance, Deaneries Entertainment has signed a trilogy contract with the two main creators. This is actually the current practice of Deaneries Entertainment. It is mainly a strength exchange. In the past, big stars rarely signed long-term contracts with production studios, and even newcomers often try their best not to be tied. Now, with a change of Hollywood landscape and inspired by the success of DC Movie Universe series, long-term contracts are becoming more and more common, and the contracts are becoming more and more favorable to the studio. Just like the contract between Deaneries and the two main creators of Rush Hour. Jack Chang's salary for the first film was $5 million, and the caps for the next two films were $10 million and $15 million respectively. $15 million is the ceiling of Hollywood's current fixed salary. It is $5 million lower than the previous $20 million. Chris Tucker, as a newcomer, only received $1 million for the first film, and the caps for the next two films were $2 million and $4 million respectively. Of course, this contract is not dead. Just like Rush Hour, now that the film is so successful, Jack Chang's salary for the second film is $10 million, but if Chris Tucker is only given $2 million, the quality of the sequel will drop several levels just because the actor is passive. Simon has never been a person who doesn't give the horse grass. Therefore, if the project is particularly successful, there is actually room for maneuver. Deaneries Entertainment's solution is to give a share. Fixed salaries cannot be changed, which ensures that the cost of the sequel will not get out of control. Giving a share can not only guarantee the enthusiasm of the actors, but also allow the main creators to bear risks together. In the past Rush Hour series, because the salaries of the two main creators increased greatly, the second part was still profitable, but the third part was completely reduced to working for the actors. With an investment of $140 million, the global box office was only $240 million. New Line barely recovered its investment through subsequent DVD and other channels. The two main creators, through basic salary and box office share, easily took more than $50 million. This situation is no longer possible for the powerful Deaneries Entertainment. Compared with letting the actors take away a huge salary of $50 million and the studio is busy, it is more likely that Deaneries Entertainment will make $100 million while the actors are busy. In short, it is a game. The current Deaneries Entertainment is like Disney in its strongest period in memory. For example, in the live-action version of Beauty and the Beast, the basic salary of the heroine Emma Watson was only $3 million. As the global box office of Beauty and the Beast exceeded $1 billion, Hermione only received an additional $12 million, with a total salary of $15 million, which is still less than 1/10 of the profit that Diplo made from the Beauty and the Beast project. This is the profit distribution status that Simon prefers. As the box office trend of Rush Hour becomes clear, Chris Tucker has directly proposed to modify the contract. Deaneries Entertainment will certainly not give in. However, on the basis of the contract's salary, Simon personally decided to give the two main creators an additional 10% of the global box office gross profit share, that is, the share of the global box office of the sequel belonging to Deaneries Entertainment minus the production and publicity costs stipulated in the contract. Let's take the first Rush Hour as an example.
The total cost of production and promotion of the project is $50 million. Judging from the current situation, the global box office should be expected to hit $300 million. It is expected that about $130 million can be recovered from the local and overseas share. After deducting the total cost of production and promotion of $50 million, the remaining $80 million can be divided by the main creators. According to the 10% share, the two can each take $8 million. Of course, there is no share of the first part, which can only be calculated from the second part. Moreover, if the production cost of the sequel increases but the global box office shrinks, resulting in a decrease in gross profit or even a loss, then sorry, there is no share. If the sequel box office is better, like the previous Rush Hour 2, it will naturally get more. In any case, it is impossible for the two main creators to take the top $20 million basic salary as in the original time and space, and Jack Chang will also take an additional share. Deaneries Entertainment will not have such a good thing this time. If the two protagonists go on strike, it is also simple. According to the limited terms in the original contract, before the completion of the trilogy contract, the two main creators need to obtain the approval of Deaneries Entertainment to participate in any other film. In other words, if Deaneries Entertainment disagrees and the two startups are unwilling to shoot the sequel, then they will be unemployed. Even if Jack Chang returns to Asia, if he violates the contract, he will not be able to escape the legal pursuit of Deaneries Entertainment. This is the current strong position of Deaneries Entertainment in Hollywood. Because there is never a shortage of popular development projects, no matter what kind of star, don't think of getting in front of Simon. In addition to the opening of Rush Hour, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, which was thrown to the second place in the weekly box office list, still has a very good box office. Taking advantage of the second publicity offensive launched by the Oscar nomination, coupled with the gain of the Valentine's Day schedule, from February 9th to February 15th, in the 8th week of release, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice still had a single-week decline of only 13%, earning another $24.39 million, and the film's cumulative domestic box office reached $556.61 million. It is one step closer to the threshold of $700 million, with only a gap of $143 million. Judging from the curve in the past 2 weeks, the possibility of breaking through $700 million has increased again. Chapter 898, 3000 points, 2. Midtown Manhattan. The crowded NASDAQ Exchange Hall at Times Square 4. February 16, 1996 was destined to be an extraordinary day in the history of American finance. At 9:30 a.m., after completing the interviews with reporters and the IPO speeches, the core members of Tinko Bale came on stage together and pressed the button symbolizing the start of trading of Tinko Bale shares, and the bell-ringing ceremony was declared over. The day has just begun. Since the beginning of the month, the NASDAQ index, which has never been able to cross a certain threshold after a series of turbulent games, has easily broken through the 3,000-point mark that many people have been looking forward to for a long time when the stock market officially opened on this day after the Tinko Bale bell-ringing ceremony. Moreover, in just 5 minutes of trading time after the opening, the NASDAQ index has risen by 2.9% compared to the closing price of 2,987 points yesterday, reaching 3,073 points. At this time, the first round of inquiries for Tinko Bale shares has not yet ended. In the following half an hour, the NASDAQ continued to rise amid fluctuations. At 10 o'clock, the results of the first round of inquiries officially appeared on the exchange display board. The NASDAQ index had reached 3,139 points, an increase of 5.1%. The numbers on the electronic display board made many people think that there was an error in the system. $81 to $83. Is this true? Even after several price increases, the issue price of Tinkober was only $50 in the end. Even if the lowest offer of $81 on the display board was used, the increase in the first round of inquiries reached 62%. Not to mention other things, the IPO Immigrant, which was the closest to time, only saw an overall increase of 51.7% on the first day of listing. Even the officials had doubts about this. However, after repeated confirmation that the display was correct, in the exchange hall, while applause and cheers rang out, many people had an idea in their minds. Crazy. It's really crazy. Of course, some people also realized that this situation was probably because Tinkober's IPO valuation was obviously too conservative, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that there was a serious mistake. The increase in the first round of inquiries has exceeded 60%, and it may not be a problem for Tinkober's stock price to double on the first day of listing. In the current environment where the new technology wave is becoming more and more turbulent, the increase on the first day of listing exceeded 100%, which is actually not uncommon. Many emerging technology companies that have been listed in the past 2 years have reached this standard. It's just that those companies are basically small startups with a market value of less than $1 billion. And Tinkober's IPO, even if it is not as terrifying as Igrit's $150 billion a year ago, with a valuation of more than $40 billion, is already a giant level in this era. People are always more likely to see Igrit, Deaneries, Cisco, AOL and other companies with a market value of more than $100 billion, and seem to think that corporate giants should be of this size, but in fact it is far from the case. Except for General Electric Group, which barely keeps up with the new technology wave in terms of market value, other old companies that once represented the economic strength of the United States are all currently in the range of tens of billions of US dollars. For example, Boeing. The news that Westeros bought Boeing 2 years ago gave the company a shot in the arm for its sluggish stock price. However, Boeing's recent market value is actually only about $37 billion, which is less than the IPO valuation of Tinkober. In just the first round of inquiries, Tinkober's market value is close to the size of 2 Boeings. After the results of the first round of inquiries came out, the Nasdaq, which had already had a good start, rose again. At 10:15, the results of the second round of inquiries were displayed on the electronic display board. The Nasdaq had already reached 3,219 points. After 45 minutes of opening, the cumulative increase was 7.7%. Tinkober's stock price also reached $88 to $90. Then, the third round, $91 to $93. The fourth round, $95 to $97. The fifth round, $101 to $103. The sixth round, $107 to $111. Due to the new technology wave in recent years, Tinkober is not a company whose stock price has increased by more than 100% on the first day of trading. However, it is definitely the first billion-dollar corporate giant whose stock price has doubled during the inquiry stage. At 11:15 a.m., the inquiry phase ended. Even if calculated based on the lowest offer price of $107, Tinkober's stock price has increased by 114% compared with the issue price, with a market value of $87 billion. At the same time, the Nasdaq index also reached 3,265 points, with a cumulative increase of 9.7%, setting the largest single-day increase in the history of the Nasdaq market since its establishment in 1968. Crazy day. Whether it is TV or the internet, countless media people have expressed such an exclamation. And this day is still going on. Finally, when the time came to 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time on February 16th, the federal stock market closed. Tinkober's stock price on the first day of listing finally increased by 151%, closing at $125.50, with a closing market value of $102.1 billion. Another billion-dollar corporate giant was born in one day. The Nasdaq index finally settled at a high of 3,324 points, with a single-day increase of 11.3%, the highest in history. However, the most eye-catching news in the evening paper that afternoon was snatched away by a young man standing behind all this $1 trillion. Simon Westeros' personal wealth officially exceeded $1 trillion. Compared with the data of Fortune magazine some time ago, today's statistics are even more unquestionable. Unlike the Dow Jones Index and the S&P 500 Index, which only sample part of the stock data, the statistical basis of the Nasdaq Index is the comprehensive data of all listed companies in the Nasdaq sector. Now, the Nasdaq has risen by 11.3% in a single day, which actually means that the cumulative increase in the stock prices of all companies in the Nasdaq sector within this day has reached a considerable level. This is also the case. As of 4:30 p.m. on February 16th, the U.S. stock market closed. The entire Nasdaq sector, the key companies related to the Westeros system, Igrit stock price rose by 12.6%, and its market value reached $356.7 billion. Cisco's stock price rose by 11.9%, with a market value of $319.5 billion. AOL's stock price rose by 8.3%, with a market value of $245.9 billion. Microsoft's stock price rose by 9.5%, with a market value of $227.8 billion. Intel's stock price rose by 12.6%, with a market value of $131.5 billion. Even Deanery's Entertainment Group, which is listed on the New York Stock Exchange and is an important part of Westeros Concept stocks, saw its stock price rise by 7.1% on February 16, with a market value of $302.6 billion. Obviously, in just one day, in addition to Ygritte some time ago, two supergiants with a market value of $300 billion appeared in the North American stock market. Moreover, whether it is Ygritte, Cisco or Deanery's Entertainment, they all belong to the Westeros system and are controlled by a young man who will turn 28 next week. Just three supergiants of $300 billion, according to the shareholding ratio. The total personal wealth contributed to Simon reached $602.3 billion. The other $200 billion level companies, AOL and Microsoft, contributed $155.1 billion and $42.5 billion respectively, totaling nearly $200 billion. The five companies have reached a total of $800 billion. In addition, after completing this IPO, minus the cash-out part, Westeros's shareholding in Tinkober is 57.7%. This part of the stock alone is worth $58.9 billion. In addition, the Westeros system either fully holds or holds a large number of industry giants such as Verizon, Nokia, Intel, Oracle, Sun, Cersei Capital, Melisandre, BHP Billiton, etc., and the remaining $200 billion is more than enough. Even more. Forbes magazine, which has been quietly poached by competitors such as Fortune, finally couldn't help it this time and took the lead in releasing the latest statistical report on Simon Westeros' personal wealth that afternoon. The final figure given is $1.06 trillion. Compared with other financial media, the reason why the wealth list compiled by Forbes is more authoritative is that its team has more abundant and detailed data accumulation. Unlike the article in Fortune magazine some time ago, Forbes not only gave the figure of $1.06 trillion on its official website this time, but also gave very detailed data sources. So it directly killed all other data and became the reference standard for most media in reporting this topic. $1.06 trillion. What is this concept? In 1995, the annual GDP of the United States was $7.64 trillion. Simon's personal wealth is equivalent to 13.8% of the U.S. GDP. The Rockefeller family accounted for 1.5% of the U.S. GDP at its peak, which has been far behind and is not comparable. In the world, only the United States, Japan, Germany, France, the United Kingdom and Italy had a GDP of $1 trillion in 1995. Later, the GDP data of Brazil, which ranks 7th, was already $769.3 billion. Even though many media pointed out that Simon Westeros' personal wealth is too concentrated in technology stocks with a large bubble component, there is no doubt that even if the water is squeezed out, the Westeros system is already a super-rich group of terrifying level. There is no consortium on this planet that can compare with it. Even the royal families in the Middle East that control a large amount of oil resources are far inferior. February 16. Within this day, the Nasdaq index broke through 3,000 points. The 11.3% increase in the Nasdaq in a single day set a historical record. Two other $300 billion market value giants emerged in the U.S. capital market. Simon Westeros' personal wealth exceeded $1 trillion. All these miracles cannot be without reason. While ordinary media were amazed by this, many people were also asking why the Nasdaq exploded today. Tinkerbell's IPO stimulating the market is undoubtedly the most obvious and direct factor. Although many people believe that Tinkerbell's IPO valuation is seriously underestimated, in fact, the final IPO valuation of $40.7 billion has fully taken into account various factors, including Tinkerbell's growth potential, the company's potential internet attributes, and even the rumors that Tinkerbell is about to release new products.
The IPO price-earnings ratio of nearly 40 times has exceeded the valuation level of similar electronic companies. Even though some media have previously believed that Tinko Bell's IPO valuation is seriously low and should actually reach the level of $100 billion, it is not the mainstream voice. The first-day increase reached 151%, which can only be said that the market's enthusiasm for chasing the company's stock far exceeded the IPO team's prior expectations. So, why is everything? The media and the public who cannot delve into many things are confused, but Washington and the top financial circles who know the inside story react quickly. In the final analysis, it is because of a young man. Because Simon Westeros promised not to reduce his holdings, he dispelled the haze floating on the road of Nasdaq's continued rapid progress. In addition, before February 16, Westeros completed the last $2 billion public reduction of AOL, and Goldman Sachs and other giants quietly took over the $3 billion of deaneries and other company stocks thrown by Simon. Everything is ready. It just needs the east wind. Even though there have been bearish views on the new technology stock market, which has been too high, at this stage, the capital in the market that is bullish on technology stocks and bets heavily still accounts for the majority. The bulls in this regard are far more than zero-sum game bullish hedges, but also include capital from all parties that directly bought a large number of technology stocks and venture capital directly invested in new technology fields. The haze of the market's upward trend has dissipated, and there happened to be an opportunity for Tinko Bell to be listed on February 16. Therefore, all these bulls, without even too much private connection, chose to make a unified effort on February 16, which eventually created the grand occasion of the Nasdaq index's single-day increase since the opening of the market in 1968. At the same time, it was these technology bulls who pushed Simon's personal wealth to a high of $1 trillion. In the original time and space, the Nasdaq index broke through 3,000 points, which was actually the beginning of the madness and even destruction of the Nasdaq index in the millennium. After 3,000 points, the Nasdaq created a peak of 5,000 points in less than a year, and then began to collapse. Now, it's exactly the same. People always say that the torrent of history is mighty. In reality, it is always more about reincarnation than moving forward. Simon finally found that he was just a catalyst for history and could not change it after all. Greenwich. Saturday afternoon, February 17. In a shooting range in the northwest of the city, every time Irene Lauder saw a man carrying the Barrett gun and shooting, she felt her heart tremble and melt. However, after spending 2 hours with Simon in this shooting range, the girl also found that the man didn't seem to be in a good mood today. After firing a magazine, Irene Lauder took off her earmuffs and walked over. She took the heavy gun and held it in her arms. She followed Simon to the rest area and asked curiously, "You are already a trillionaire. What are you unhappy about?" Simon smiled when he heard what Irene said, "I am not unhappy." Irene Lauder rolled her eyes at him, "You can't fool me." Woman's sixth sense. Irene Lauder tightened her arms around the gun and looked at the man next to her intently. Yes, a woman's sixth sense for her lover. She felt a little embarrassed after saying that. She quickened her pace and came to the rest area. Knowing that Simon would not continue, she carefully put the gun into a special box. This Barrett is a personal item and he has to take it away. Simon followed and handed small items such as anti-wear gloves and earmuffs to Irene. He put on the windbreaker handed over by the bodyguard, and the two left the shooting range together and returned to the northern suburbs manor, which was not far away. When he got home, Girl A was already waiting, saying that Chen Qing, who was in China, had sent some documents. Simon took a quick look and just picked out a privately recorded record. He took Irene to the living room on one side of the villa. The girl curiously took the record and put it into the record player and pressed play. With the accompaniment that seemed to be played casually, a female voice floated softly. "When I left, the willows were swaying. Now I come back, thinking, the rain and snow are falling. Those who know me say that I am worried, but those who don't know me ask what I want. Those who know me say that I am worried, but those who don't know me ask what I want." Irene Lauder didn't understand, but she could feel the faint sadness in this beautiful song. She walked to the sofa and sat next to Simon, feeling the silence of the man's thoughts immersed in the song, letting the song go on, not asking questions immediately, but listening with him. She still didn't understand, but unconsciously, she felt a sense of sadness. Simon hugged the girl beside him, listening to the song. At some point,
Simon suddenly understood the source of his negative emotions these days. Even though he was already at the top of the pyramid of this world, even though he was already looking down on all living things, Simon was still a human being, destined to be unable to escape certain instincts. Genetic instincts. No matter what, Simon always hoped that the world could become a better place. Chapter 899 Interview. Simon only took a day off on Saturday and resumed work the next day. The ripples caused by the Nasdaq index breaking through 3,000 points will definitely not stop on February 16th. The impact of this incident will continue in the coming new week, the next month, and even the next few years. Since things cannot be changed, Simon plans to take advantage of it. Mainly, the hedge team under Cersei Capital has started to make efforts again and is strongly long technology stocks until the end of the year. Because it is an election year, in order to ensure re-election, Washington will do everything possible to ensure that there will be no turbulence in the capital market. Even the Republican Party will not dare to risk offending the entire Wall Street and burst the bubble. Therefore, from now until the election results are released at the end of the year, unless there are force majeure factors such as war or natural disasters, the technology stock market will only soar all the way. As a latecomer, Simon can basically be sure that similar black swan events will not happen. Then, in 1997, we will start preparing for the harvest of Asia. In the past, the Asian financial crisis actually led to a sharp drop in the North American stock market, but the Nasdaq index was far from the high of 3,000 points at that time, so there was no danger. Instead, the Asian financial crisis caused a large amount of safe haven funds to flow into North America, which to a large extent created the miracle of the Nasdaq reaching 5,000 points. This time, we may not be so lucky. If nothing unexpected happens, the harvest of Asia is completed, and the Westeros system can just go back to the bottom to buy the new technology field that collapsed with the Asian economy, and further strengthen its control over the new technology industry. Simon is just a little bit sorry. If the original plan to suppress the Nasdaq index in 1996 is completed, the new technology bubble is very likely to survive the financial storm next year. The entire industry will not only not enter the cold winter ahead of time, but will have 2 to 3 more years to further consolidate the foundation of the industry. After finishing the work in New York, Simon returned to the West Coast on February 19th. February 22nd is coming soon, Simon's 28th birthday. Although he does not plan to make a big fuss, the two Jennies and many people around him attach great importance to it and always prepare a few days in advance. The media also generally noticed Simon's birthday. After all, it was too close to the time when Simon's personal wealth exceeded $1 trillion, and his 28th birthday once again made many people realize how young a certain super-rich man is 28 years old. Many people have not yet left school at this age, but Simon Westeros has reached the peak of life that no one can reach. Such news heat is of no benefit to Simon, so he quickly used the media public relations power of the Westeros family to cool down public opinion. After all, it was not a hot topic, and the effect was soon apparent. However, on February 22nd, the Cape du May Manor, where the birthday party was held, was still very lively. Even if the scale was reduced as much as possible, the number of guests still exceeded 300. Moreover, this time even many politicians in Washington, such as the Clintons, sent birthday wishes in either explicit or implicit ways, including a gift from the Bush family. Compared with the alienation of the old American elite class from Simon in previous years, the current attitude change is very obvious. Simon responded positively to the approach of these elite classes and deliberately spent a day making various responses. After his birthday, Simon replanned his work schedule, intending to cut out half of his time every day in the next few months to promote several plans at hand. These include the Troy plan to infiltrate the political and military classes of the United States, the Solvay plan to cultivate talented teenagers, SpaceX, which promotes the continued development of the aerospace industry, Solar City, which develops high-efficiency photovoltaic technology, and, relatively speaking, the controlled nuclear fusion technology research and development that Simon values most, for which he has registered a company called Fusion Times. To accomplish these, the core is actually talent. In order to recruit relevant talents, Simon mobilized the resources of the entire Westeros system to cast a global net. Many local or overseas corporate human resources department heads have recently received notices to recruit relevant talents. It is too easy to find some people when casting a net everywhere. Elon Musk,
The former founder of SYNOPSIS is one of them. But things have changed a lot. This 25-year-old South African immigrant has a double degree in economics and physics from the University of Pennsylvania. After completing his studies at Pennsylvania last year, he applied to Stanford University to pursue a doctorate in materials science and applied physics. However, after coming to the West Coast, he felt the booming internet industry and gave up the idea of continuing to study and started a business. It ended in failure. This is a website that provides online information directory indexes for newspaper and magazine publishers and advertisers. Musk and a few friends raised tens of thousands of dollars from themselves and their families, worked more than 10 hours a day, and rented server space through Ygritte's Oz service. Before their own funds were exhausted, they successfully obtained $1 million in venture capital. After the website was successfully launched, it also placed advertisements on Ygritte's Google search engine and other platforms. Unfortunately, the website has very few visits. The first business venture lasted for 5 months, and the $1 million venture capital was exhausted. The website had no traffic, and even less customers, so it had to be closed. In Simon's memory, Musk did make his first pot of gold with a directory index website in the early days of his business. However, the current internet environment is different. In the original time and space, Yahoo had just appeared, and it was also a website similar to a directory index, so it provided inspiration for many entrepreneurs. Now, Ygritte and Google search engines have begun to be promoted. Whether ordinary users or business customers, they can find the information they need from the search engine platform with increasingly powerful functions and richer content, not to mention the 58list platform, a comprehensive classified information website under Ygritte. Therefore, although professional directory index websites are not without survival space, the possibility of forming a sustainable business model is very low, and 10 related entrepreneurial projects may not succeed. After the failure of entrepreneurship, Musk found that the funds raised by his startup company were either used to purchase Ygritte's Oz services or to place advertisements on Ygritte's various platforms. Most of the more than $1 million in funds were earned by this internet oligarch, so he simply submitted his resume to Ygritte and successfully got a job in the e-commerce sector in charge of a housekeeper. Musk was not discouraged, but planned to accumulate experience through his work experience at Ygritte in order to plan for the future. E-commerce is also a target carefully selected by Musk. He believes that other businesses of Ygritte, such as Oz Cloud Services and Google search engines, have either formed a de facto monopoly that is difficult to subvert, or the comprehensive threshold is too high for entrepreneurs to enter. However, there are still many opportunities in the field of e-commerce. It must be said that this judgment is not wrong with the current development level of the internet industry. Even Amazon, which was at its peak in history, only had a market share of about 50% in the field of e-commerce, and the other half was divided up by large and small e-commerce companies. Moreover, the current e-commerce field is still in its early stages of development, and the market potential is huge, which means that there will be great variables in the future, and it is still unknown who will win in the end. However, Musk, who originally planned to lie dormant for a few years, saw the recruitment notices of SpaceX, SolarCity and Fusion Time circulating within Ygritte, and soon became interested. This is the field that Musk is really interested in. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately obtained a degree in physics in addition to economics during his time at Penn, and last year he once planned to further study for a doctorate in materials science and applied physics at Stanford. What's more, a little inquiry will reveal that this is a project promoted by Simon Westeros himself. Space exploration, photovoltaic power generation, and controlled nuclear fusion, although these three fields seem to be somewhat unrealistic, even 5 or 6 years ago, the internet seemed unrealistic to many people, but Simon Westeros single-handedly created the current miracle of the internet industry. So, what is impossible about space exploration? On the other hand, it must be admitted that entering the internet at this stage has actually missed the blue ocean period. The competition is very fierce, and the possibility of success is getting lower and lower. In comparison, industries such as space exploration can still be regarded as new technology fields. If you join now, once you succeed in the future, you will get a lot of tangible benefits. Simon Westeros's credibility in this regard can be seen from the large number of millionaires in Ygritte. The recent listing of Tinkerbell has directly created 2 billionaires, one of whom is Westeros' former maid. This is the real American dream. After considering among the 3 companies, Musk chose SpaceX based on his intuition.
He sent out his resume and received a response soon. He easily advanced through 2 rounds of primary interviews and then had an interview personally hosted by Simon Westeros. It was already March 3rd. Sunday. The location was in the Playa Vista area in southern Los Angeles, not far from Los Angeles International Airport. This is already the suburbs of Los Angeles. However, people who know some of the history of the development of the aerospace field know that this is the former site of the aircraft factory owned by the legendary billionaire Howard Hughes. A total of 50 people participated in the interview, all of whom were elites recently selected from various fields. According to Simon's requirements, they were all under 35 years old, most of them were single, and more than half of them had a doctorate degree and had sufficient energy to work more than 10 hours a day for a long time. Including this interview time, it was specially arranged. Sunday. And it started at 8 o'clock in the morning. It should have been a rest time. If anyone has complaints about this, unfortunately, you are not suitable for this job. Although Musk was specially selected by Simon, he did not receive any preferential treatment in this interview. Even though he had already been appointed, Simon did not intend to promote this young man, who was only 25 years old this year, to a high position immediately. It would be no good to force him to grow. Simon had arrived in advance. All the interviewees arrived on time and gathered in this large studio that had just been renovated a while ago and was similar to a film studio. There were many workbenches in the studio, and all kinds of cutting-edge or commonly used industrial equipment were available. Interviewees who liked to do things on a daily basis could tell at a glance that many of them were professional equipment used to process parts needed in the aerospace field. Summoning everyone to come in front of him, Simon clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. He glanced at everyone and said, "Do you see the equipment around you? This interview may be different from what you imagined. I am very tight on time and don't have time to talk to everyone one by one, so I will only talk about the things you are most concerned about. Everyone should already know the field that this company called SpaceX is involved in. My promise is that if you are an idealist and hope that humans can fly into space and move towards the future, congratulations, this is the most suitable platform for you. If you are a realist and hope to get rich rewards and live the best life through your own abilities, SpaceX is also the most suitable company for you." Some people may doubt the latter, because in the conventional perception, the aerospace field has never been an industry that can obtain lucrative profits, but in fact, the demand for commercial space launches in countries around the world has been increasing, because everyone hopes to have some satellites of their own above our planet. Conquering space is the ultimate goal of SpaceX, but in my opinion, if there are only ideals and divorced from reality, nothing can last long. So the first step of SpaceX is to become the world's largest private commercial space launch company. According to the forecast of my consulting team, the commercial aerospace market will reach the level of $100 billion in the next 10 years. As long as SpaceX can get 1/3 of the share, if it seeks to go public, its market value will not be less than $100 billion. As the creator of this company, I will give most of the shares to you as rewards. By then, many of you will have millions or even billions of dollars like the founding teams of Ygritte and Tinkober. Simon paused briefly to give everyone some time to react, and then continued, "However, before that, you need to prove your strength in order to get this job. Moreover, even if you join SpaceX, you will not get much compensation immediately, and the work intensity will be very high. I need you to understand that SpaceX is not a big toy for a super rich man. I will provide you with all the necessary conditions, whether in life or work, to ensure that you have no worries. But this job also has very, very strict restrictions. If you can't bear it, I advise you to leave now, go to NASA, Boeing, Lockheed, and find a stable job from 9 to 5 to spend your life." After saying this, some interviewees looked at each other in bewilderment. Simon waited for a moment, and when no one left, he clapped his hands again. "Very good, then, let's start today's formal interview. Do you see the equipment around you, and the various materials over there? I want you to use these equipment and materials yourself, form teams of 3 to 5 people, and make different rocket parts according to the requirements. You have 1 day, don't get me wrong, it's not just today, but a standard day, 24 hours, until 8 a.m. tomorrow. I will come again, and there will also be an acceptance team from NASA. The parts you make tomorrow will be evaluated in full accordance with NASA's acceptance standards. So, everyone, remember, What I need is standard parts that can really be used on rockets, not science crafts in kindergarten." After Simon finished speaking, he gestured to the girl next to him. Allison opened the suitcase she had been carrying, put a thick stack of file bags on a workbench equipped with a small lathe next to her, and supplemented her boss to everyone form your own groups and choose at will. Each team can only choose one task, and they cannot change it halfway. Simon added, if someone can complete the task ahead of time, you can also choose to provide assistance to other teams. Yes, this will get extra points, and the staff on site will help record it. Of course, these parts are actually very difficult, and 24 hours may not be enough for you if you are mediocre. Finally, after making some arrangements, when all the interviewees formed teams and chose tasks very efficiently, Simon left with Lady A and some other followers. Outside the studio. After getting on his car, Simon thought of something and asked the girl A beside him, "I remember telling them that their 3 meals have been arranged in advance." Girl A said, "The chef team of Malibu Studios will be responsible for it personally, and the standard for each person is $500 per meal. If you don't consider the drinks, $500 is already the consumption level of most top restaurants in Los Angeles." Simon nodded with satisfaction, thought about it, and smiled again. "Contact the elite Los Angeles branch here and find some models to come over as temporary part-time deliverymen. Remember, they must be beautiful. In fact, women are the most powerful tool to stimulate men's potential." The interview tasks just given are quite difficult. In Simon's imagination, it would be good if half of the people can complete the tasks by tomorrow morning. Although the 50 people participating in the interview this time are all carefully selected elites, Simon only plans to admit 1/5 of them, and most of the others will be eliminated. Without faith and confrontation, it is very difficult for a person to work hard. Therefore, Simon is very happy to let those geeks who have been focusing on technology for many years feel the superior life of the upper class through some details. Of course, if you want to become a truly superior person, you must work hard and climb up. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.